Welcome to UnDraftathon for day 3 of the NFL draft. I'm Michael Reedy with the Undroppables here with Adam H. Adam, want to tell people where they can find you and what you do?
Yeah, man, you can find all our content at theundroppables.com. You can find me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is down there at @therealadam_H. Let's get it, man. Day 3 draft. I'm feeling good. We're kicking this thing off.
I know you're super happy about one of the picks yesterday. I watched you put your sunglasses on last night. And
I wonder who that was.
Now, yeah. Really good. We have a special guest joining us today from Twitter as well. DMIC Media. Dennis.
Michael, Adam, great to be here.
Great to finally talk to you after years of interacting with you on Twitter.
Yeah, it's amazing how there's certain people on Twitter that when you put out some takes on players have a reaction. And Michael, you're always one that is right up there with and maybe it's just that we're both up very early in the morning. I don't know.
And we're a lot older than most everybody else we're interacting with. Might be one of those two things, right? Like Adam's looking at it's like, God, these guys are like my dad's age. So tell us,
how's it going, young kid?
We've actually had interactions, I think, with a couple of people where I told them I was old enough to be their dad too. So tell us about where you can be found, Dennis. What are you doing? I know you're working on a draft guide too for redraft and stuff like that. So pump it up.
Yeah, you could find all of my contact information and all of my content over at fakepigskin.com. Been writing for them for a couple of years. Last year, I sort of went AWOL with the pandemic and everything. My regular job got kind of in the way of my fantasy football stuff. You could also read about my NASCAR content at frontstretch.com. And during the day, you can check out all of my interviews that I do with various guests at wityradio.com. I'm the Ag Show host and Ag director for a small town radio station here in Danville, Illinois.
I was mentioning to our producer, Michael Duncan, who will pop on sooner or later as well. Wanted to plug him while I could while we're here, that you're a weatherman and that when I have weather-related questions on Twitter, I always point to you or one of the guys on our team, Dan, or usually both of you, right? And if I have any injury questions or things of that nature, I always point to Adam. Adam's our injury guy there, and he knows a lot about this stuff. With that, guys, let's take a look at if we look at the draft so far, right through 3 rounds. Who would you say has done the best job? And Adam, I'm going to go to you first with this one. Who do you think has done a great job first 3 rounds?
It wasn't like super flashy, but I've kind of been a fan of what the Browns have been doing. We talked about it last night on the stream for day 2. I think the Browns are trying to match finally what like the Steelers and the Ravens have done and make like that real nasty defense. I loved the Greg Newsome pick. I thought that was like a really sneaky corner that people were sleeping on. In the Big Ten, I mean, he really roughed up a lot of those wide receivers, a very handsy defensive back, and you're going to need a guy like that in the AFC North that's not afraid to get physical with some of those wide receivers. So I really like what the Browns have been building over there. Going more defense. It feels like their offense is kind of solidified. And then they got a guy round 3, and Anthony Schwartz that I feel like was kind of like a luxury pick for them that they could be really creative for. And some of that I think we're excited about at the Undroppables fantasy wise.
Yes, I agree. I think they did a great job beefing up that defense some, right? They also got that linebacker, Owusu Koromoa, in the 2nd round, right?
Absolutely.
Nice pick. It's big. I like what they did too, and they're an up and coming team. They're going to be pretty scary, I think, this year. Dennis, who do you think did a really, really good job first 3 rounds?
Well, first of all, I was amazed that the Bears were able to pull off getting Justin Fields. That was a big move. It's going to help their team quite a bit. And when I look at the draft, I look at it from real football terms and fantasy football terms. On the fantasy football side of things, I'm really excited about going after some Travis Etienne from Jacksonville. I think he's in a good situation to get a lot of opportunities. I know that's going to hurt the feelings of the James Robinson believers, but I think you got to look at the shiny new player, and there it is. The weirdest thing that happened in the draft, though, was 4 young quarterbacks getting paired up with their college teammates, 3 wide receivers, and then a running back with their young quarterback. So that, to me, was kind of a very weird thing. Are we going to see more of that going through, where the quickest way to get a young quarterback up to speed is to have one of the guys on the team that he's worked with before? As far as real football impact, how scary is it if Dallas, who's had so many great athletes on the defensive side, they add some key guys here in the draft that could be impact players if they can figure out how to use them in a viable defensive scheme? So I think Dallas, even though I despise the Cowboys and everything they stand for, I think that they might have made themselves better, much better, and probably take over being the favorite in that division.
Well, five defensive picks, right? That's a lot. They're really looking to beef up that defense quite a bit. I like what they did there as well. With Dak healthy, I love that offense. I've been a big Dak Prescott guy, both real football and fantasy football for a few years now. He was one of my late round QBs that I knew I could get and would be successful with. I'm interested to see how they plug these guys in on defense and see how it works out for them. Because last year, I mean, they didn't look that great, did they?
It didn't make any sense to me, because if you look at the pedigree of the players on that defense, they've got a lot of great athletes. Did they just have a really, really bad scheme? And did they have sort of the square pegs in the round hole kind of thing, where they were putting guys in positions where they were ready to fail because they weren't used correctly? Parsons is a fabulous pick, but he's another one of those players that doesn't fit the mold of what you're definitely looking for. How are they going to use him? Are they going to use him all over the field? Are they going to use him? It's going to be interesting to see what they do. But boy, they got a lot of shiny new objects to use on defense to go with some great athletes. If they can come up with a better scheme, their defense could make a big improvement. The other team that I really think helped themselves, Miami, has been impressing me.
That was going to be my team.
That they make.
That was going to be the team I said as well. I think Miami's done a great job in the draft, a really great job. I was a little surprised by Waddle, by the way, in the first round. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but that one I found a surprise. But I liked the defensive picks, the edge rusher. I really like the offensive line pick, by the way. Eichenberg, am I saying his name right, Adam? I'm going to ask Adam to correct me if I'm wrong.
It sounds right. It sounds right. I'll allow it.
You'll allow that one? Yeah. So what do you guys think about that? I mean, and Hunter Long at tight end isn't a bad addition there as well. That was going to be my team, Dennis, that I thought really did a great job in the draft so far. And of course, I'm a homer, so I think the Patriots did a great job too. Whether they did or not doesn't matter. That's
well, I'm a homer too, and my Chiefs did okay too, loading up on the line. So I was okay with that, with the limited number of picks that they had.
Adam, which is your team?
I'm traditionally a Bears fan, but living in Jacksonville, I also root for the Jags as well.
That's not too bad.
Yeah. I think, like, for me, I like the Bears getting Justin Fields, but It's crazy because Ryan Pace cannot help himself. Like he has to. He's the new Dave Gettleman. He has to trade up. He has to trade up. And I know that getting a guy like Justin Fields is going to cost some money and cost a lot of draft capital, and I get that. But then to compound that and double down, and I like Tavon Jenkins as well. I think that was a nice offensive line piece. But you see him again trade up. And I don't think the Bears pick again now till like the 6th round. We've got 2 6th-round picks, and that's it. We're done for today.
Didn't they just trade up a few years ago to get a quarterback too?
Yeah.
They did the same thing to get Trubisky.
They traded a lot of draft capital to get Khalil Mack. I mean, he just he loves to burn the draft capital. I don't know what it is about Ryan Pace. I don't know if he thinks he's smarter than everybody and he's got to get his guys, but he can't help himself.
What I was impressed with the Bears move is around here, I'm just about 2 hours south of Chicago, and here everybody was talking about Jenkins as their 1st-round pick at 20. So you get a quarterback and you get the guy that they really had their eye on in the 1st round late. That's not a bad move. But I agree with you. Missing out on some of that 3rd and 4th round capital now, that's where you kind of fill out your team. That's where you fill out some young athletes to be kind of in the wings to kind of fill in. Anything past the 4th round, forget it.
And the Bears.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Bears have a lot of issues. Like they had to let Kyle Fuller go because they couldn't manage the cap space situation. Like they needed to get a decent corner, I think, out of this draft, and they're not going to be able to because they don't pick again to the 6th round. And like I said, I like the Tavon Jenkins pick. I think, like you said, Dennis, he had 1st round, draft appeal, but at the same time, watching the draft here, I saw a lot of offensive lineman pieces go in the 2nd and 3rd round. Maybe Tavon Jenkins was their number 1 rated player, but could they have possibly got their 3rd or 4th guy down there, maintained that draft capital, and filled some other needs? I don't know. Time will tell if that was a worthwhile trade up to make all that. I just know as a Bears fan, we're looking at it. It's easy to go, okay, we got our quarterback, we got a franchise tackle here, but we're going to need more than that, and we don't have any capital. Really, this draft, and I mean next year's draft, we got we don't have a 1st round pick, so we got a 2nd and 3rd round pick, and that's about it. Again, so he's going to have to do some finagling here through their offseason or free agency because the Bears have some holes.
This almost reminds me of someone who owns a fantasy team and is on this win now thing. And if it doesn't work, they're going to just quit the league next year because Pace and Nagy have to perform this year. So they're mortgaging somebody else's future if it doesn't work.
Well, and I think we see a lot of that in pro sports in general, by the way, but I agree. I look at the NFL draft similar to how I look at a fantasy draft, by the way, because so many people think, that everybody's excited right now. And our 1st round picks are all going to be superstars. And let's face it, we all know historically that's simply not true, right? Like it's just not true. Some of them will be great. Some of them won't be. Some 3rd and 4th round picks will turn into superstars. It's just how things tend to play out. Adam, who do you think has been the biggest failure draft-wise? Would you say the Bears, or do you have another team that you think really has done a crappy job?
So it's being really nitpicky here, and it's based off of 1 pick. But I felt like, and maybe they know something I don't. I mean, obviously that's their jobs. I feel like the Chargers were killing it, and then they drafted Palmer in the 3rd round, and I'm thinking, what the heck are we doing? Like they got the steal of the draft probably at Slater falling to them. Like Slater should not have been there. And then they kind of get and then they get a guy in Asante Samuel Jr. that was kind of that fringy late 1st round, 2nd round cornerback, slid maybe a little bit farther than he should. Some other guys went ahead of him. And then they use a pick, and I think you probably could have got Palmer in the 6th or 7th round, maybe even undrafted, the way that a lot of big boards were looking. It's just kind of like not being able to read the room at all. That was being a little nitpicky, I know, but that was one that stood out to me. And then I'm going to be a little cynical here. Like I like in some ways what Miami was doing, but I just feel like they have a lot of this draft capital, and I wasn't a fan of like the way they used it, especially early on. Like I think I'm a big Slater guy. Like I watch a lot of Big Ten football. I think Slater was a guy that Miami could have drafted and put him anywhere in the offensive line. Like he didn't have to be a tackle. Like he's a super versatile player. So if you were going to pass on Penny Sewell, I think that would have made sense to get Slater. And they go Jalen Waddle, who is a freak athlete. We all know that, but feels like a redundant asset to Will Fuller. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like similar to the Jags, some of these picks are just kind of like, oh, we got a lot of draft capital to burn and we're going to be extravagant with it.
One of the things I'll point out here, kind of playing devil's advocate on Miami not taking the linemen early, impact players are hard to come by in the National Football League. If you wait until the third round or later to draft a guy, less than 5% are becoming starters over the last 6 drafts. Versus if you look at any offensive line right now, my Chiefs have rebuilt their entire offensive line. They don't have a single guy who had first or second round draft pedigree, yet they're considered some of the best linemen in the league. I think you can hit on linemen, both offensive and defensive, later in the draft, whereas you can't hit on those impact players. I thought Waddle was a little early as well. I thought maybe they could have even traded down if that's the guy they had in mind, because I think he might have fallen a little bit. The guy that the draft I don't understand, and maybe you can, it's another one of these deals. Adam, I agree with you. It's like I hate to get too aggressive on these guys because I'm not getting a paycheck to run an NFL team, and I have the sense to know that I'm not as good at it as they would be. But can you explain Kadarius Toney to me from the Giants? I just don't understand, again, why they picked him where they picked him. Their draft they were going well as far as getting more draft capital, and then all of a sudden they make a play where I could be dead wrong on the guy, but I think he's second round material all the way.
I was surprised by that pick too, by the way, with the Giants. I think they have a lot of wide receivers, and they added yet another wide receiver. And with the way passing goes in the NFL, that's great. They were one of 2 teams I thought really screwed up their draft by going wide receiver in the first round when they need offensive line help. If you recall, I mentioned that a certain team was probably going to lose the Super Bowl because all their offensive linemen were hurt. That's your Kansas City Chiefs. And they've done a good job of getting new, younger guys who look good. Like, I think they've done a great job this offseason, by the way, of revamping that, and they're looking like they'll maintain being a powerhouse. But the Giants, I thought, failed with their draft so far. They haven't even addressed the offensive line, right? And then everybody knows I'm a never Mixon guy. I really like Joe Burrow. But the Bungles here, man. I mean, I love Jamar Chase. I do like that the Bengals came back in the second round and got Jackson Carman. But how they passed on Sewell in the first round blew my freaking mind. Just blown away. I'm like, you have no offensive line. You're struggling running the ball and passing the ball at times because your offensive line isn't very good, and you don't address that. You got a wide receiver where I don't know if they need the wide receiver help. I mean, what do you guys think on that one?
So I want to make a point about the Giants real quick, just to kind of play devil's advocate, because I think, and our reporter, our producer here, Michael, pointed out that the Giants wanted Devonta Smith. It's clear the Eagles knew that the Giants wanted Devonta Smith and leapfrog them. Now, I will say in Gettleman's defense, where I think if the Eagles had done that in past years, Gettleman would have just taken Toney at 11 and said, this is the next. We were taking a wide receiver. This is the next guy on our board. We're just going to take Toney at 11. Actually, for the first time, made a smart move, finessed the Bears, traded back, and still got his guy. So if you're a Giants fan, I think I would be encouraged by that because they still technically got their guy, but were able to obtain a lot more draft capital. They got a 4th-round pick and a 1st-round pick next year. So whether we like Tony or not, listen, I mean, it's the Kevin White corollary. He's a late breakout, athletic freak, all those measurable things. Will it pan out? We'll have to see. He's got 1st-round draft capital, but it sounds like the Giants got their guy and at a discounted rate with another 1st-round pick. So I don't mind that as much if I'm a Giants fan.
The other one that I didn't. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to say that I agree. That extra pick helps. So they're not playing the game win now and screw whoever comes in after they all get fired at least.
Yeah. The other team that I was questioning their move at the time, and again, he's going to be a big impact on the kick return game. But for your first pick of the draft, taking Tutu Atwell for the Rams didn't make any sense to me. I guess maybe what they can do is they can save a seat on the plane when they go on road trips because he can fit in the overhead bin. But other than that, I mean, the guy is electric, but he's small. I mean, he is small, and I didn't know if he was the best guy there for what they needed either. But again, it certainly helps their return game. That's for sure.
I feel like with Tutu, that was drafting for a need. Like they brought in Matt Stafford. I had to forget about it. They brought in Deshaun Jackson this offseason, someone to take the top off the defense. You feel like they know the injury concerns with Deshaun Jackson not being able to stay healthy. You see a guy like Tutu Atwell, very similar role. You plug him right behind him. You say, hey, if Deshaun Jackson can't figure it out this year or is injured late in the season, we've got another guy that can step right in and do the things that he does for this offense. But I agree with your point, Dennis, especially for fantasy. Like I think people are going to look now at Tutu Atwell with that draft capital and say, why draft Rondale Moore in the 2nd round where I could potentially get Tutu Atwell late 3rd, early 4th in my rookie drafts? And I think that would be a mistake. I think Tutu Atwell is a very one-dimensional player. He is a small guy. He's like 165 pounds. He's going to be asked to do one thing in that offense, and that's likely only going to happen if Deshaun Jackson gets hurt.
And Michael's pointing out while Rondale Moore is a future Hall of Famer.
Hey man, he's not the smartest producer on Twitter for no reason. He knows what he's talking about.
He knows what he's talking about. Love that guy. Adam, who did you think?
Rondale Moore is an absolute tank. That kid is so solid. I heard some of the
receivers with guns or what? I mean, they're just monsters now. They look like bodybuilders.
Yeah, and I actually think that I know he's a wide receiver and Eckler is a running back, but I see him being used in that Eckler mode where he's going to be a great extra guy. I mean, you can motion him, you can line him up in the backfield. I mean, you can wildcat to him. I mean, there's a gazillion ways that you can use him. And as we saw Adam, he didn't have a quarterback the last 2 years of his career at Purdue. It was awful. It was for a place that used to be known as quarterback U back in my day. It was pretty bad. And so he's an electric player, and he's a guy that I think could have a pretty good fantasy impact as well.
I'd like to see the goal line packages that Cliff Kingsbury comes up with Kyler Murray, Chase Edmonds, and Rondale Moore in the backfield. You're not going to be able to see either one of them behind that offensive line. They would easily get lost. You can do a lot of jet sweeps, motions, things like that. Like it'd be easy to hide those 3 guys in a backfield. I think it could be a lot of fun. I thought Rondale Moore, as much as I love him, I thought he was the most landing spot dependent wide receiver in that top tier of guys. And this wasn't my top choice, but I think Arizona is a good place for him to go. Cliff Kingsbury is going to design ways for him to get the ball. They want to be creative. It's clear Andy Isabella wasn't working out in that kind of role. So I think Rondell Moore has a good opportunity here.
It's not going to take away from Hopkins at all. It's just going to help enhance Hopkins because they won't be able to double him and take him out of games because they've got more weapons now.
If we have a question for you, by the way, Adam. Are ACL tears genetic? Tylan Wallace fears because of his brother.
So yes and no. And I wrote a Twitter thread piece on this, and after our rookie draft guide drops, I've got some extra content for people that are really interested, highlighting some of our prospects, medical histories, and Tylan Wallace is going to be one of those guys. For those that don't know or aren't familiar, his twin brother suffered 3 ACL tears, and that effectively ended his college career. And there's been some interesting studies in terms of twins and genetics related to ACL tears. So it feels like more than just a coincidence, the fact that Tylan Wallace tore his ACL in college. I did tweet last night, like, if you thought the Terrence Marshall concerns about injury were real, like, it's not a mistake that Tylan Wallace has slipped this far. And some of the guys that I was worried about looking at their injury profiles, it's interesting to see, like, Tylan Wallace was one of those guys. Brevin Jordan was one of those guys that I was a little bit concerned about. And he didn't slip as far. I think 3rd round draft capital for a running back is good, but Trey Sermon was another guy that I was a little bit iffy about. So to see some of those guys slip kind of reaffirms some issues that I had. I think Terrence Marshall, looking at his profile, that definitely is a concern if you look at it from the outside looking in. But some of the stuff he did in college made me less worried. So I think that was like a really sneaky good pick for the Panthers. I think he definitely did slip because of that medical history. But in the 3rd round to get a guy like that, I think the Panthers knocked it out of the park. They lose Curtis Samuel, and then they bolster that wide receiver room right away by bringing in Marshall.
And I actually think that is going to hurt DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson more than Curtis Samuel did last year from fantasy point of view.
Tweeted that out immediately, as a matter of fact, last night after the pick.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah, I actually think he's got the capability of becoming that alpha receiver on a team. Again, he has to stay healthy.
It'll be interesting to see what the Panthers do, because I didn't really like. I'm a big DJ Moore fan. I have probably the most DJ Moore exposure to any dynasty on any of my dynasty rosters. And the way he was used last year, it was like in the Robbie Anderson role, which is weird. Like he led the team in air yards, but a lot of them were unrealized. They didn't get connected on a lot of them. And that's nice to see, but I almost feel like I'd like to see him transition into the slot and be used a little bit more that way, closer to the line of scrimmage. We know he's a yards after the catch machine. Draft up some plays for him. I'm wondering if drafting Marshall maybe allows Moore to slide into that role a little bit more and can be a little bit more fantasy viable, safer floor in PPR leagues with a higher target total. But it'll be interesting because I think you're right. Marshall has superstar potential that could hurt.
Over the last 2 years, DJ Moore.
I'm sorry. Do you guys think that quarterback change for the Panthers helps out these receivers as well? No, not at all, Dennis.
I don't believe so. What I was going to mention about DJ Moore is he's like the consistency guy to have on a fantasy team. 72.4% of his games over the last 2 seasons, he scored 10 or more points for you. He didn't have a consistent, huge, I'm having the 2 touchdown games all the time, but his consistency is why you want DJ Moore on your team.
Yeah. What do you think, Adam? Do you think the quarterback change helps out DJ Moore at all?
I mean, I think quarterbacks are hard to figure out. I will say the the thing the Panthers probably have going for him that gets forgotten is Sam Darnold is still super young. Like, there's room for him to grow. He was, I think, the youngest player in his class when he came out. Like, it clearly didn't work out with the Jets. There's clearly some flaws in his mechanics. But to get a guy that maybe you could reinvent with Joe Brady, I think is interesting to see. But I'm not going to pretend like I know what's wrong with Sam Darnold or if he can be good or not. I know there's a lot of different opinions. We're just going to have to wait and see. Like, they clearly invested in him. They pick up his 5th-year option. So he's going to be the guy for a little bit. So hopefully it works out.
It's also funny how when players leave the Jets, they get better.
Yeah, I wasn't big on Darnold coming out of college, though, and it wasn't so much his arm strength or anything like that. He just didn't take care of the football. He had a ton of turnovers, and he had 20 fumbles in his college career. He's continued to be a turnover machine, and even if you don't lose a fumble, if you give up a fumble, you have given up a big play, a big negative yardage play, and that's going to hurt the offense. I just don't see that as a big improvement over Teddy Bridgewater from a fantasy football point of view. Will they find a way to use Sam Darnold in a better way, sort of like Cleveland does with Baker Mayfield, where they don't require him to win games for him, and he becomes more of a game management guy who can actually throw the ball when asked upon. I look at Baker Mayfield and I look at him as a better real NFL quarterback than a fantasy quarterback. And I'm kind of wondering if that's what we'll get out of Darnold as well.
Maybe. Who's the fantasy-wise active rostered player, not a rookie? Who's the biggest winner, do you think, fantasy-wise so far, if we look at the draft? I have someone in mind I think is the biggest winner so far.
Lay it on us.
Fantasy-wise. I know Myles Gaskin. Right now, Gaskin's the biggest winner for me, fantasy-wise. They did not draft someone to replace him at running back yet, anyways.
Yeah, I'm going to toss. Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't believe that Gaskin is that big impact player. If you look at weekly values of players, when he missed games, Salvin Ahmed was exactly identical to Gaskin in weekly value. And when I calculate weekly value, it's a term that I throw out there a lot. I look at the what ifs. What if this guy was your starter for the next 10 games? What's the upside from this guy? And those two guys were identical. When that happens with this statistical tool, that means that's what the position is worth. If you look at CMC versus Mike Davis, Davis had a very solid year. But if you look at their best 10 scorers, it's CMC is way up here and Davis is down here. It's more than what the position earns. But having no other challenge for that spot and a guy who seemed to take pretty good care of the ball, you got to believe he's going to get a lot of good red zone touches if he can stay healthy.
I don't know if it's the biggest winner, but I think Jalen Reagor, the Eagles drafting Devonta Smith, I don't think hurt him as much. Like, I think if they would have drafted Jamar Chase, that would have been a problem. But I don't look at Devonta Smith. I think he's a good wide receiver, but I don't look at Devonta Smith as a guy that's going to demand a huge target load or a lot of volume there. And I think it might actually help Reagor by maybe putting Devonta Smith on the outside and similar to like DJ Moore, maybe getting Reagor back in the slot and kind of operate in that role as well. So I think as somebody that had some Reagor shares, that was a good pick.
I viewed that exactly the same way. You as well, Dennis? I think that helps Reagor as well. I really like that pick.
That is a great point, Adam. That's a good catch. I've got one that's way out of left field that is going to get snickers from everybody. But somebody's got to catch the ball in Detroit other than TJ Hawkinson. How about Tyrell Williams being in a position where if he can stay healthy, he could actually be something in fantasy? And I'm not talking one of the top 12 wide receivers in fantasy, but he's going to be darn near cheap, almost free in leagues. And he's got a chance of being a productive guy to put in the flex or as your second wide receiver or in bye week replacements if he can stay healthy. The guy's got all the physical attributes that you want in a good red zone receiver. And they'll try, the defense has to take Hawkinson out of the game, right? Who else is there? Does Quintez Cephas excite you? Does Brashad Perriman? How about Geronimo Allison coming back from COVID? None of those names do it for me, but Tyrell Williams, that's a guy that, you know, he's a guy that's had a lot of injuries, and, you know, he's a long shot pick for me, but without Detroit getting a receiver, they're either doing one of two things. They're trying to shore up the rest of the team, or they're playing for last place this year so they can get a quarterback in the draft next year. But if he can stay healthy, he's got a chance of being a real sleeper.
I'll pick you off of that too, and I think TJ Hawkinson to that point. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
If we're talking about rookie drafts here, and you're somebody that plays in a tight end premium league, and Kyle Pitts is going to be a really popular player, what if I could flip Kyle Pitts for a TJ Hawkinson, who's kind of been forgotten about? They're going to look at him as in a gross situation with Jared Goff throwing him the ball, but he has virtually no target competition. If I could flip Kyle Pitts for like a TJ Hawkinson plus a second round pick in rookie drafts, early second round pick, I'd be all over that. I think TJ Hawkinson could see a lot of targets.
Yeah, should be.
Go ahead, Dennis.
No, he should see a huge increase in volume. Hawkinson was very inconsistent over the last 2 years. He was under 43% as far as scoring 10 points or more, but he also hasn't been, that offense has been a train wreck. So do they have a better idea of how to use him? He's an incredibly talented guy, and he should be the focal point of that entire offense. He should be sort of that George Kittle, getting 10 targets plus a game kind of guy, who's going to rack up some yardage, and he'll just stumble into the end zone over the course of the year. He should score a lot more fantasy points than he has the last 2 years for sure.
And Detroit's done a good job with their draft, by the way. If you're not following anybody who's part of the Lions Den or whatever they call themselves, Detroit Lions Twitter, happen to be pretty tight with a lot of guys that are in that. The offensive lineman in the first round, right? Sewell, who I mentioned that I was shocked that he should have been drafted by both teams that picked before they did, yet somehow he fell to them and they got him. Then the 2 defensive tackles and a cornerback. I really like what they did this year as well so far in the draft. With that, who's the biggest loser fantasy-wise right now, according to how the draft is going? And I'm going to bounce to you, Adam, first on that one. Who's the biggest loser?
I think the biggest loser is any fantasy manager that had T. Higgins on their team, because before Thursday, you were going to be able to get potentially a top 5 rookie pick for T. Higgins, and his value is like just taking a deep, a big hit. And I think he'd still be good. I'd like to have T. Higgins on my team. I try to acquire him at a discounted rate right now if I can, if people are really worried about Jamar Chase. But there's no doubting that there's another alpha in that wide receiver room with Jamar Chase coming to town, and that definitely is going to hurt Higgins.
Okay, I agree. That's if Burrow can get the ball out before he gets pancaked, it's going to be a tough group. That'll probably be a group of wide receivers I may actually avoid in like redraft, where there's just a lot of them now. Dennis, who do you think took it on the chin right now, fantasy wise?
Well, first of all, I love the Higgins at a discount thing because I think Boyd will be expendable after this season. His dead cap kind of gets to that point where maybe he becomes a cap casualty if you've got two really, really outstanding young wide receivers. As far as who lost, there's no question in my mind. James Robinson went from being a guy that was being drafted, in the top 10 at running back, and now I don't know what to do with him. But I have a strategy when it comes to fantasy football, and that has always treated me well. There are so few stud running backs in this league. The top 6, if you look at their best 10 values, after the top 6, there's a huge gap to number 7. And then from 7 to 22 or so, they're all pretty close. So the question is, grab one of those guys that's in that second tier who you think has upside. And James Robinson doesn't. So he's being drafted at a point where the range of outcomes for him is just tremendous right now. And, it's not that he was a bad player. I just recently moved down to Danville from up near the Rockford area, and I got to watch the highlights of this kid every week. It seemed like when he was up at high school in the Rockford area, the guy was making moves like you wouldn't believe and was putting up yardage like you wouldn't believe. But there was a reason he didn't get a big college program after him, and he went to Illinois State. Hard work has rewarded him with an NFL career, but there's a reason that he's being replaced. He's a plotter. He's a good, solid NFL running back, but he doesn't have that spectacular upside. Does Travis? I don't know, but he's positioned right now to take over that offense. Whereas James Robinson, you just don't know how they're going to use him or what your opportunities are going to be. And Adam, it's very obvious you have a similar theory to me of not hating any player, not loving any player. It's all about value in fantasy football. Last year in the rookie drafts, a couple of the drafts, Tua was dropping. I wasn't big on Tua coming off the injury. I wasn't sure what he was going to be. But as soon as he fell to me at 106 in the first, I was like, I'm taking this guy. It's worth the gamble. And I also took Herbert right with him. But in fantasy football, it's not about falling in love with a player. I jokingly say I'd trade my mother for 3 first rounds and a couple of players. If I can get a 5-for-1 deal, one of my horrible teams had Saquon Barkley, who I think is the fantasy god, but I was able to trade him for 5 draft picks. This is a couple of years ago. 5 draft picks, A.J. Brown and Corey Davis. And I got Dallas Goedert as a toss-in. And I'm like, I don't even know if this guy's going to hit the field, but what the hell? And A.J. Brown was the guy I insisted they throw in if I had to take Corey Davis. And now I got 2 okay wide receiver. A.J. Brown's turned into a god in fantasy. But Corey Davis might not be all that bad this year, and Goddard might have some upside. But all those draft picks are rebuilding my team. So I traded one of my favorite fantasy players for a boatload of picks and a boatload of players, because there comes a time when the offer is just too good on anybody, that you got to take the deal, because it's all about risk versus reward and where you pick these guys. And if I can get 5-for-1 on any starter, I'll take it.
I recently was having one of our guys do a piece of artwork for me, and he said, it's hard doing something for you. You don't have any players that you absolutely love, that you ride or die with. Don't you have a favorite player? And I said, my favorite player in fantasy are the ones that get me the most points. And Mark just told me I was weird. I do have players I hate, as I mention them often, but that's because they constantly let me down if I roster them. That's why I hate them. I like the don't have any favorite players. I do have the attitude, as a lot of fantasy players do, with hey, maybe everybody's tradable, but it depends on where you're at with those things. I have guys that once I roster them, that they produce every week on a week-to-week basis, so steady that I don't want to let them go, right? Like things like that. I know people are saying now in comments that they hate Drew Lock. I think a lot of us do. I think a lot of people don't like Drew Lock, and I don't know if we have to worry about him hitting the field too often this coming season.
Yeah, that's another team where I don't understand why they didn't take a young quarterback. When I looked at that draft, I'm like, why? But again, if you take a young quarterback, to me, that didn't make any sense, because you've got some decent wide receivers, you've got some decent offensive pieces. Now you've added Javonte Williams, who's a great pick, but if they would have added the quarterback instead, I'm just kind of wondering.
I think John Elway probably has PTSD from drafting quarterbacks. I mean, Paxton Lynch didn't work out. The list goes on. The list goes on and on. I mean, it's interesting to look at the way they built that team, because they literally, like, Drew Lock has no excuse. Like, we said that last year, and it's even more true this year. Like, you're going to have Cortland Sutton finally fully healthy. You just added Javonte Williams in that backfield. Like, Drew Lock has no excuse, and I think if he performs poorly, you're going to see Teddy Bridgewater step right in there, and at least we know Teddy can get the ball out and put it where it needs to be. He doesn't have the strongest arm or anything like that, but he can at least distribute the ball and be a game manager. That was an interesting pick. I think Jerry Jones is still pissed at John Elway for taking Patrick Surtain there at 9, and because all reports indicated that's who the Cowboys wanted, and I think they were sweating when J.C. Horn went at 7.
I actually like that pick, by the way, of Surtain at 9. Not just because I knew that meant a quarterback would make it to the Patriots, because that is part of why I liked it. But I really like Surtain. I thought that was a good pick by the Broncos. I didn't think they were going to go with a quarterback early, because when did they make that trade? The day before the draft, 2 days before the draft?
Yeah.
To get a quarterback. So, they have at least 2 guys who I think they view as startable. And, they're building their team in other ways. I think they view that as, if they don't have somebody who's an outright stud, we'll just have somebody who's serviceable, and we'll try to stack up other places so we can win. That division's going to be pretty tough.
And we talked about, like, matching the division with the Browns, like, kind of matching on defense. Like, if you're in that division, you've got Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. You got to play twice. You know what I mean? So, like, you've got to have some guys that can cover wide receivers and can go deep into coverage for extended periods of time, because those 2 guys are going to extend plays and get outside the pocket, and they can burn you. So it makes sense in that regard, definitely, that they're playing. They're drafting for their division where they know they got to play those guys.
Yep. Yeah, and this isn't to take away from Surtain, because I think he's a tremendous athlete. I also like J.C. Horn as as cornerback, but there comes a time when maybe I'm wrong on Justin Fields. I fully admit that, but I actually think there's a chance that 5 years from now, we're looking back at this draft and we're looking at Justin Fields as potentially the best quarterback in this class. And you just don't let a guy slip away like that who's falling down the board, in my opinion, because you'd love to have those matchup corners to take care of dealing with the Mahomes and the Herbert headaches over the next couple of seasons, but you're going to be in a lot worse shape maybe if Drew Lock is turning the ball over at inside his 25-yard line.
You mean is still, not if he is still turning it over there? Yeah. Justin Fields, I know we've talked about him a couple times, but Adam, you're a Bears fan. You overly excited about that pick?
I was. I mean, I was really surprised when it happened. I couldn't believe it. I thought when he made it outside the top 10, I said the Bears got to figure out a way to get up from 20 to get up here and get Justin Fields, because I don't think he's going to slip much farther. And I think the Patriots might have tried to get up there if the Bears didn't. So I do. Like I said, it's hard to evaluate quarterbacks when we're talking about Sam Darnold. They better be right about that, though, because the Trubisky pick set that franchise back 5 to 7 years. And if they miss on Justin Fields, what they've invested in the draft capital there, that's going to set us back another 3 to 4 years as well. So they got to hit. I mean, they better hope that they know what they're doing, and they better take care of them too. And I went back and forth with the Tevin Jenkins pick, and that's protecting your assets, and I get that. But they better hope that it works out, because they don't have a lot of draft capital.
And the interesting side of this one is they're setting themselves up potentially for the exact same problem they set themselves up with the Trubisky thing. You start out with one coach. If they have a bad season, then Justin Fields is going to be on a completely different offensive system in year 2. So they have the chance of screwing up another quarterback if they're not careful here. But I look at the player, and I've gone around and around. Again, as a Purdue guy, I saw way too much of Justin Fields, and the Northwestern game had me worried, because I'm looking at Northwestern and what they were able to do against him. And I said, that's the worst defense in the NFL is going to be able to do more of that than Northwestern is. And he looked sort of ordinary. But then I thought about it, and I'm like, but he still got the win. And that's that toughness, and that's that, I don't want to lose mentality that the Bears don't have. Sometimes when Trubisky would throw a bad ball, you'd look at him coming off the field, and he was like, shouldn't you be a little more upset at yourself? I mean, I just don't. Trubisky's physical talents were not the problem. I just think between the ears, he could only see half the field, and he didn't have a good football sense. I look at Justin Fields, and he seems to know when that pressure's coming from the backside and to get the heck out of there. So I'm very excited for my wife, because she's a big Bears fan, and my stepson, they're finally going to get a quarterback to celebrate. And they were so worried about having to put up with Andy Dalton.
I thought Andy Dalton was a weird move for them. I know people like Gemmo the Icon was super excited on Twitter. I'm friendly with Gemmo, and he's a Bears fan, and he was super excited about the Fields move. Once I saw that the trade happened, I knew they were drafting Fields, and being a Patriots fan, I said, well, we'll still get Mac Jones since we're not going to get Fields. But I also pointed out to one of my best friends in text that, this is what they did with Trubisky, right? So if they screw this up, heads are going to roll. I don't hate Trubisky as much as other people for fantasy purposes. I can tell you he's won me a lot of money in DFS many times. So,
yeah.
And he didn't have good games in real football when he did it, but I didn't care.
I was actually pushing from a fantasy standpoint for them to sign Dalton instead of Foles the previous year, to get Dalton on the team instead of going after Foles. And so when this happened, I was like, okay, a year late, but they finally got the guy, because I don't think he would have been awful. But how cool is it that it ended up almost being like a little smoke screen that they could trade under the Patriots and beat them to the guy that they wanted. I'm not so sure that happens if the only quarterback on your roster is Nick Foles.
Yeah, I know a lot of Philly fans who think Nick Foles is the greatest thing since sliced bread. He did win them a Super Bowl, and I know, because I was on the opposite end of that as a fan. But Nick Foles is Nick Foles, right? Big game Nick. Yeah, I know, Michael. I see you, Big Dick Nick. I know all about it. Lots of Philly friends. but he's still Nick Foles. He's great in big games, but other than that,
He's
So-
an average quarterback. He's not
Yeah.
He can't win. He's just he isn't going to cost you games. He had a good Super Bowl, yes, but maybe 10 other guys could have had similar games in that situation.
It's I think so. He's some guys are great on the big stage. He was great on the big stage. In the regular season, he's not that great. We're coming up on that. We are at the end of the hour. Thanks for joining us, Dennis. Dennis, is there anything else you want to pump? Get those plugs in now. I know I actually have to schedule a call with you, by the way, that I meant to reach out to you for, but I've been busy with regular work, so I'll connect with you offline again. But what do you want to pump?
Next thing's coming up is a little bit of a review of how the draft might affect fantasy stock going forward, and also the debut of the new position scarcity index, building on my weekly statistical tool theme. And the cool thing about this is you'll be able to customize the game plan to whatever kind of league you're running, whether it's a 1 quarterback, super flex, 3 wide receivers. You will have a position scarcity index that will let you know, hey, it's time to get off of the running back or get off the wide receiver and go grab other positions.
Yep. I can tell you Dennis has changed my mind on some things on a week-to-week basis. So it was great to get to talk to you in person since I hadn't done it yet, and we've been pretty tight on Twitter for a few years now. Thanks for coming on. We're going to be bringing in our next guest. Matt Hicks is going to be joining us. And here he is.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Welcome, Matt Hicks. You're here to educate us a little bit. I'm Mike Reedy, and Matt, I actually don't know you. So welcome. Great to bring you on. Tell us where you can be found and give us some plugs here for what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on here. Day 3 of the draft is my favorite day, so I'm glad to be on here. My big thing, I look at rookies year-round, 365, and look at rookie value. So I've been meticulously updating the rookie big board, which is like my big thing, which I try to rank, engage rookie player value over the course of the season. And I currently have 102 film evals, and only maybe half of those guys have been taken so far. So we're gonna fill in this board today with a lot of landing spots, and that's my big thing. It's on Patreon, patreon.com/theFFeducator, and it's just $3 a month for year-round access to those rookie rankings.
All right, cool, excellent. And I don't know if you know Adam. Matt?
I don't think we've interacted before, but I've definitely seen your stuff on Twitter, so it's nice to get the opportunity to chat with you here for a little bit and watch the draft together.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel good. It's day 3. You can kick back. I'm watching Roger Goodell right now wearing a long sleeve shirt. It feels like all of us on Zoom versus going to work in person. So just it's a nice vibe on day 3.
So
very casual on day 3.
Exactly.
Having the first pick in this next round is the Jags. I know Adam, you live in that area, and Matt, from what you're telling me. So what do we think? Where do we think the Jaguars are going here? Let Matt, since you just joined us, man. What do you think the Jags are going to do with this pick?
So if I'm not mistaken, Jacksonville has not addressed the tight end position yet. And I think that would be a really interesting spot here. I mean, Brevin Jordan is still on the board. I think a lot of us were hoping he would go day 2. So I think that would be pretty fun. I hope they don't go wide receiver. It seems like everybody wants them to, but I actually like their wide receiver room right now. So I would love for it to be tight end right off the bat. Start us off with a nice little fantasy boom.
What do you think, Adam?
No, I think Brevin Jordan would be a great pick. Give them some versatility. They definitely need tight end. position. And I agree with what Matt said. I like their wide receiver room. So it'll be interesting to see. They certainly have been doing whatever they like and what they believe. The Tyson Campbell pick, I think, was a little bit surprising to some people, but they're doing their thing.
Yeah, I'm looking here. They went, quarterback, running back early, obviously with the Clemson duo, and they've gone corner, safety. So they've addressed the secondary. They took Walker Little, who's kind of a real developmental prospect there at 45. So they've gone all around the roster. So unpredictable, I think.
Yeah. I think that would be a great move by them. We'll see what they do. So one of the things we're talking as we were with Dennis prior to joining Matt is who do you think has really nailed the draft so far? Any team you think has done just a magnificent job on the first 2 days of the draft? Like better than anybody else?
I mean, I think it's got to be the Bears, right? It's hard. It's hard for me to sit here and hype up the Chicago Bears, but I think that's what I have to do. I mean, not only the Justin Fields pick, which I think is the best quarterback value of the draft. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence going 1 is the best quarterback, but to get Justin Fields at, I believe it ended up being 11. And then, not to underrate Tevin Jenkins, getting him in the second round. That was an offensive lineman that a lot of folks pegged as kind of a day one guy. So to not only get Justin Fields, but then immediately turn around and fill the biggest gap on their offense, past quarterback, the offensive line definitely needed some interior help. So I love what the Bears are doing, and it feels kind of gross to say that.
I think that's funny. I think offensive line seems to be the most stable guys to draft, by the way, in the NFL draft. It just feels that those guys, they seem to be very solid early round picks when they get drafted by teams. Like they always produce. It doesn't seem like they miss as often as some other positions. And I could be wrong, but I like that Jenkins pick as well. I think we get mixed reviews on people because they sold the farm to get Fields, but if Fields turns into what people think he should be, I think it's worth it, right? And Adam,
Absolutely.
You've talked a couple of times. So what do you think about the Jenkins pick?
Yeah, I mean, I it's not that I don't like the player, I don't like the pick. It's just as like a Bears fan, we've seen consistently now Ryan Pace just trade up and blow draft capital like no one else. Like this dude is not living unless he's trading away first round picks. That's all he does. It's like, you can have a first round pick. You can have my first round pick. I don't need this first round pick. You can have that. He's always trading up. He's the new Gettleman in the NFL. So it's just frustrating from that standpoint. Like I feel like the hubris that he has as a background as a scout, that he thinks he knows something that no one else knows. Granted, he got 2 good players in this draft. I get that. But the fact that he doesn't think he needs these later round picks because he's getting the best guys in the draft makes me a little bit nervous as a Bears fan.
Yeah, it's interesting. A couple of thoughts come to mind. I think first, like I totally understand the fan perspective there of being very frustrated with your front office, because I'm a Giants fan first and foremost. But it's interesting because it's like I think Ryan Pace is making decisions that's going to save his job, and that might not necessarily be in the best interest of the team 3 years down the road. So I definitely understand the frustration from a fan perspective. I think one thing, and probably not bailing out Ryan Pace, because I don't think he deserves the benefit of the doubt. But there's been a lot of chatter early on in this year's draft with the idea of teams maybe more willing to be aggressive in trading up in the first and second rounds, just because the information, the medical evaluations, the scouting on some of these guys that are available day 3 is so much less than what we would have in a traditional year. Not being able to get them to the combine for those medicals, and not being able to have your scouts in the buildings of some of these smaller college teams. So there's kind of this notion that if you know who you like rounds 1 and 2, move up and get those guys and forego some of those later round picks. But I certainly understand the frustrated fan perspective.
So once we get past the Jags here, after them, the Jets have the next pick in the draft, right? I am certainly not someone who really likes the Jets, being a Patriots fan. What do you see them doing, Matt? Where do you see them going?
Yeah, well, this is cool. By the way, were they bringing in that pick from Wembley? That's pretty cool. I think that's a good pick for Jacksonville to a Fele. Hopefully, right? We have the Jets and then we have the Falcons. So hopefully we get some running backs, right? Either one of these
Falcons don't go running back, I would be surprised.
Kenny Gainwell's right there. Kenny Gainwell is a perfect fit in Atlanta. The Jets, probably, it would be interesting with the Jets if they may be interested in Michael Carter, maybe. I still think Kylan Hill could go really high. And one of the guys I really like too, and actually I think this might be the guy the Jets go for, just seeing how they build out their offense. Demetric Felton at a UCLA. He's kind of a hybrid running back / wide receiver. But it seems like, adding Elijah Moore, adding Zach Wilson, they're going to want some more creativity, a little juice maybe in that offense. And Demetric Felton, if he goes to the Jets, he was already pretty high on my board going in. He was a top 25 player, which was higher than most, and he would be a smash second-round pick for me. So I would be very happy if that was the pick.
I'd like to see Kylan Hill in the Jets. I feel like that would be like a nice complete kind of running back as opposed to a Michael Carter or Kenny Gainwell, where their skill set's a little bit more limited. I think that would be a pretty cool pick to see here.
I'm a huge Kylan Hill fan, so I would absolutely be behind that. And scheme fit wise, Hill is a 3-down back. He is a complete 3-down back. He might not have, the same 3-down back upside as maybe, Najee Harris or otherwise, but I'm an SEC guy. And I saw, Kylan Hill being super productive. If you go back to 2019, he was the Mississippi State offense. And this past year, he showed his pass catching ability in Mike Leach's offense for 3 games before opting out. So there's a lot to like, and I think I'm a little delayed. I'm trying not to look look directly at the feed here, but
it's Michael Carter.
It looks like we've got a running back.
It's the wrong Michael Carter. Michael Carter. Out of Duke, though, safety. It's the wrong one. I thought they got me. I thought it was going to be the running back.
Oh, no, I'm seeing running back.
Oh wait, what am I? Oh, I looked at the wrong thing then. Okay, it is Michael Carter. They showed the wrong thing on ESPN right now. They showed the Duke safety. That's what threw me off.
That's a big. Increase. That's a great pick for Michael Carter. There's who are you competing with? Michael Pirine? Unless they double up at running back, which I don't think they will. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think they'll double up either. I think that's a great landing spot as well. He's not competing with anyone there. And hey, Adam, did you see comment from Brad, I think, out there on the hip issues were a concern for Jenkins? Did you see it that way?
No, I hadn't looked into it that much, but I would trust Brad's knowledge on that because he dives deeper than anybody that I know in terms of like looking at offensive line guys and looking how they're moving out of there. So that might be something I dive a little bit deeper. It wouldn't surprise me if the Bears overlooked a medical issue and traded up and drafted somebody and invested a lot in them and they didn't do their homework. But that's interesting. That's a good point.
I'm loving having a Bears fan trash the organization on this, by the way. This is just amazing. You have some deep insight there. So we have the Falcons up next. Matt, what do you think? They go running back as well? I'm shocked they haven't yet, by the way.
Kenny Gainwell. I think Gainwell is the perfect fit. But again, not to just kind of say the same players would be good anywhere, but Kylan Hill could absolutely have a role in this offense too. So I think Carter makes sense to the Jets just because we heard the NFL was high on Carter. I had him pegged as a day 2 guy, so I guess 2 picks off isn't too bad. But Kenny Gainwell was somebody that I thought we had heard might fall a little bit further just because he only had 1 season of collegiate work. But from all reports, his off season of training was really strong. He came through at the combine, so hopefully it's Kenny Gainwell. I know I'm on a little bit of a delayed feed here, so I'm just hoping they come through for us fantasy players.
Darren Hall, CB. He took a cornerback.
We got the little
another one.
The
Didn't they already
ticker
take
on the bottom here. It looks like.
Oh man!
I think they did. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, they're picking again. Atlanta's picking again in 5 picks. A sneaky spot here with Tennessee on the board. I think Tennessee is a candidate to add a running back day 3, just because Derrick Henry has 2 years left. I don't think Darrington Evans really proved anything his first year that would stop them from adding a running back. So it might not be as high as round 4, but don't be surprised if Tennessee adds a running back at some point as well. Oh yes, but they that's right. They still haven't addressed the wide receiver position. I was so mad about that last night. If Tylan Wallace comes off the board here, I would absolutely love that. I'm a huge Tylan Wallace fan. I know he's going to fall, but hopefully not too far.
Matt, why do you? I mean, you look at some of these guys a little bit deeper, probably than I have. What's going on with Amon-Ra St. Brown? I'm a little bit surprised that we're still in the 4th round and he hasn't been picked either.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting. I didn't notice this at first. Tennessee is traded up, so you have to think that they thought somebody shouldn't have fallen to day 3. Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was such an interesting player for me to evaluate and try to put a rookie ranking on him. This whole process has been difficult because he's somebody who is really good at pretty much everything, right? And that sounds really good. That makes you a good pro. But for fantasy football and even the NFL to a degree, if you don't have one thing that you're really good at, it can be difficult for teams to figure out how you fit on their roster, right? Because, we know most schemes emphasize a certain trait or certain qualities in wide receivers especially. So if you don't have those elite traits, it can be difficult for a team to see you as a fit. That being said, I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is somebody who's going to hit the ground running in the NFL. I don't think he'll ever be a wide receiver 1 on a team. He's never going to be your pure X. But I think he's the wide receiver 2/3 on an NFL team that you want and you just always want to have on there. So, you think about Tennessee as a potential landing spot, playing opposite of an elite wide receiver like A.J. Brown, it's perfect. Oh,
they just picked
They did not.
Fitzpatrick.
They did not. Oh, my gosh. I know the NFL was high on Des Fitzpatrick.
Action to priceless, man.
It's just here's the thing. Des isn't bad, but he's not as good as these guys that are still on the board.
What are they doing in Tennessee? Palmer got drafted yesterday, and now we got Des Fitzpatrick going a lot higher than people thought he was going to go to, ahead of some other guys. It's University of Tennessee is cranking out the wide receiver talent.
Well, Fitzpatrick is Louisville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, now I was confused, man. I've been slipping all over the place. Okay, that makes sense now.
Yeah, but Josh Palmer's an interesting one. I'm a Volunteers fan. I went there for school, so unfortunately, I watch a lot of Volunteers football. And Josh Palmer's a really interesting one. I had kind of heard that the NFL was into him, but he lacked so much production, and he didn't really even see the field until his final year at Tennessee. And I thought their interest was going to be more around 5. I thought it was kind of taking him from a UDFA to a round 5 guy. Palmer is good, but he's got good ball skills. He's got decent size, but I was shocked to see him go in the 3rd round again, especially with the options that are out there right now. So I think at this point we need to think that Tylan Wallace had really bad medicals. I think that's the only way he's fallen this far. And for a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't know at all why he's falling this far, to be honest with you.
There's probably some information somewhere we don't know about. I would assume that this interesting picks here in day 3, huh? Getting asked, Matt, if you think Michael Carter can handle a workhorse type load in New Jersey. Do you think Michael Carter can handle that?
Yeah, absolutely. I do. I'm gonna double check myself, but I believe that Michael Carter ran the ball just as much, if not more, than Javonte Williams did last year in North Carolina. I'm gonna fact check myself quickly here. Rushing attempts. Yeah, Michael Carter ran the ball 156 times this past year. Javonte Williams ran the ball 157 times. And by the way, Michael Carter outproduced Javonte Williams in rushing yards. He didn't have as many touchdowns, which is what a lot of folks, got excited about with Javonte Williams. Michael Carter also had 25 receptions, which was the same number as Javonte Williams. And so I think Michael Carter, absolutely can be. Now, is he going to be a 250 carry guy? No, probably not. I expect my projections are going to land him between 180, 200 touches, but that's pretty good capital for a mid-round, that's pretty good volume, for a mid-round capital.
That's nice. That's not bad at all. And Cleveland just made their pick. They picked James Hudson, the tackle.
Oh, man. Cleveland's doing too good for me as a guy who lives in Baltimore right now. I think Cleveland's doing too good of a job this draft.
Cleveland's doing a very good job. We were talking about that earlier before you joined us as well. They're one of the teams I think do a great job this year in the draft. This has honestly been a very exciting draft for me. I thought the first round was one of the most exciting first rounds ever. With the action that happened and the teams trading up, et cetera. Do you feel that way, Matt, that the first round was more exciting than normal, or am I just feeling that way because it's a COVID year?
I think we all need it one way or the other. It was interesting to me because we the first the first like 10 picks before the Bears traded up. So the first 10 picks, it was kind of boring. And I was like, and everyone had kind of said, like, this is going to be crazy. It's going to be a wild year because of these lack of information. And then all of a sudden, it's like the floodgates opened up. Everybody started trading. But we didn't get that normal, like, end of day one buzz. Like, usually there's, like, the Baltimore Ravens when they traded up to get Lamar at the end. And then that gives you a storyline. Or, like, even last year, it was like the Chiefs took Edwards-Helaire with the last pick of the first round, and it set everybody ablaze for 24 hours. But a day two was like was the Wild West. It was like everyone moving up, moving down. You couldn't even keep up with who was trading. And what I love about the NFL, and this is, this kind of even extends past the draft, but it feels like over the last 3 or 4 years, you don't need to have huge deals to make trades. Like, I feel like in the past, when you made a trade in the NFL, it was a huge package. But like even these trades on day 2, it was like, all right, give up a 6th-round pick, move up 2 spots. And like that kind of stuff just keeps it more interesting and fun, even if your team's only really moving around a couple spots.
Adam, do you find it more exciting this year? Day 1 and day 2?
Yeah, especially the first round. The first round felt like a fantasy football draft with like Pitts, Chase, Waddle, Smith. Like usually in past years, it feels like you get a couple quarterbacks and then you get, the offensive linemen, the edge rushers, some smart defensive players. So the first round to me was exciting, and it didn't have that buzz for sure, but there was some guys late in the first round that were fantasy relevant. Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, Rashad Bateman. Those are some interesting picks. The second round was kind of a little bit a letdown for me because I feel like that's usually where we see a lot of those fantasy guys go, but so many went in the first round that a lot of, like, I think savvy picks were made in the second round, a lot of offensive linemen and things like that. And that, day 3, the 4th, 5th round, some of these guys that get picked are always interesting. I feel like you get a lot of those truthers that come out for the guys when they get picked. We'll get a lot of I'm sure when Amon-Ra St. Brown gets picked or Tylan Wallace gets picked, we'll get a lot of their truthers come out on Twitter. So I think it could be fun. I've enjoyed it. I enjoy it every year.
I won't lie, guys. I fell asleep at like 9:30 last night, so I missed what was going on in the draft. I'm that much older than you. That's all that means. I'm that much older than Matt. Did you just see Cameron Sample, defensive end, Cincinnati? What do you think of that pick, Matthew?
Fine. Did they address edge earlier, or am I mistaken there? Or I'm thinking they added. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of Cleveland there. But I'll tell you what does interest me is Detroit has back-to-back picks here, and if the Lions take back-to-back picks and don't add one of these wide receivers we're talking about, that would be very frustrating. Especially because I think they've added 2 defensive tackles so far. Oh, I'm in luck. You know the pick already? Don't tell me. Oh, that's what are the comments?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That makes a ton of sense.
Oh, I'm not
even.
Oh, look at that. That is good. See, that's exactly that.
That
is perfect. That is perfect for Amon-Ra St. Brown. High volume role. Rashard Perriman there can take a little bit off the top of the defense. Oh, that's fantastic. Well done. Very well done.
That is a great landing spot. And you were right that by the way, the Bengals did take an edge with Joseph Asai. They took an edge rusher.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong. I see. I love Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I took you off, Adam. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say that's who we were talking about the wide receivers available for Detroit. I was hoping they would take him on around St. Brown. To Matt's point, he was kind of the most complete guy. We know their wide receiver room is pretty shallow, so you get a guy that can do a lot of things for them on that side. That made a lot of sense to get St. Brown. I think that's a good spot for him, even though maybe his draft capital was a little later than we wanted in the 4th round.
They're killing this draft, though. The Lions are killing it. They're doing a really good job. I'll admit I'm used to seeing them just be absolutely putrid. So they're doing a really good job.
I mean, they're going to be scary when they show up day one with Penny Sewell, and I'm blanking on the guy's name that they drafted in the 2nd round, the offensive lineman out of Washington, I think.
Levi Osuwakora. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
No.
They're going to be scary when they show up day one with those 2 guys.
Yeah, they're really killing the draft. I'm not a Lions fan, by the way, Matt. I'm a Patriots fan. I'm a Boston. You just can't hear any Boston accent from me. I just am friends, evidently, on Twitter. I'm connected to half of the Lions fans on the planet, so I get to see everything they're doing in detail.
I fully understand. I'm originally from Connecticut, so I understand the Patriot fan mentality here. So not that I am one, for the record, Giants fan, but Connecticut is split down the middle there. So I'm surrounded by Patriots fans.
That's what I would have asked. You were a Giants fan. Being a Patriots fan and being as old as I am, what's this? The Detroit Derek Barnes, linebacker, Purdue, another Boilermaker. I'm assuming Adam's going to put sunglasses on for another kneecap biter.
That dude is like an old school linebacker. Like, he's a run stuffing dude. He gets in there. He's a tough dude. We were sad to see him leave because he had another year of eligibility at Purdue, but he's a good solid linebacker.
That's good. They're doing a good job here, man. Really good job. What I was going to say with Patriots fans being older, I remember when the Patriots were absolutely hubble, and living in the Boston area, that just meant that we got to watch Giants games. So I really pretty much rooted for the Giants a lot in the playoffs growing up because that's who was on TV. Derek Barnes. What do you think of that pick, Matt?
I got nothing on Barnes. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Adam's commentary on Barnes is much more insightful than anything I'm going to provide.
I mean, he's just like a traditional middle linebacker. He doesn't have, I think, the speed that sometimes these linebackers need in the NFL, where they can cover the sideline to sideline. He's more of like a north-south guy, but he's a guy that's not afraid to get his nose in there, get dirty, lay out some hits. Purdue's had a couple of these guys come out in recent years, these linebackers that are more the traditional type that can get up there and be a run stuffer. So depending on, where Detroit uses them, I think he could definitely be valuable.
Good pick then. It's a good pick. And
makes sense for what
do
I think they're building.
Are we getting the Falcons again next?
Oh, come on.
I think we are.
That's a disappointment.
Still no running back.
Oh,
Drew Dahlman.
They're digging.
Wow, I'm surprised.
We talked about winners and
rolling
losers in this draft. Mike Davis, man. Mike Davis is coming out pretty.
Oh, I hate it.
He's winning. Yeah, one of our topics before you joined, Matt, was who do you think is the biggest winner fantasy-wise as an active player, not a rookie, so far in the draft? And I had said Myles Gaskins was, and it looks like Mike Davis might be right now as well, like big winner. That's a nice call, Adam, by the way.
It'll be interesting. I think maybe I just am being too pessimistic on Mike Davis. I think it's probably better for Myles Gaskin, just because Miami has kind of addressed the position, in other ways. They've added some other guys, so I don't think they're going to keep adding vets. But there is always like a second wave of veteran signings after the draft, and so I'm almost wondering, does Todd Gurley end up coming back for an extra year? Do we add a running back? I mean, they got to add at least one other person in there at some point, right?
We would hope so. And that's Atlanta took Drew Dahlman. See, Michael Duncan, I listen to you. I think that just shocked me, that pick. I really expected them to go running back. I was really surprised by that. Dallas is up next. Anything one of you guys see Dallas needing here? I think they're doing a good job in the draft, by the way, as well, with all these defensive players. They may address something offensively now.
Tight end?
An insight, Matt?
Do you think Brevin Jordan's in play here for Dallas? I know everyone loves Jarwin, and I'm a big Jarwin fan too, but they just addressed so much on the defensive side. Do you think Dallas could pull that off, or do you think they continue to go defensively here?
I think they could address tight end. I mean, Jerry Jones, I know we kind of rag on the Cowboys, but he is a fairly disciplined drafter for the most part. The team, maybe I should say the team around him keeps him fairly disciplined for the most part. We've kind of heard stories that he's not the most disciplined guy. But, so best player available, I mean, it does kind of meet with Brevin Jordan falling. You would think that'd be a pretty good value. He might capitalize on it. Man, my feed is behind. I just saw the Derek Barnes pick on my network feed.
Same. Whatever Dunk, our producer, has going on, man, he's on top of it. I mean, we're getting these picks in quicker than I'm seeing, because I did just see the Derek Barnes pick, and I'm reminiscing.
He's in Cleveland right now. He's calling in the cards.
I'm just enjoying these Derek Barnes highlights right now.
This guys named Michael tend to be pretty good at things, by the way, but Michael Duncan is amazing.
Keeping us on track for sure.
He'll keep us on track. He's not shy. He's definitely not a shy guy at all. I like what Dallas has done with all these defensive players they've drafted so far. I think they needed that. I also could see them going tight end. Oh, Nope. Guess what they did? Dallas drafts Jabril Cox, linebacker.
Another linebacker?
So they're really beefing up that defense. Really going to beef that team up defensively. Wow.
A lot of the discussion was that they didn't know where Michael Parsons was going to fit, and they're going to add in another linebacker to that room. Wow.
Dallas last year, they pretty much said our offense is set. I think Dak, people are worried about the ankle thing. I think Dak's going to be ready to go week 1. I'm not overly concerned about that injury. Might hurt his mobility a little bit, but he doesn't need to be running a whole lot when you got CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and Amari Cooper. I think it could be exciting if they maybe implement Tony Pollard a little bit more. I know for fantasy purposes, we'd like to see Tony Pollard get the ball some more. So I don't mind them just, doubling down, getting as much defensive players as they can because their defense has been abysmal. And then just saying, we've got everything we need on offense.
I agree with you there. I like what. Sorry,
oh, Giant. Okay. No, sorry. I saw the Giants were up, then I saw the ticker, so then I stopped myself.
New York Giants. Ellerson Smith, defensive end. That's not a bad pick by the Giants. I think they're still hurting at offensive line, but who am I to say that?
I'm surprised they haven't addressed that. There's, at least, one interior lineman that I still like out there in Trey Smith. But I guess that we're going to double down on edge because the Giants took Azeez Ojulari yesterday, which I loved that pick by the Giants. But it seems like they're gonna double down there, which makes sense for Kittleman.
Do we think there is a team left in this 4th round that could take another running back? I'm trying to look because I was hoping that Kenny Gainwell would see at least like 3rd or 4th round draft capital, and I'm getting a little nervous here looking at some of the teams that are left in the 4th round. I don't know if we see a whole lot more running backs go.
I'm just like looking ahead on my ticker here, and there's a couple teams that I think could actually use a running back, but we won't like it for fantasy. I'm looking at I think the Eagles do probably want another running back there. I think the Bengals could add a running back. I think Carolina will add a running back. None of those are great for fantasy, but I think they're realistic landing spots.
What about the Chargers?
Yeah, I think I'm an Austin Eckler truther, so I might be a little biased, but I think between Eckler and just having enough there with Joshua Kelly and Justin Jackson, I think they're fine. Certainly I think if they took another running back in the 4th round, it would be an upgrade over Josh Kelly or Justin Jackson, but they're a team I think that could be prioritizing wide receivers still because I don't believe they took one yesterday. Oh, no, they took Josh Palmer. That's right. That's annoying. And they took tight end already. So, yeah, I wonder where they're going to head. Yeah, that Josh Palmer pick.
I mean, not to rag on the Chargers too much, but yeah, I did not get the Josh Palmer, obviously that one too. And I'm kind of doubling down because I said I had some injury concerns about.
I'm a good truther as well. I don't see them taking a running back there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The Chargers, I don't get them going Trey McKinney over Brevin Jordan. And I know it's me doubling down because I said I had some injury concerns about Brevin Jordan coming out. And then taking Josh Palmer against some of the other wide receivers that were still on the board. I felt like they did so awesome in round 1 and 2. And then in round 3 and 4, I'm kind of left scratching my head.
We love Josh Palmer. Yeah, there you go, Kyle. Kyle's a Vols guy. That's
yeah, we know. We know.
So yes, Kyle, we do love Josh Palmer, but I think even Kyle will admit that 3rd round kind of came out of nowhere. For
have you met Kyle?
Yeah,
he'll never admit that. He'll never admit that.
Well, I will say, like, in defense of Josh
And
Palmer.
that's what I was going to say.
Sorry, I think I might be lagging a little bit.
I think you're good. I think we might be lagging on our end here, Matt. I think because I can.
I was just gonna say, in defense of Josh Palmer,
The ranks of Bobby Brown.
Bobby Brown. Okay.
I wonder if he's gonna perform.
Okay.
Hey, so I'm just gonna hop in real quick, fill in for Mike while he his stream hopefully evens out a little bit. But Matt, I did want to ask you, are these running backs dead? All the guys that we have? Like because obviously we kind of all admitted there was a top three. There was, ETN, Najee Harris, and Javonte Williams. Michael Carter goes in the 4th round, Trey Sermon goes in the 3rd. All these other guys, are they even worth obviously you're gonna draft them, but do they have any value?
Yeah, it's interesting for me. When I do my rating, my rookie rating that I give everybody, it's actually not a significant drop off in points for me. The way that I do, draft capital is factored into what I call opportunity index, or just your ability to touch the ball in the NFL. Right, that's so important. In landing spot is just one part of that, but the difference between being a 1st round pick and a 5th round pick is obviously huge. But for me, the difference between being a 3rd round pick and a 4th round pick, it's not as big of a deal. And just because I think that, and I understand hit rates are out there, and I understand those things exist, but from kind of the unique lens that I try to bring to it is really an understanding of the draft process. And understanding that these teams are kind of put in buckets, right, by the NFL draft. This is a day one guy. And even actually, let me kind of, go down this rabbit hole a little bit. There's not even really day one guys. It's really, this is a top 10 player, and then this is a 1st round grade. And when an NFL team gives a 1st round grade, it's really, there's only about anywhere between 18 to 20 guys who get a 1st round grade every year, right? So that's my first bucket. It's top 10 picks. Then I call it like mid 1st round. It's anybody with a 1st round grade that's not top 10. And then after that, my next bucket, and they get different, points in my system based on what bucket they fall in. My next bucket is 20 to 50. And the bucket after that is picks 50 to 106. And then this next bucket is anybody in the 4th or 5th round. So although it's fantastic to see Michael Carter get almost, day 2 draft capital, he's going to be in the same bucket as me, at least for specifically draft capital, as if Kenny Gainwell goes at the back end of the 5th. Now, I think what factors into that is when I go ahead and put him in my projections, realistically, a guy that's taken at the top of the 4th is going to get more touches than somebody at the back end of the 5th, and it evens out volume-wise. But I guess that's a really long way of me explaining that, like, for me, it's going to end up being how I see them fit into an offense and what volume I think they could get. Because at the end of the day, especially with running backs, right? I mean, how many fantasy football relevant running backs come from rounds 5, 6, and 7, undrafted free agents of the NFL draft? So it's totally cool to proceed with caution. But if you loved Kenny Gainwell going into this and he lands in a spot where you feel like he could get a legitimate shot down the road, still go ahead and get your guy in the rookie drafts.
As someone who pays a lot of attention to the analytics on my end, it's really refreshing to hear someone say that they're not dead for going on day 3. Even if that's necessary to talk myself into a guy like Jaquan Hardy, our very own, hashtag draft Jaquan. I'm just going to throw that out there, real quick plug. But it's nice. It is nice to hear that. And I think it's really interesting because normally we see, like, I saw a stat last night. I think there was something like 10 running backs that went on day 2 last year or something like that. And yesterday we had, 2?
Yeah.
2 running backs.
2.
So I am curious, I guess, how the NFL is going to proceed forward, knowing that, only 2 were taken on day 2. So do they all just hate all of these running backs? Or do they think that they're all, like you're saying, kind of in the same bucket, so they don't feel like they need to reach on anyone? Like, why take, Michael Carter at the 3rd round if you can get Kenny Gainwell in the 5th or something like that. So hopefully maybe it doesn't make a difference. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that or how this draft might end up working out for some of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's refreshing to hear from Matt about Kenny Gainwell, because I was really hoping that we would have seen him come off the board by now. He was somebody I was really excited about, but it sounds like there's still life out there, so we'll just be optimistic and hope that he's drafted soon here.
Yeah, for sure. And, the other thing to keep in mind, too, whenever you see a player slide further than you want to see, then it's really about why, right? Like doing a little bit of the digging. And by the way, I totally appreciate the analytics side of things. It's not what I focus on, but like I understand, and I definitely like to, take those things into account when I'm making my draft choice. But you always want to look at why. And one reason that may be specific to this year, Kenny Gainwell is falling, opt out. Kylan Hill is falling, pretty much an opt out. So maybe that is factoring in more. And to Adam's point, maybe an NFL team at the top of the 4th is saying, I like Kenny Gainwell, but he opted out, and I didn't get to see, much more than 1 year of college tape on him. I'll take that risk in round 5. I won't take that risk in round 4, despite the fact that I might think, I have no difference in evaluation on their talent. It's simply, the NFL draft is an evaluation of talent, but in so many ways, it's an evaluation of risk. Who is the riskier pick? Who's going to get my butt fired, right? Yep. Or who is worth the risk? Who am I going to look really smart on? Oh, my gosh. No.
So we have 2 running backs off the board as we're having this conversation. I don't even know the name of the first one.
Nwangu, I heard the NFL was higher on him, but
Iowa
my
State,
gosh,
maybe.
pick 120 is wow.
Yeah, so we have I didn't even write who took. So the Vikings took Kene Nwenge. I hope I said that right. Running back out of, I believe, Iowa State. And the following pick, the New England Patriots selected Ramondre Stevenson, big LeGarrette Blount type running back. Matt, do you want to tell us about especially Kene Nwenge, because I literally have never heard that name before, and I thought I knew all the sleepers.
Yeah, Nwenge is on the board. He is not somebody who got a film eval from me, so I'm going to have to go back and actually look at some film. He's 6'0", 210. He is out of Iowa State, like you were saying. I had heard some really late NFL draft buzz for him, but I did not expect him to go this high. Who took him?
The Vikings.
The Vikings. Okay, so, is that the CJ Ham role? No, that's the Mike Boone role, maybe? He might play more of in a fullback type role. I don't know that this is going to be fantasy relevant still.
Is that say? Yeah, if he is a fullback, I guess he does not really have fantasy relevance. Is there a possibility that he is replacing Alexander Madison? Maybe they haven't gotten what they like out of that backup running back role in the past couple of years, and they think that he is a better solution to that role.
I wouldn't think so, but I'm also a Madison guy, so maybe I am a little biased in saying that. But I don't think, and I haven't done the film eval, so I guess I should proceed with caution. But it doesn't seem to me like you would be on that same level of talent.
That makes sense.
I watched a decent number of Iowa State games. He's a power back. He's going to be like a complementary piece. I can't help, sometimes we get on these trends. You wonder if people are, just falling in love with the Iowa State backfield. David Montgomery was a high pick. We expect Breece Hall to be one of the better running backs coming out of next year's class. So I think Nwenge probably benefits from that, just playing on that team and being a part of that backfield. But I wouldn't really worry about Cook or maybe Madison, because I think he kind of does a different role as that power guy.
So that's 2 power backs going back and back to back. Ramondre Stevenson is I already said it once, but very LeGarrette Blount, which is ironic to see him going to New England. He's a guy that I don't think has a lot of pass catching prowess. I personally didn't watch a ton of tape. I did the analytics on him. He came out decently in the places that I typically look. But I don't know what that necessarily is going to mean for New England, especially considering the fact that, When was the last time they just had a single running back that had fantasy value without any injuries? So
this is frustrating for me because I have been investing in Damian Harris a decent amount this offseason. But remember, Damian Harris was also a relatively high selection. I want to say a
third round.
Yeah, day 2 selection. Yep. Back in 2019, it would have been. So he spent about 2 years, despite the fact that every time we hear from New England camp, they like him.
Yep.
So maybe we have to wait a couple years for Ramondre Stevenson, or maybe this is a signal of the end for Sony Michel, who has not been able to stay.
That's my thought. I mean, Sony Michel was never used in pass catching situations. I mean, and I thought that coming out, he was a decent pass catcher, but they never used him that way. They very much relegated him to that first and second down role, the goal line role. And I think even last year, you started to see Damian Harris kind of take a lot of that work from him. Damian Harris was the closest thing that they had to a lead back, probably at least between the last few years. I mean, he did nothing his rookie year, but they also still have J.J. Taylor there, who I believe was a UDFA for them last year. So it's going to be interesting because I don't think Damian Harris was really catching passes either. Another guy who had that ability, but just it never happened for him. So I'm curious how Ramondre Stevenson is going to kind of go into that backfield and what role he's going to be able to play. So. But I am getting another pick in. The Jaguars traded up to select edge Jordan Smith with the 121st overall pick. And the Bengals selected a defensive tackle with the 122nd overall pick, Tyler Shelvin.
Shelvin. Okay. That's a good value for Shelvin. Which puts Philly on the clock, right?
Oh, shit. Yeah. Well, I wanted Jabril Cox. I think we need cornerback. I think we need linebacker. Those are two things we have not addressed yet at all. I doubt we go wide receiver again with Devonta Smith in the first. And I think what you said earlier is something a lot of people haven't talked about, but is something I've been thinking a lot about is I think we need another running back.
Yeah. And I hate to say that because I have been buying Miles Sanders at what I think is a low, but I mean, you know, what are we working with? Corey Clement still?
He's not signed, but we got Boston Scott, baby.
There it is. I always like Corey Clement and Boston Scott to me are the same person, even though I know they aren't. Like for fantasy purposes, they're just like, which one do you want? I don't know. Take one in the 48th round of your startup. I don't know.
You're pretty spot on there. Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked if they went with a running back in the 4th round. It's very against the grain for what Philly typically likes to do with their draft, which is build through the lines. Then again, they also hate linebackers, so I don't know if I would be shocked if they go linebacker. But
they've addressed DB?
No, they haven't, which is, I think, the other big thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, Darius Slay switched his number to number 2. That kind of addresses that.
Didn't you give big money to what's his name? He wears the green hair.
No, New England gave him big money. Green Goblin, Jalen Mills. We drafted him. Yeah, but Adam, who's your favorite wide receiver still on the board right now? Who are you looking to see come off soon? Because we've yet to see the day 3 wide receiver run.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the big name that stands out at this point is Tylan Wallace. Had some concerns about him, but it's surprising even that he's still here at this point. After that, Tamarian Terry, I think would be interesting. A lot of people fantasy wise like him. He's falling for some different reasons. Seth Williams stands out as a guy. I think late everyone wants to see Jalen Darden picked. Those are some guys. I don't think Jalen Darden maybe goes even in the 5th round. He might be a much later guy, kind of like a Darnell Mooney type. But those are some guys that I'd be interested to see. But you got some cloggers here too that you know people are going to pick, like Sage Surratt. Somebody's probably going to take. Yeah. You know somebody's probably going to be looking maybe at like a Shy Smith. Those are some guys that can maybe could go a little bit higher. Maybe a Daz Newsome.
Cornell Powell out of Clemson.
Cornell will get drafted.
Yeah, I think so too.
I would not be surprised. By the way, I know you mentioned Jalen Darden. I know a lot of fantasy folks are high on him. I would not be surprised if he's a UDFA. I don't really have a draftable grade on him. So it'll be interesting. I absolutely could be wrong, obviously, but he's somebody I've been much lower on.
I mean, I think seeing the names that are falling both at wide receiver and running back, I think we're going to get a lot more UDFAs than we were probably expecting coming into the draft.
It's pushing everybody down. Yeah.
Exactly. And the Eagles have selected. It is Zek. I hope maybe that's a typo. Is it? No, his name is Zek. Zek McPherson, a cornerback out of Texas Tech.
Oh,
there you go, buddy.
Yeah.
That's actually McPherson is and again, I study offensive guys. I don't study defensive guys, but I know the draft side of things for the NFL Draft Bible. I know the draft guys were relatively high on him. So for a 4th round pick, I think that's actually a pretty nice spot.
Matt, that's exactly what I needed to hear. So you're telling me that I can plug him in day one. He's my starting outside cornerback alongside Darius Slay, and he's going to succeed. That's what you just told me.
Yeah, man. And you guys might be the lucky team to win the NFC East with 6.5 wins this year.
You know, yeah, it's pathetic. I don't know. I don't think I actually think we could come in last again. Especially with Dallas, Dak will be healthy. I think they have a lot of linebackers now. So,
well, yeah, and here's the thing, and no fan wants to hear this, but I'm a Giants fan, so I'm experiencing the worst of it. And in the NFL, it's better to tear it down and build it back up, right? Like, and so the Eagles, I think, are in a unique spot where their team's not terrible, but they can spend some time, especially after they moved Wentz, like spend 2 years, quick tear down, build up. You don't have to flip rip down the whole house, right? It's just a quick reno. Whereas like the Giants are just like that. That house on the corner that's just struggling, and you're just kind of slapping some paint on it every year and pretending like all of a sudden the value is going to go up. So, I hope for your sake the Eagles don't go down that route. Like just finish last 1 year, maybe 2, and then bounce back instead of the Giants who are just mediocrity. We're 3rd place every year for the last 5 years. I mean, come on. It's so frustrating.
Plus 3 first round. Well, assuming that the Carson Wentz trade, the pick that came over, if that becomes a 1st round pick, we have 3 1st round picks next year. So
yeah,
I do agree. It can be a quick rebuild, but I think it's obvious that it is a rebuild, but you got some young players to build around. And so real quick, we are coming to the end of this hour. Matt, before we get you out of here, I want to make sure that you have time to plug all the awesome stuff you're doing. So go ahead, tell us where we can find you. Tell us about the stuff that we can read about all your work. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me on here. This is awesome. I love the work, all the undroppables do. You guys have a really great crew over here. Rookie big board is like my big thing. It's 365. It's year round. I have 168 players on the big board. 102 have film evals. So even like our man that got drafted earlier that we didn't know anything about, at least I had a profile on him at least. So I got to go in and dig through some Iowa State tape, I suppose, after this. But
have fun.
Yeah, all of that is available, patreon.com/theFFeducator. And that also comes with, for $3 a month, you also get my top 200 Devy and Dynasty rankings as well. So, that's the goodness there, especially in rookie season. So I appreciate y'all having me on.
Well, thank you for coming on. You're leaving just in time for Brevin Jordan to continue falling. Josh Bates was drafted by the Washington football team, tight end out of Boise State. But thank you so much for coming on, Matt. We're going to say goodbye to you now, and I'm going to bring on some other people. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your draft. I guess go Giants. Not really. Thanks,
enjoy
Matt.
day 3, fellas. Thanks.
Yep.
Adam, we're also coming to the end of your time here. Thank you so much. Plug yourself real quick as I bring up our other undroppables before I bring up our next guest.
Yeah, man, it's been fun. You can find me at @the real Adam _H on Twitter. any of my information at theundroppables.com. It's been fun. I know I'm going to pass it over to you guys, and I'm excited to watch you guys from afar here as we break down day 3 of the draft.
Awesome.
Yeah, day 3.
Thank you so much for being on, Adam. It was a pleasure to have you. And now, before we bring up our next guest, we have Mike Reedy back with hopefully some better technological stuff going on. Hopefully, we're not going to be lagging. If so, you might have to hear my voice again coming up soon. But we've also got Justin at JManFF from the Undroppables hopping on to join us. Justin, how's it going, man?
Doing good, man. Just kind of gearing through round 4 and the rest of the day. Excited about the Cowboys' 4th round pick, Jabril Cox. So enjoyed the draft so far. Pretty shocked at some of the picks, but looking forward to the rest of the draft for sure.
Do you guys have enough linebackers yet, do you think?
No.
And can we borrow some of them? Because we have
no, you definitely cannot.
That's fair. All right, so I'm going to head out, but before I do, I'm going to bring up our next guest, another Mike, so we can have 3 on stream at the same time. Mike Liu is on with us. Mike, how's it going, man?
Hello, guys. How's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, and I leave it to you guys. Enjoy. I will stay backstage where I belong.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Mike? How are you?
Good, man. Just got back from walking my dogs, trying to catch up on what's going on here. Don't think there's been anything.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Anything crazy? I can hear you. Yeah, I think your video is probably freezing up.
Am I lagging like crazy?
Yeah, your video is definitely freezing up.
But we can at least hear you.
So that means I'm back because that is very difficult. And we're hoping that we can get that figured out. But Mike, what do you think of the draft so far? What any quick, reaction to day 1 and day 2?
Yeah, I think for the young quarterbacks, the teams with the young quarterbacks, with the exception of Jacksonville, I think it's been pretty good. I mean, they're building around their team. I think, I really like kind of what the Dolphins are doing. I like what the Eagles are doing. We can all disagree with, prospect evaluation, because that's a tough thing to do. But I kind of like what they're doing in terms of just surrounding their young quarterbacks with weapons and protection, and kind of investing in that mold. So it's been pretty exciting. I thought the ATM pick was pretty brutal, just for Jacksonville. I think, they had 3 top 50 picks, and they blew, in my opinion, like all of them except for Trevor Lawrence. So that's kind of a rough go, but it's been a nice draft so far. There's been disappointments, I guess, on the wide receiver front and running back front, but I think personally, I didn't even expect Trey Sermon to go in day 2. I only expected 3 guys to go, so that was a bonus. So the rest of this, I think, is just kind of playing out exactly how we expected. This running back class kind of stinks. So.
Yeah, I think it seems like the NFL agrees with you. Real quick, before I get Justin's thoughts, we're running a little bit behind on the picks, but pick 125, the Vikings selected cornerback Cameron Bynum. And at 126, we have another running back going. So it seems like we're finally opening up the floodgates. We have Chuba Hubbard going to Carolina. So I guess we have Christian McCaffrey's new backup. Justin, how are you feeling about the draft so far? How are you feeling about the Cowboys, the first round, these young quarterbacks? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think the quarterbacks all fell into really good spots. Really excited to see how Trey Lance kind of grows there in San Francisco. I think we were talking about it at length yesterday when I was on with Kate and Andrew. I felt like Trey Lance was probably the best pick for the 49ers, just in terms of what they're trying to do with their club at this particular moment. I know a lot of people wanted Justin Fields for his uber athleticism and his ability to move and do all those kind of things, but Trey Lance can do those things just as easily. And I think he's going to be really, really good in San Francisco. From a first round perspective, I felt like everything really kind of fell into place. I think the only really weird selections for me was the Giants taking Tony, and of course the Raiders taking Leatherwood.
That's not that weird. Raiders fuck it up every year. So
it's an odd pick, and then you look at who made it, and it kind of makes more sense.
Yeah, for sure. So I think those were really kind of the 2 major quote unquote misses, if that's what you want to call them, at this present moment. We don't even really know what Tony can really be. in that Giants offense. Again, Jason Garrett doesn't really use those types of kind of gadget players very well. He didn't do it with Tavon Austin. He didn't really do it, with other pieces that have, he's had in the past. So we'll see what Tony can do with the Giants. So who knows? But everything else I think really kind of fell into place. Super upset that both the Broncos and the Panthers stole the only players that I wanted in the draft as a Cowboys fan.
The cornerbacks.
In Horn and Surtain right before us. And then even more upset that we allowed the Eagles to come in and get a player that they wanted. No, never allow that ever to happen.
Let's go, Devon Smith. Talking myself more and more into him every day.
So really enjoyed the first couple of days here. I wasn't a huge fan of the Cowboys' second or third round picks. But we'll see. I mean, we took a guy that was basically projected to be an undrafted free agent there at the end.
Yeah, that one was a little shocking.
So we'll see how it pans out. But today, I love a couple of the picks. I think the Jets taking Carter was great. I think the Patriots taking Ramondre Stevens was great. Those were really kind of two picks that I've really kind of enjoyed watching. And then I love the Jabril Cox pick for the Cowboys, for sure.
Yeah, I was hoping he would fall. We did have another tight end that is not named Brevin Jordan get selected. The Indianapolis Colts selected Tyler Granson, tight end. So that's fun. But Michael, as a self-proclaimed film grinder, I would love to know your thoughts on Kadarius Toney and why he went in the first round. Because I know you've been grinding the film for months now. You've been really getting into it. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a pro scout myself, I just want to say, I think what really comes down to is his electric playmaking ability. He's breaking a lot of tackles. He's the next Tyreek Hill, as they say. We're always looking for that next one in the film community, and we don't care how much draft capital we let on fire on the way to get there. So that's kind of where I'm at with Kadarius Toney. I think that's kind of where the folks are at, where the community is at. I think I speak for all the pro film scouts when I say that that was a great pick. So, I'm looking forward to how he pans out in the NFL, especially going on the Giants, which, as we all know, is a premier scouting academy for everyone under the tutelage of Dave Gettleman. So, look, I think all things positive signs are pointing up for the Giants franchise as a whole.
I just want to be clear, because not everyone might be in on the joke. And not everyone understands sarcasm. I don't mean to speak for Mike, but he's not necessarily a what you might call a film grinder. And I don't think that he feels that positively about Kadarius Toney being taken by the Giants. He did a wonderful job of keeping a straight face that entire time, though. That was incredible. 10 out of 10. But out of those guys that went in the first round, especially those wide receivers, what is your favorite landing spot? Is it Waddle? Is it Chase? Is it Toney?
I really like, to be honest, I really like all of them. I think Chase, to me, landing spot proof. I think, Waddle is a bit more risky, but now you pair him up with Will Fuller, and I think that's a really lethal combination that the Dolphins have over there. I don't know how NFL teams are really going to defend that. Even coming from the numbers perspective, like, I really, really love Waddle. Like, he's one of my favorite players in the draft. But I do think, in terms of landing spots, like when it comes to wide receivers, it's like it's important to consider, but it's like also important to not overreact, because it's not like running backs. Wide receivers kind of earn their opportunity through talent, and people are going to shit on the Rashad Bateman landing spot in Baltimore. I think I'm probably one of the few that are a bit more hopeful. Like, do I think it's the best landing spot? No, not necessarily. But do I think it's a worse landing spot? I think it's far from that, because he went in a spot where, the depth chart's wide open. I think he's a very talented wide receiver. I think Lamar is a more talented quarterback than people give him credit for. I mean, he's won an MVP and he's been thrown to bums, his entire career. So, we talk about, surrounding people with talent. And I talked about how I really like what they did in this class to surround a lot of young quarterbacks with talent. I think I like that Baltimore is taking that next step and giving Lamar some talent to throw to. He's got, Hollywood isn't necessarily a bum. I don't want to be mean. He's a first round wide receiver. He's still a good player, but he's not a possession wide receiver, and Lamar has never had that. So, I think Bateman walks into that role, and he can offer someone an outlet on third downs. He can offer someone an outlet on the underneath while still providing the burners to actually burn some DBs. And I think he's a much more complete wide receiver than Hollywood is. So I really, really like that. And, you know, at the end of the day, talent wins out. And I expect Lamar to continue improving. You know, we kind of saw the huge jump that Josh Allen made. Now, do I expect that to happen ever again? Probably not. But I expect some form of improvement from Lamar Jackson. If you look at if you follow his trajectory in college, like he was not very good when he started, but he improved every single year. So I don't see why he can't do that in the NFL. So I'm actually pretty happy with all of them. Obviously, most happy with Kadarius Toney going to the Giants as a pro scout myself.
Of course, yeah. And I think it's great that Rashad Bateman can walk into a situation where he can get, you know, just littered with targets because there isn't a lot of competition because Hollywood is great, but you're right. He's a burner. He's not that possession receiver. So that's extremely interesting. And I agree. And I think actually that I might like Rashad Bateman more now after the landing spot in a weird way because he might fall a little bit more in rookie drafts.
Absolutely. You might get him in the second round. I think getting a first round draft capital wide receiver with first round talent in the second round is very, very hard to do in rookie drafts. I'm talking super flex, of course. So I think that's a steal. I mean, I'm going to try and get him anywhere and everywhere I can because it seems like the majority of people in the market has already kind of wrote him off, and it's been building to this. So like, oh my god, like the death spot is Baltimore Ravens. Death spot is Baltimore Ravens. I disagree. You know, I could be wrong. You know, but even if it doesn't pan out exactly as we expect this year, like how long do we think Roman will be there if they continue to get bounced in the playoffs early on, right?
Yep.
The situation can change a lot, and the only situation that won't change is probably Lamar Jackson being there because I think he's a top flight quarterback, despite Bucky Brooks being an idiot. So I think long term, like that's as good as you can get, right? A talent going to a really good team, and I think that's a very underrated aspect. People are just expecting they think only good wide receivers come from like 500, 600 passing attempt teams, and that's just not true. So, you know, at the end of the day, you bet on the talent, you bet on the player, and I think it was a better landing spot than a lot of people give him credit for. And at the end of the day, talent matters way more anyways. So,
yeah,
I
Mike,
agree.
Speaking of draft capital there, specifically with Bateman in Superflex leagues, where do you have him now? Do you have him 201, 205? Where are you really kind of targeting him there? You know, when I look at the numbers, I see the only issue for me with Bateman, and it's not talent-wise because obviously he's got all the talent and all the skills to be able to be a great fantasy receiver or just in general anything, is the opportunity that he will have to shine in that offense, right? Jackson has not thrown for more than 401 pass attempts in his career yet. And so that kind of concerns me that the Ravens offense in general and the scheme in general just really doesn't fit for him throwing the ball much more.
Yeah.
So where do you have him in that ranking there?
I have to update my rank still. Like so far, I mean, my process is I basically track every pick and I drop in my comments and notes. I track them all in the spreadsheet, and then I go back to my rankings and figure it out after. But I don't really think he was my wide receiver too before the draft, and I don't really think he'll be moving. Like I might tweak it a little bit depending on. I'm trying to think on what I think about Jalen Waddle, because the thing is I was also expecting Jalen Waddle to go as a wide receiver too, anyways. So it's like things kind of just went as I expected. So when that happens, I really don't change my ranks that much. So he's probably still going to be my wide receiver too when it's all said and done. The only difference might be like I moved Kyle Pitts ahead of him, but in my opinion, he's still the second best prospect in the class, and he went to a decent landing spot. I want to, you make some fair pushes, right? Like Lamar Jackson's never put past for, more than 400 attempts. Baltimore Ravens are a run-heavy team, and if we look back in history, these are all facts, right? That these are not debatable. Everything you said is completely true. What I'm trying to figure out is is that true going forward, right? Do you expect Baltimore Ravens to be dead last in neutral game script pass to rush ratio forever? I don't know. I think, like I said, I'm not sure how long Roman lasts there. Maybe he'd last there another year. But if Rashad Bateman goes out there as the leading wide receiver, puts up like 700, 800 yards, that's pretty damn good for a rookie wide receiver. And then what happens if next year they change their philosophy? Let's say they go to the playoffs, they get bounced again in the first round. Something clearly isn't working, right? They're very efficient on the ground, one of the most efficient running teams, but I also think they're a very, very smart team. Like that's what I think. I think about how they approached the game in terms of being very, very forward thinking of using their fourth down as intended. I think that gives you some insight into how that team shifts and how they can adapt to new information. And if the information tells them after 3 years that, hey, your running game is good, but it's not going to get you farther than you need to be, then I think that kind of brings into question. And you kind of see, for me, actions always speak louder than words, right? And what they've done this entire offseason is try and land free agent wide receivers. They didn't succeed because the wide receivers didn't go there. Maybe they thought the same thing you did, like, hey, I'm not going to be able to eat, right? But then when they went to the draft and they made moves and they traded what everyone views as a very, very high-end offensive tackle, potentially one of the better left tackles in the league, to try and land this pick because they wanted to get their guy, and they got their guy. So they want to add weapons. They know they need to add weapons, and they've seen – I just find it very hard to believe that they can watch what Buffalo did with Josh Allen in terms of surrounding him with talent to let him grow and be like, nah, like, fuck that. I'm not going to do that for Lamar Jackson. So that's where I'm coming from. And it's definitely a projection, and it's definitely a guess, right? It's a guess by me. But what I'm betting on is them being a more optimal team than the rest of the NFL, which they've proven they are. And, again, I'm looking for production in year one, really important. But I'm also looking for production in that first 3 years and how they develop. And I'm not so sure that Greg Roman's going to be there after this year. That's kind of where I'm coming from with Rashad Bateman. So there's definitely risks, like you said. But at the end of the day, I think the talent is good. I think the talent is really good. I like the quarterback. I'm betting on Lamar Jackson to continue to improve, despite all the people saying he stinks. And I'm just betting on the talent and the situation will take care of itself.
Well, Mike, you are a pro scout, and it sounds like the Baltimore Ravens agree with you, because with their 4th round pick, they just selected Tylan Wallace.
Ooh, I love that. Love that for them.
So Tylan Wallace, wide receiver, was selected by the Ravens with the 131st pick, but 2 picks before that, at the 129th pick, falling a little bit behind, the Buccaneers select wide receiver Jalen Darden.
Interesting.
So we just had 2 wide receivers go. The Rams took a cornerback, Robert Rochelle, and the Browns selected defensive tackle Tommy Togiai.
Yeah.
So that's 2 wide receivers. Jalen Darden, who I wasn't even sure would get drafted necessarily.
Yeah, same.
Went before Tylan Wallace, who personally, he was around wide receiver 3 to 5 for me. I was in love with him pre-draft. Wasn't sure what capital he would get. And now he's on the same team as Rashad Bateman, who I had as my wide receiver 2. Wow. So that comes at the perfect time. What do we think?
Yeah, I really like that pick for the Ravens. I really like it for Lamar Jackson. I don't know about for Tylan Wallace. I was actually, I was like okay on Tylan Wallace. I did not expect him to go day 2. And I thought there was a high chance he went day 3 just because of, the school he went to. But yeah. I think Tylan Wallace has proven, at least in school, he was a mega producer. And, he went back for senior year because he blew out his ACL. But I think that's a good, like, again, I'm just like what the Ravens are doing. I think that speaks more to what they want to do than what they've done in the past. I mean, what they've done in the past plays a big factor. I cannot deny that. I'm not expecting them to go out and lead the league in passing. But what I am expecting is them not to be bottom of the league in passing. Maybe they move towards the middle, right? Maybe slightly below average, maybe average. And that creates room for someone like a Rashad Bateman. Now adding Tylan Wallace, who I'm sure you guys know is also a field stretcher. It kind of adds a lot to the vertical game, right?
Because it's size.
To this point, the vertical game was Hollywood, who's tiny, right? Who's tiny, and Mark Andrews, who he's good. He's not like necessarily the most athletic. So adding Rashad Bateman, Tylan Wallace, they have a really good balance of the offense. So I just really like what they're doing with the team, man. I think actions speak louder than words, and I'm a big fan of what this team has done in the past and so far in this draft. I'm excited to see what their offense looks like next year, but most importantly, I'm excited to see what their offense looks like in post Greg Roman days.
I agree. I'm all about it. And I think you're spot on. Our job is projection. Our job is projecting. We're not, if we just look back at what happened in past years and say, okay, well, that's going to happen again, then anyone could do what we're trying to do. But the point of what we do is we're trying to, take all the information that we can possibly gather and project what these teams are aiming to do in the future. And that's how we find value. Mm-hmm. And I think you're spot on. I think the Ravens are making it clear that while they're probably not going to go away from rushing entirely, because Lamar Jackson is electric and J.K. Dobbins has already shown that he's fantastic. I think it is showing that they know that they have to pass the ball to be able to win. They have to pass the ball to be able to keep up with the Chiefs, the Buccaneers, the Buffalo Bills. So I mean, I think they took two of my favorite wide receivers in this entire draft. So I'm loving what they're doing. And I think it's probably even better for Lamar Jackson than it is for either of those wide receivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, J-Man, what do you think about Dallas going with the all defensive draft? You like that?
I mean, we needed it. It was
absolutely.
It's just one of those. Yeah, it's just one of those things that we just absolutely positively needed to do. I was just a little upset with the selections that we've made up until this point. I'm not the biggest Micah Parsons truther or stan or simp or whatever you want to call them at this point. I'm not the biggest fan of his, just in terms of some of the kind of weaknesses that he brings to the field.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, his strengths are his strengths, and you can totally see why he's a first-round talent, a top 12 talent. But I really wanted us to go Slater after those corners were gone.
Yeah.
Just kind of bolster that line. And I didn't like our third-round draft at all. So wasn't super excited about it. But love Jabril Cox. I think he's going to be huge in that defense. He's a big, tall, lanky kid who can kind of stretch our defense a little bit from where he can sit and play in the coverage there. So I really like that pick there for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we absolutely needed to go defense. I'm kind of hoping that we add a wide receiver, like the Michael Gallup replacement, because we're not going to be able to re-sign Gallup next season.
Mm-hmm.
So we either trade him or he just he goes off. So I'm hoping for someone like a Tamarian Terry. Someone who can kind of play that outside receiver spot, or maybe even someone smaller and move CD back out to the outside. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm kind of hoping that we add one of those pieces there.
Yeah.
We did just have a quarterback come off the board. New Orleans selected quarterback Ian Book. I believe he's out of Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I doubt that they see him as, the day one starter, but at the very least, I'm sure they're hoping to develop him and possibly have him compete with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston. But I am curious. I wanted to go back a little bit, talk about Jalen Darden, because obviously in Tampa Bay right now, we have Mike Evans, we have Chris Godwin, and we have Antonio Brown, all re-signed and back.
Tyler Johnson.
And then that's the other thing. Last year's draft darling, Tyler Johnson, one of the best analytical profiles I think we've seen in a while, obviously didn't get taken until the 5th round. So Jalen Darden actually has more draft capital at the moment than Tyler Johnson does. What do we think about Tyler Johnson? What do we think about Jalen Darden? Are they long-term holds, or are we ever going to see the breakout?
I mean, you're not going to get anything for Tyler Johnson. You also got the GOAT Scotty Miller over there too.
Yes, that's true.
So look, I mean, my thing is, like, when it comes to these like fringe level like wide receivers, they're like a dime a dozen. So I personally don't even really spend that much time looking into them. Like, if I have Tyler Johnson, I'm just gonna keep him. I'm not gonna like drop him for Jalen Darden and vice versa, because like at the end of the day, it's Mike Evans and it's Chris Godwin, and I'm personally still kind of swinging on OJ Howard, if I'm being honest.
Oh, good Lord.
So like, I think, all these other guys, it's cool to think about, and Jalen Darden has like an epic dominator, and I think that looks really nice. But at the end of the day, it's just another tiny dude, and probably just another Scotty Miller, and won't be too relevant for too long at least.
I had a question for you. When you guys were talking about Rashad Bateman, I was thinking Tyler Johnson, right? Both Minnesota kids.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Johnson actually kind of sort of outperformed Bateman in 2019, despite Bateman being the one who won the Big Ten Wide Receiver of the Year award. Granted, a lot of that had to do with his yards per attempt being about 5 yards higher, yards per catch, being about 5 yards higher than Tyler Johnson. It's just weird to me that Bateman gets this first round grade and Tyler Johnson's just like this jag, right? That you're just going to kind of run into in fantasy drafts later.
I'll tell you why Tyler Johnson's a jag, and NFL teams were interested, because after their freshman year and in their second year, scouts got to look at what Rashad Bateman was. They're like, yeah, fuck Tyler Johnson. We're waiting for this guy, because I think the one big knock on Tyler Johnson throughout the draft process, from what I heard through my Pro Scout network, is the guy's got no juice. And that's why he fell. He didn't test at the combine. And when you look at him on tape, and he even admitted, he's like, yo, that's not my game. Like, I'm not a speed guy. I'm not going to threaten you deep. I'm not that big, but maybe he views himself as a technician. But Rashad Bateman has like he can do what Tyler Johnson does, except he also brings the vertical threat of the field. And I think he's just a much more complete wide receiver. So I don't even think they're really that similar. Their production profiles is similar.
Yep.
In that they were both elite producers in Minnesota, and the fact that Rashad Bateman did it with Tyler Johnson, is somewhat impressive. But I don't really think they're that similar in terms of play. So at least based on what I've seen, I'm sure maybe there's others out there that disagree. But when it comes down to it, the reason why Tyler Johnson was an afterthought is because they saw these two guys play side by side, and they're like, yeah, I want that guy. I want Rashad Bateman.
I feel like almost every year there is guys like that where especially the analytics community will kind of latch onto because they have these incredible profiles. The breakout age of, I think Tyler Johnson was technically like a 17-year-old breakout. It was either him or Brian Edwards.
No, that was Edwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always got them confused. Both very plain names, but you get these guys that we latch onto, Tyler Johnson, and the NFL just doesn't like them as much. I mean, I think Tylan Wallace, I kind of expected that going into the draft, that Tylan Wallace would be one of those guys.
Yeah. Seth Williams is another
one. So, it's interesting because sometimes they work out. Sometimes they are the guys that the later drafted guys that have some relevance, and that's where the analytics.
It's rare.
Exactly, but it is
very
rare.
rare.
So that's why I feel like there's a lot of times, we're hoping and praying, and Twitter was very entertaining last night after Tylan Wallace did not go on day 2.
Yeah,
because it was a lot of crying. I was sad,
Yeah.
I said a little prayer before I went to bed, hoping and praying for a good landing spot or some type of opportunity. So, but of the guys left on the board, Mike, who are you most excited to see come off, either running back or wide receiver? Because, there's still a lot left in both.
I'll be honest, like I don't really have that much excitement for anyone coming off the board of day 2. I think Michael Carter coming off, early on, very early on, day 3 was kind of cool. I know some other pro scouts in the Twitter community. I'm joking, not pro scouts, but really, really good film evaluators like Jay Moyer are really high on Michael Carter.
Yeah.
Jetpack Galileo also very high on Michael Carter. I know some guys at the Undroppables also pretty high on Michael Carter, right? So I respect you guys a ton as well. So, I think that was an interesting one. But honestly, like, day 3, I know Field Yates tweeted out that thing being like 66% or whatever, 60% of the NFL players, in the league are come from day 3 or later, and that's fine and dandy. But we don't care about that for fantasy because most of those guys aren't relevant anyway. So, if you're looking at it from a fantasy perspective, I mean, it's rough. It's tough on these streets for day 3 guys. If anything, maybe you take a swing on some of these running backs and hope that you get that next like Aaron Jones or whatever. But you're literally swinging for the fences. So you gotta know what you're doing. These are low probability hits, and at the wide receiver position as well. Like, I mean, Stephon Diggs, right? Like Antonio Brown,
that's the big
like,
one. Antonio Brown.
Like that's it. And they had like elite analytical profiles, and the guys remaining, they don't necessarily have elite profiles. They have like pretty good ones, right? Like I want to see where Seth Williams goes because
he's the big one for me.
He was a darling for me early on in the process, but as I learned more and more, I was just like, yo, like it doesn't matter what I think. NFL teams, guys I speak to, they clearly don't care, and he's not going to get the draft capital. So he slid down my board very, very drastically because I was already expecting him to fall into day 3, and when you fall into day 3 as a wide receiver, the odds are not in your favor. But I am still interested. I'm interested to see where he goes. I'm interested to see where Kenny Gainwell goes because I think he can really torpedo the value of a running back just because wherever he goes, there's a good chance that he becomes the best pass catcher in that backfield. Sure. So, if he goes to like an Arizona, he goes to like a Dolphins, he goes to like a, even the Falcons or somewhere, I think, shout out to FF Ball all day who tweeted that. But I think that's one where I'm like, man, I don't care about him in terms of I think he'll go to a really good spot and shine. It's like, man, he can really, really torpedo the value of one of these remaining running backs.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot of is just depleting value of guys that we might otherwise like. But Justin, are there any guys left on the board? Because I know me and Mike approach things. Well, Mike is a pro scout, but we typically approach it from a more analytical perspective. Are there any guys that you've watched on film that you're really excited for that you think could make an impact that we might see taken today?
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of already really talked about Tamarian Terry and my hopes that he ends up in Dallas. I think he's 6'3". He can stretch the field. He's kind of he's a bigger athlete. and it's kind of that perfect fit for that kind of Michael Gallup. I mean, Michael Gallup's a little bit smaller than he is. I think Gallup's like 6'1". But I mean, he's kind of that perfect addition to Cowboys offense that is going to absolutely lose Gallup. Like there's just no way that we're going to be able to re-sign him after, obviously re-signing Cooper to that big deal, Dak's big contract, and then having to re-sign CD in 4 more years, right? So we're going to have to absolutely address that, whether that's this year or next, we'll see. But I think Tamarian Terry is my best wide receiver still left on the board. There's a couple that I like. I like Surratt. I like Terry. I like Shai Smith. I think these are all guys that could still produce or could produce in this league and could be excellent picks here as we kind of finish out day 3 of the draft. From a running back perspective, I'm interested to see where Jarrett Patterson goes.
He was a big name for me. I was going to bring him up.
Yeah, the numbers are obviously they're tremendous. Granted, he doesn't play in like an all-world conference. But I mean, if you produce, you produce. It doesn't really necessarily matter all that much. So I'm interested to see where he goes and how that, as you guys were just talking about, how that affects the value of other players on that roster. So I think those are the guys I'm really kind of intrigued with seeing where they land as we continue on here. Non-skill position guys, I'm really interested in seeing where Dylan Moses goes, linebacker out of Alabama. He was a guy that I actually wanted over Jabril Cox. I love the pick for Cox, but I like Dylan Moses a little bit better. Yeah, I mean,
or who knows? Maybe the Cowboys need another linebacker.
Yeah, maybe.
I personally would love it if you guys selected another linebacker.
And the other guy that I'm actually interested in, another Alabama guy, is Deontay Brown. He's a guard, big guy, inside guy, is a mover. Can kind of lock in on any offensive line and interested to see where he lands as well.
Yeah, and a guy that we didn't bring up was Brevin Jordan, who is just tumbling down the draft board.
Yeah.
I'd say most of us probably had him in the top 3 or 4 tight ends going into the draft, and we've seen guys whose names I barely even recognize going over them right now.
I erased him from my draft board when he tested the way he did, just because like tight ends, when you test that poorly, man, it's going to be a tough sell for anyone to draft you. And also he's like not even the biggest guy either. So yeah, I was a big fan of him before he tested, but then after I saw him test, I'm like, damn, like this is giving me Hunter Bryant vibes all over again. Cause the year before I was like, dude, Hunter Bryant stud, like numbers wise, efficiency wise, he's fantastic. But then he went out and like tested I don't know, man. Tested like Elijah Holyfield, and I was like, all right, this guy's off my board. I guess it's a shame, but I think you're seeing very much similar what's going to happen to Brevin Jordan right now.
Yeah, and I think there's probably some NFL teams that are feeling the exact same way as you. I mean, I'd say that his athletic testing is probably a big part of the reason that he has fallen this far. So, yeah, I mean, he's probably dead from a fantasy perspective. I mean, maybe not. It depends on the landing spot, but he definitely doesn't, it doesn't make you feel any better about it.
Absolutely not.
But Jarrett Patterson is a name you brought up, Justin, who's a guy that I was a big fan of pre-draft, and I'm really hoping that he can land in a spot that could give him some opportunity. The big red flag on his profile is obviously I don't think he caught a pass in his final season.
140 some carries, no catches.
Yeah,
I think that's a really tough. It's a really tough thing to do, right? If you're a day 3 running back, right, and you don't offer something in the passing game, like most NFL teams have one first 2 down grinders filled, right? It's going to be a veteran or whatever. So your way to get on the field is to show you're a pass catcher, right? Which is why Michael Carter is like pretty interesting, which is why Kenny Gainwell can still have some value if he can get on the field, right? But if you're just a 2 down grinder, man, it's a tough road to relevancy. So I mean, I honestly, I wish all these prospects the best, and it feels bad when you talk about them this way, because obviously they're still players and they're just trying to play out their dreams, right? Like if I don't like a prospect, I hope he proves me wrong, right? I hope Kadarius Toney goes out there and balls the fuck out, and he is the next Tyreek Hill, and I look like an idiot next year. I put on the clown suit. That's fine with me. So it feels bad talking about that way, but if you break it down for fantasy, which is what we're trying to do. So when we say they're not relevant, it's not that they're not relevant in real life. It's that for fantasy purposes, it's not something that you're going to want to bet on. And it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, and that's a really important note to make, is that we aren't really looking at this from an NFL perspective. Like, a lot of these day three running backs, wide receivers, could go on to have decent NFL careers for these late round picks. And, you know, that's like what Field Yates had brought up is, 60% or whatever were day three picks. But just because you're relevant in the NFL does not mean that you're going to be relevant enough to roster on most, not even shallow, just most normally sized dynasty rosters, and God forbid redraft rosters. So, because, catching 20, 30 balls in a season for a wide receiver normally isn't all that relevant if you're doing it over a whole season as opposed to maybe a short burst. But that's the thing with a lot of these running backs is Jared Patterson might land in a spot where he has a decent role. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but, Philadelphia is still a team that I think is going to draft a running back at some point. They have Miles Sanders, they have Boston Scott. It kind of depends, I think, how this new coaching staff views Miles Sanders.
Do they have Droho? Droho's back? Jordan Howard.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Jordan Howard is also back. He's on a minimum deal. I don't know if he has anything left in the tank, but that's actually it's Jordan Howard's role that I think we could see someone drafted kind of into.
He's still 26 years old. That's wild.
He is. That's
the running back. 99. Feels like 99 years ago when he was rushing for 1,000 yards on the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 2 or 3 years ago that people would point to the stat that he had the third most rushing yards in the league since he came in. But I mean, I could see them drafting a guy like. I mean, it kind of depends on how this new coaching staff sees Miles Sanders. Do they say, okay, he's going to be an awesome first and second down back where he is going to be able to go through the tackles. He's going to be able to predominantly handle the rushing work, but we're going to draft a Kenny Gainwell to fill the Nyheim Hines role in Philly, the guy coming out of the backfield and pass catching. Or do they say Miles Sanders is a great pass catcher and we want to get a guy who can go between the tackles and, really grind out some short yardage roles. And maybe it's a guy like Jared Patterson. So we're going to get a lot of situations like that as this draft goes on. And I think for the most part, we're probably just going to hate it.
Yeah. Shout out to, was it AW Sabermetrics? What up, man? He said he brought up Jamar Jefferson. That's an interesting name. I remember, what was it, like maybe like a month or 2 months ago, people were telling Jamar Jefferson like running back for. I was like, I don't get it, man. And I mean, I watched some. I was like, I don't understand what the hype is. And then obviously he went out and tested poorly. And again, there's a big red flag and indication you should have slid him down your boards. And it's this running back class just stinks, man. There's really no way around it. It's awful. So if you don't get one of the top guys, and now with Javonte going to Denver, I understand people still love his talent, but that's a pretty significant roadblock if Melvin Gordon gets signed, if they don't move off of Melvin Gordon in order to save some money. It's a rough go, man. It's a rough go. Najee got a great landing spot. I think Etienne, the landing spot's a bit worse. People are making it out to be, but that's just my opinion. But it's just brutal, man. It's a brutal class.
Yeah, that Etienne landing spot is going to be, I think, one of the most annoying talking points for the offseason because it is definitely going to be something that everyone's going to have an opinion on.
Yeah.
And to be honest, we have no clue. It's a new head coach. It's a new system. It's a new front office. Like James Robinson showed that he was talented. Yeah. But the end of the day, we have no clue if it matters because these are the things that we will never have an idea of because we are not in those rooms with them. It doesn't matter if we think that James Robinson is talented. They drafted Travis Etienne in the first round, and James Robinson was brought in as an undrafted free agent. There's no capital on him, and it was by the previous regime. So at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Justin, do you have any thoughts on that, or even the fact that your Dallas Cowboys just selected Josh Ball, offensive tackle?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. Again, I was looking at Josh Ball a little bit earlier today, kind of just trying to get a feel for him. I don't know much about him specifically from a play perspective, so I don't know if I have that much of a kind of immediate thought on it. Again, I was really kind of hoping we were going to go with Brown from Alabama. I think we need more interior help. Connor Williams isn't very good, so was really hoping for some more interior work than OT, but we'll see kind of how that pans out for sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's a guy that is a little more versatile. I can't honestly say I know much about him at all. That is a question for our O-line expert, Brad Wire, who possibly might hop on later and talk us through some of these guys and how some of these offensive lines might change a little bit. But a guy that we haven't touched on is the other running back that was drafted in the first round, Najee Harris. Because speaking of offensive lines, their O-line is pretty garbage.
Yeah, they stink.
Obviously, drafting Najee Harris in the first round normally would get people very excited. He's going to a place that proved that they like having a workhorse. But with Big Ben possibly in his final season and that offensive line being a patchwork mess, I mean, do we like that landing spot?
I mean, I think what it means is Jamar Chase is the 1.01 to me in one QB leagues, because I think Jamar Chase is that type of prospect. But I don't hate the landing spot. I never liked the landing spot as much as people were propping it up to be, just because, like, ever since 2 years ago that they lost their offensive line coach, and then their offensive line has been in shambles like ever since. And then obviously if you got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer leading your offense, you're not scoring at all. So those are the risks you take with Najee Harris. So I think he's like, I still like him, because at the end of the day, what you care about is volume, right? And he's going to get volume. With Big Ben there, he's not the same Big Ben. They're not the same offense, but they have a pretty damn solid defense, and the passing game has been working for them as much. So maybe they go back towards the running game. So I think he'll get volume. He really has no competition. I mean, McFarland, a non-factor. Benny Snell freaking stinks. I don't even know why he still plays for them. So I think, from that perspective, you're looking at, he's walking into like 250 to 300 touches, right? So that's what I care about. So at the end of the day, if he's getting that, and the fact that he is a 3-down back, because he is very versatile, he's huge, he's on the goal line, he can obviously get it done there, but most importantly, he can get it done in the passing game. I think that's exciting. So I like the landing spot. I don't think it's like the top end landing spot. I think Miami would have been really good as well. But as far as
not taking anyone.
Yeah, as far as volume goes, I think that's good. And yeah, Myles Gaskins, man, fading all the bullets, and that's another workhorse role. People don't want to talk about it, but that's a workhorse role. It's a 3-down back role, and he's getting like 70-80% snaps. So there aren't very many of those in the NFL. So we can't be too choosy. Now, is Najee Harris going to go out there and put up like Saquon Barkley, like CMC, Dalvin Cook numbers? Probably not, right? But is he a good shot to be a top 12 running back? I think very good shot. So
I mean, if you have that kind of volume, part of me thinks that even I could be a top 12.
Yeah, easily.
Like, yeah, and I would die probably on my first hit, but I'd try my best, and that's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Justin, what do you think about Najee Harris? Is he your running back one, and is he your overall one in non-super?
No. So Javonte Williams for me was my RB1. I think the move to Denver is a little scary for me, as Mike kind of brought up earlier, just a couple minutes ago. Definitely a little scary with Melvin Gordon there. But Javonte Williams is the type of talent that they may move off of Gordon, whether they get rid of him or not. Right? They're paying him a lot of money, so he'll obviously be involved in that offense. But I mean, we saw it with Phillip Lindsay. Phillip Lindsay still got plenty of carries in that Denver offense, and I think you're going to kind of see a similar kind of workload between the two of them. I think Javonte Williams is talented enough to absolutely be the RB1 out of this particular class, and long-term, Gordon's not going to be there, right? So it's going to eventually be the Javonte Williams show. And when it is his time to be that number one guy in that offense, I think he's going to shine tremendously. I do like Najee Harris. I mean, a lot of people have compared Najee Harris to Le'Veon Bell leading up into this draft. I heard that comp constantly. And if that is the case, then he's literally sitting in the best possible spot. The Steelers are going to need to slow down on Big Ben's arm in terms of just the sheer wear and tear that it's had over the 15, 16 years he's been in the league. And so this is going to be kind of that move where they're going to be able to rely on a running back that's not only going to be able to pound it in between the tackles, but also make moves outside of them. So I think the move for Najee Harris is a great one. But overall, if I'm drafting today, I think I'm still taking Javonte Williams above Najee. That wasn't necessarily the case a couple months ago when we did the Undroppables mock draft. But today, I think I'm taking Javonte over Harris at this point.
Here's my question for you. I guess my concern with Javonte is I agree. I think Melvin Gordon is not going to be there long term. But if we just look at this year, right? Because I mean, running back production, that's like a quarter of their rookie deal. So the trick is Melvin Gordon is not a bum in the receiving game, and he's not a bum on the goal line. That's the challenge here is I don't know what role Javonte goes in and plays right away. Does he just does he just split first and second down? Does he split some third down and then get some goal line work? Like, that's usually what I want to see. If a rookie lands into a committee, typically what I want to see is a rookie become a workhorse, obviously, and lead the backfield in touches. But if they don't, what I want to see is them go into an offense where they have a nice role in the passing game and they have a shot at goal line work. That's where I'm not sure, because like Melvin Gordon's been pretty proficient on the goal line, and he's got the size, and they paid him the money. So what I really hope for, and I have Javonte Williams on. He was one of my first draft rookies this year on a Devy league. But what I'm hoping for is like Denver cuts bait with Melvin Gordon, because they save a ton of money if they do that. But if they don't, then it's like, man, his first year is going to be a bummer, right? It's going to be a bummer because we're not going to see. Because he was one of the backs that in this class, I was like, hey, this guy is a 3-down back size. He's a 3-down back skill set. And then you land into like a committee on a team that's led by Drew Lock. I mean, that is the freaking death in the coffin. Is like, this offense is not. I cannot believe they fucking passed on all these quarterbacks. This offense is not going to really move the ball. So then you're not going to have that many goal line opportunities. Then you're competing for goal line opportunities, and you're competing for third down touches. So like, no matter how talented you are, it's like, damn, man, that's like a rough hill to climb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. And I can't sit here and say I disagree with you, right? I mean, those are all obviously valid arguments and definitely, very good opinions in terms of the situation. The way that I look at it is, first, I don't think Drew Lock is a quarterback. I think Mr. Bridge H2O. I think Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the guy that is the quarterback. When we saw Teddy Bridgewater as a quarterback in both the Saints and the Panthers over the last 2 years, there were multiple running backs involved in that offense. So if the Broncos are bringing in Bridgewater and they're going to compete, and if he wins that job, I think that a more mobile quarterback like a Bridgewater, I think it actually makes running backs better. It gives them a little bit more space. It allows defenses not necessarily to focus on one person running versus the other person running. And when I look at the Broncos just in terms of rushing share, like even when we go back to 2018, the Broncos gave Phillip Lindsay 192 carries, and Royce Freeman had 130. Now, for some reason, my internet's moving really slowly, so I can't really see what happened last year. But Lindsay, had some injuries, so I can't really see what the rushing share was for last year. But I know that they have split carries with Lindsay and Gordon, and they both had the opportunity that they needed in order to produce. I see that same thing happening here. Do I think that either Williams or Gordon are getting 200-plus carries? No, I don't. Do I think that in 2021 that Williams can be an RB12, right? That RB1 that you kind of want to draft for? No. If I look back at a Twitter thread that our very own Tommy Moe did last year when talking about Josh Jacobs, you need to touch the ball at least 260 times in the year in order to be an RB12, right? To be one of the top 12 running backs in fantasy football. And I just don't see that happening for Javonte Williams now. Mm-hmm. But with Teddy Bridgewater there as quarterback, I think they're going to run the ball a little bit more. They're going to keep things a little bit more open. And I have all the faith in the world that both Gordon and Williams will get touches if they're both there.
Yeah, you're very realistic.
I think Williams is significantly more talented than Gordon. And so I think eventually it's going to outweigh that, and Williams is going to get more of the shine where we need it to be.
Yeah, you're very realistic about his outlook. So that's kind of like refreshing to hear. I will say though, with Teddy Bridgewater, with the Saints have always produced elite at the running back position. That's like a Sean Payton thing, and they have a top end O line, everything. And then with the Panthers, I think it was Christian McCaffrey, right? And then it was Mike Davis. So it's like Christian McCaffrey got injured, and then Mike Davis became relevant. So I don't think they were relevant at the same time for very long. So that's the trick. And Teddy Bridgewater is like, dude, I hope Teddy Bridgewater is successful, man. I want to root for this guy more than I want to root for anyone else. But he's just not. He's just, man. He just doesn't. He doesn't do it for me, man. And then the Broncos, like I said, it's just like it's a totally different situation, coaching, offensive line, everything from the other guys. But look, I wish Javonte Williams the best, man. I hope he comes out and balls out. I hope he puts some highlight reels out there, which all of us are waiting for. Some of those tackle breaking long runs. So. Let's see what happens, man. I'm looking forward to LA Rams pick Jacob Harris, another shitty wide receiver. Like LA Rams, Les Snead is the worst. I don't know about the worst. Gettleman's there,
He's
but
pretty bad.
one of the worst GMs in the NFL, like in back-to-back years now. So first, actually no, in 4 years straight, 3 years straight. Let's look what he did. He traded up to draft Darrell Henderson, right? Obviously whiffed, and then spent a second-round pick on a running back who I love. I love Cam Akers, right? But awful pick, just given where their O-line was.
Yep.
And then in the second round, he drafted Van Jefferson, easily the worst wide receiver prospect in that class. What does he do this year? Runs it back in the second round with Tutu Atwell.
Not to mention they have very little draft capital because of all the trades.
Yeah,
that they've done.
because he freaking gave it all for everything. So honestly, man, I don't understand Lesney. This guy's it's so bad. It's just so bad. And if Stafford gets injured, God forbid Stafford gets injured. I mean, I hope he doesn't because I love Matt Stafford. But if he does, this is gonna be like he set this team back so many years. I don't even know how else to explain it, but it's just it's brutal.
Yeah, they did not have a first round pick. They drafted Tutu Atwell in the second round. Now they've taken Jacob Harris out of UCF in the fourth round. He's apparently kind of a tweener. I didn't know a lot about him. Kind of reading about him now. He's a tweener between wide receiver and tight end. He's bigger. He's 6'5", like 215-ish, 220. So I have no clue what the Rams are doing. They have so many needs, and with a team that already has Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Van Jefferson, and then they drafted Tutu, it makes no sense. I mean, I don't think this is really fantasy relevant, not anytime soon.
No, I mean, no one's relevant on that team other than Bobby Trees and Cooper Kupp. And
Yeah, I mean, the way that I look at it is Bobby Trees is 29. I believe he turns 30 at some point in this season, if I'm not mistaken, April 10th. So he actually just turned 29. So he won't be turning 30 this season. But both him and Kupp's contracts are up within the next year or two. I actually think Kupp's contract's up this year, and they have to try and re-sign him this year. I could absolutely see that these particular very odd moves to go wide receiver heavy, basically in 2 straight drafts, is really to try to figure out whether or not they can get a dart throw to replace either Kupp or
Kupp just got extended.
Their contract.
Yes,
Kupp got extended
Okay.
Yeah, he got extended in 2020 or 2021?
I believe it was right before last season. They also had P-Jax, who
they can't get out until I think at least 2022, but he signed through 2023. And I think Bobby Woods, didn't he get
an extension as well?
Yeah. I remember this because like everyone's like, oh my God, like Van Jefferson's the dude because Cooper Kupp's gone, Robert Woods is gone. That same line of thinking, which is a very dangerous line of thinking. But and then they're like, hey, Cooper Kupp's good, Robert Woods is good, and we don't give a fuck about money, so we're going to sign them both. And then what happens is you get these fringe guys, and they're non-factors after that. So Van Jefferson, I mean, I said it last year when he was drafted. I said people are going to drop him from the rosters within a year or two, and that's exactly what's going to happen because he's not very good. So
this is the perfect moment where you put shoe in mouth. Because I said they were both free agents and they're not. So
that's all good. It's hard to track this shit, man. Nobody tracks stuff. You have to look it up. When you said that, I'm like, I started questioning myself. I was like, wait, I thought they got 3 shots. I have to check. Yeah. Nobody knows, man. It's all good.
We are officially on to the fifth round. Just to finish out some 4th round picks, the Packers selected offensive tackle Royce Newman. The Raiders traded up, the Jets traded back, and the Raiders selected defensive back Tyree Gillespie. I cannot say that name. And the Chiefs, with the final pick in the 4th round, selected Joshua Kando, a defensive end. And now we are seeing the Jaguars finally address the tight end position. At the top of the 5th round, they have selected Luke Farrell. Still not Brevin Jordan. So
interesting.
I mean, they have literally no one on their roster at tight end. I think it's Josh Oliver, and that might be it. So I don't know a lot about Luke Farrell. I'll be honest with you. But he could fall into a fantasy relevant role in an offense that I feel like has wanted to use this. Well, this is a new offense, so but a rookie quarterback and a tight end is typically a match made in heaven. So it'll be interesting to see if this guy, quietly can walk into fantasy relevance if he, if the Jags don't do something else to address that position, which they probably should, to be honest.
So off of the Jaguars here, you kind of mentioned the Packers a couple minutes ago, talking about their pick being an offensive tackle. One thing that I was actually interested in hearing from Mike was his thoughts on Amari Rodgers going to Green Bay. It looks like they finally got quote unquote a weapon for Aaron Rodgers, even though Aaron Rodgers quote unquote doesn't want to play for them anymore. I think it's a couple years too late, so we'll see how Rodgers kind of looks at that. But when I look at Amari Rodgers on tape, it's like the perfect fit for how the Packers run their offense. A lot of the Packers offense is getting people underneath on those drags, those slants over the middle, and getting them open in space. And I think that's like the perfect game for Amari Rodgers. So wanted to hear your thoughts on that, Mike.
Yeah, I think based on what I know from Amari Rodgers, like he's not really a wide receiver. He's more of a hybrid, right? Like I think it'd be interesting to kind of use him, in a and people bring this name a lot, but like a Percy Harvin role where you're kind of running him out of the backfield, you're running him in the slot because he's not really a complete wide receiver based on what I've seen. I'm sure some people will disagree. I think the comp most often thrown out there for him is like a Randall Cobb, right? And the difference is I think I wanted to see them take like a true wide receiver that can actually stretch the field and doesn't have bricks for hands. So, I wanted to see them get like a De'Ami Brown. I think that would have been a great fit for them. I think, him running the offense would have been fantastic. I think even a Rondell Moore could have been interesting, who provides that vertical threat, but also plays underneath and is also like, can play out of the backfield a lot. So I think they had a chance to take some of those guys, or even like an Elijah Moore, right? They just needed someone to really complement Devontae Adams. And I think Amari Rodgers is definitely interesting. He landed in a great spot. I think for fantasy wise, I think that puts him on the fantasy radar for a lot of people, but I really just don't think they did enough to address the wide receiver position. And what they've done a good job of is protecting Aaron Rodgers in the last couple of years. They built a real top end O line for both Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones. The double A's. But just from a weapons perspective, it's interesting, but I would have liked to see them grab someone in the second round, when De'Ami Brown was available. I think, that would have been slightly more interesting. But I don't hate the player at all. I think it's interesting to see what he'll do. But they still don't really have a field stretcher that has hands, right? They have MVS who catches one of two balls thrown his way, but they don't have a guy that you can rely on to move down the field that is a complete and developed wide receiver to actually do that. So that's what I don't like. But I'm not going to hate on Amari Rodgers. I'm happy for the guy. Land a great spot. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers retires and goes play Jeopardy.
Hey, more power to him.
Yeah.
But I will say we are coming to the end of the hour, and unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Mike. But Mike, I wanted to give you another chance to plug all the awesome stuff you're doing, where we can find your pro scout analysis. So please feel free, plug yourself. Tell the folks where they can find you.
Yeah, so I do most of my content over at BDG under the Bunk Bed Breakdowns YouTube channel. So you can find all my video content there. I mostly do only video content now. The only written stuff I do is I'll put up like threads on Twitter. So you can find me on Twitter at MikeMeUp with 2 P's. And then, we got the BDG draft guide. So you can head over to the BDG site to grab that. And then, if you're interested in getting into a super nerdy, super heavy Dynasty and Devi community, you can join up my Patreon, the Wolf Pack. It's patreon.com/ourpack. We got like 200 something people in there, always talking football nonstop. And that's where we get like my ranks and all that stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it, man. And thanks for having me on. Big fan of the Undroppables. Big fan of what you guys are doing. Me and Nick go back quite a way. So love what you guys are doing here for the community, and have fun with the rest of the draft, man.
Well, it was awesome for having you on. Thank you so much. And hopefully we can connect again soon.
All right. See you guys later.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So, Justin, I'm going to bring on our next host for the next few hours. He is at Detroit Beastie, Chris Robin. I accidentally muted him, but he's there now.
I muted myself. Sorry about that.
Perfect. No, you're fine. So I am going to get going back backstage where I belong. But in a second, we're going to be bringing up our next guest. He does all of his work over at the Analytics of Dynasty. He's a great dude. I've been able to connect with him before, and I'm really excited to have him on. So I'm going to bring him up here. I'm going to leave, and I'm going to leave it to you guys.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Hey, boys. So real quick, I'm Chris, a.k.a. at Detroit Beastie. And before we get rolling real quick, I just want to give a shout out to all the guests that have come on so far in the last few days. I want to say thank you, and I'm very appreciative of everybody here at the Undroppables working behind the scenes. I mean, this isn't like, Channel 7's NFL draft coverage, but we're carving our own niche or niche, however you put it. And there's a lot of things that has gone on the last week or even a month, to get this moving, get this rolling with the chats and the emails, and everybody is the greater good is what's more in your face. It's not individual achievements. It's all about the Undroppables and what we can do collectively instead of by ourselves. So just wanted to get that off my chest in the first few moments of my next 2 or 3 hours block here. So Jordan, how are you, buddy? At McNamara Dynasty, I got a chance to look into a lot of what you were doing in the last week or so, and I have to say it's fantastic, because if you look around the landscape of social media, everybody thinks almost the same way, kind of. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's thinking their own way, but you've carved out a role that I think is unique to what everybody else is doing, Jordan.
So that's a contrarian, unlikable guy. I appreciate that. I mean, I try and take a process driven look at some of the stuff. And so this time of year is really interesting because there's so much moving and there's so much going on in the draft that ultimately, you got to figure out how you do this. And one of the things that, for me, I'm looking at this and I keep coming back to some of the rules that I have for drafting and for putting the boards together and for doing this thing. And, it's how many of them are we going to break this year? Right. I mean, how many do we want to break? And it seems like people want to break a lot of them for different profiles and mixing up on pedigree. I'm really trying to be resistant to that and look at player profiles and go at it from a structural way. So that's really my take on it all. And you can find all the stuff at Analytics of Dynasty.
And when I say, if you say the contrarian guy that everybody, doesn't like or they look upon differently, I think that's a massive bump, because everything I've seen, the last 6 months, the last year or so, everybody's kind of cool just towing the line. They don't want to be, too brash. They don't want to say something that's, outlandish. And then, you get just jumped upon and saying, hey, you're a dummy. Why would you say that? So everybody's cool with kind of staying in their own lane, and they'd rather be boring and they'd rather just be, safe. They'd rather be PG. So when someone like you comes along, Jordan, who is really in depth with the analytics, as you said, in the dynasty, people don't know how to take it because maybe it's an information overload. Maybe they don't know what they're looking at. And it's the old adage, people fear what they don't know. So they say, man, Jordan over here, I don't know what this guy might as well be speaking in hieroglyphics in the pyramids of Egypt. So in turn, they say, you know what? I'm just going to choose to dislike him because he's different. He's not following, suit and getting in here. So I just see that Brevin Jordan was finally drafted. He was someone that just kept falling, and people didn't know how to take it. So J-Man, what do you think about the Brevin Jordan finally being drafted?
Yeah, I mean, I went into this offseason with Brevin Jordan fairly high. Just the way that he kind of held himself on the field in college and performed. I thought he was definitely going to be one of those first couple of tight ends taken. I actually had him listed as the third tight end taken off the board in a lot of situations. Then he really he didn't have a good pro day. He didn't really test very well. Things didn't really kind of pan out for him. And you've seen that, right? We've had guys like Luke Farrell and other tight ends that we've almost never even heard of taken before Brevin Jordan. There's obvious reasons for that. I'm hoping from a fantasy perspective that we can get out of him similar to what we've seen flashes of with Chris Herndon. But I think we're going to get more of the negative of Chris Herndon with Brevin Jordan than we are going to get with the positive. And in Houston, who's throwing him the ball, right? We just don't know what's going on with the Deshaun Watson legal case. And obviously they drafted a quarterback this year. And I think it was Davis Mills, right? Or Davis Miles. And they're going to kind of try to figure out what the future of that offense is going to look like. I don't know if Brevin Jordan really fits into that.
Yeah, and again, it's, even yesterday, hate to rewind or rehash things, but when Nico Collins, strong, tall, 6'4" receiver out of Michigan was drafted by Houston, a lot of people and even me said, "Oh man, of all the places for these kids to go, why Houston?" As it stands right now, it's kind of a wasteland. I can't remember the last time a team, like in almost all facets, front office down to the quarterback, it's so in flux and people don't know what the heck is going on. We've seen an absolute ton of polls and questions. What do we do with Deshaun Watson? What is his, the criminal history here, or not criminal history, but the criminal charges? What's going to happen from that? So, Jordan, down to you. I'm not too sure what professional team you follow. What team is closest and near and dear to your heart here, Jordan?
I'm a Bills fan, but yeah, just on the Deshaun Watson thing, it's worth noting he hasn't been criminally charged yet. So we'll see sort of on that whole front. Like, he's the biggest, I think, risk reward player probably in all of Dynasty right now, which is the upside of that's really high. And when you sort of look at some of what the cost on some of these picks are and what the what the payoff is, right? Like, he's the ultimate asymmetric risk because. Yeah, he has a huge amount of upside versus where some of these picks are going to go in these rookie drafts. But I am a Bills fan. So
no, that's fine. That, you know what, you being a Bills fan and what the Bills organization is doing, it makes me happy. It makes me proud because I am in Detroit. I am a Detroit Lions fan. So when a team like Cleveland has had some short-term success and they sure look like, the win now window is wide open and they've jumped in with both feet. Same thing with Buffalo. I mean, what can we say about Buffalo that people haven't already talked about? But I love that Buffalo, Cleveland, these historically down and out franchises, although Buffalo, how many Super Bowls did they go? 4 back to back to back to back, but they were down for so long, and it makes me warm and fuzzy that if Buffalo can turn it around, if Cleveland can turn it around, maybe the Detroit Lions are next. And that's just a selfish, self-serving kind of thing here. Jordan, I want to ask you again, you have it's not recent, it was in February, you posted an article, don't quit making common mistakes. I think it's pinned on your profile. And again, it's premium content. You add it to the cart and you purchase it there. I implore you to do that without giving too much away. What are maybe 1, 2, or 3 common mistakes people make in dynasty startups or redraft leagues? What would you say?
Yeah. So that's the analytics. So it's over there at McNamara Dynasty. It's the analytics of Dynasty 2021 edition is what you're referring to. And there's just so many narratives and stuff and this is a good time of year to sort of remember them. And to sort of, again, what we were talking about is kind of following some of the rules on drafting. We know a huge impact on player profiles is where they go in the NFL draft. And each position has a different slope to it. Each position has a different, a hit rate via round, right? A second round running back is much, much different than a second round wide receiver. And so when you sort of are stacking up your board, trying to figure it out, I mean, I've been sort of staring at it all morning. With some self-loathing going on. This is this is the hardest day of the year in terms of actually putting pen to paper on the rookie board. But trying to how many of the rules do we want to follow? We know that top 10 quarterbacks are I refer to it as a top 10. I think you could sort of bump it out a couple of picks and make it top 12. When you sort of look at it, it's just easier to refer to it as top 10. But I don't think it much changes from pick 10 to pick 11, right? So that's with Fields. So how do you factor in a little bit of a drop there and draft cost, and then one thing that we've seen over at Analytics at Dynasty is, and this has happened 2 years in a row, and I can't understand it. I don't know, maybe you guys have a particular take on it. This is the second consecutive year that we have had someone in a rookie draft. So we've had a rookie going at 101 in rookie drafts, where they are going later than a different rookie in startup drafts. So when you go back and look at it last year, you had you basically had a flip flop, right? You had Burrow was going higher in one spot where Taylor was going higher in the other, right? So Taylor was going higher in startup drafts, Burrow was going higher in rookie drafts, and the entire lead up to the NFL draft that was happening. And then, this same year, this year, the same thing is happening, where you have, Kyle Pitts is going in the second round of startup drafts, right, of tight end premium startup drafts. Kyle Pitts is going in the second round, and we track all this over at Analytics at Dynasty with our real draft position tracker. That's 2 rounds ahead of Najee Harris, and yet in a rookie draft, Najee Harris is going ahead of Kyle Pitts. Right, as we're sort of getting rookie drafts continuing to trickle in here, at the start of the rookie draft, really as it gets into full force. How do we sort of rectify that? That's a really interesting, and it's shown up to multiple years now. It's something that I think really is really interesting when you sort of think about, the debate about, if Kyle Pitts is going to drop in value, there's that theory that tight ends drop in value, which historically is very true. 40% of, 60% of first round tight ends have dropped in value after the rookie season and startup valuation. Well, that's almost, it's going to be very tough for Kyle Pitts to live up to that second round valuation in tight end premium leagues. But if you're getting him at 102 in rookie drafts, which much more, and if it's super flex, it's even later than that. That's much more of a, that's much more palatable. Right. So I think in terms of, the types of investments that you want to make, if you like both players, draft Pitts in a rookie draft and then go into a startup draft and then draft Harris. Right. I think that type of thing, that type of thinking is stuff that we can really gain an edge on. And so that's really the thing that this time of year, there's massive inefficiencies that happen that are super interesting and I think really exploitable.
I love the idea of what you're doing with the analytics, because again, it's hard to explain why Kyle Pitts is going where he is, and then as you said, Najee Harris is he's going 2 rounds later. Of the two, if I put my cards on the table, I would probably prefer to have Najee Harris. And this idea of social media can sway people. You can bury a talent, you can put a talent on the moon, and in analytics, there's no way around that. There's no way around digging deep and crunching numbers and putting it in your face, because Jordan, I'm sure you'd agree here, when you do the numbers and the analytics, there's no harm involved in that. Like if I say, it's just opinion based, I'd rather have guy X over guy Y. When you put everything in front of you with the numbers, you can't really dispute that. It's not like an opinion. Analytics and facts in front of you is an absolute. It's an absolute, if that makes sense. And while we were chatting, Kenny Gainwell was drafted 150th overall to the Philadelphia Eagles. And I want to ask you, J-Man, where did you think Kenny Gainwell was going to go in comparison to 150 overall to Philadelphia? He dropped, but I guess, coaches and are catching up to, you don't need a running back, in the top 10 selections, the whole, we don't want to pay running backs crowd, or the zero RB truther kind of crowd. So what's your initial reaction to Kenny Gainwell going to Philadelphia to be paired with Miles Sanders?
Yeah, as a Cowboys fan, I absolutely hate it because it's going to be very good for Philly. I just, in general, I think that this is a perfect move for what I believe to be the new regime in that Philly offense with Nick Sirianni coming over from Indianapolis. The way I look at it, and I'm not saying Miles Sanders is Jonathan Taylor, but if we're comparing the kind of play styles of Sanders and Taylor, they're very similar. And if we're comparing the play styles of Kenny Gainwell, right? He is going to be able to kind of play that third down back. He's excellent in the pass in pass coverage or passing game. His ability to catch the ball, make quick cuts, get downfield, make people miss is really, really going to kind of give him some explosiveness that we have seen from time to time with Miles Sanders, but this kind of gives them an extra kind of gear that they're going to be able to rely on. I think Kenny Gainwell dropping all the way to the 5th round is pretty significant for me. But at the end of the day, I still had him kind of RB6, RB7, RB8, kind of in that range from a fantasy perspective. He's definitely someone I'm targeting probably late 2nd, early 3rd round. And this, draft capital, this landing spot for him, I think is going to kind of give him even more value as you go into those rookie drafts.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I want to mention is Jalen Hurts has been talked about for quite some time now. Quite some time, I mean, 2-3 months. And then after they traded with your Dallas Cowboys, which was wild, that 2 NFC East rivals, bitter rivals, they hate each other. They traded up, but they drafted Devontae Smith, which firmly puts Jalen Hurts as their QB1. It's not really even questionable anymore. So Jordan, I want to ask you, what do you think analytics wise, what have you seen or not seen so far from Jalen Hurts that would predict that, yeah, Jalen Hurts is going to be an absolute smash QB1? Or on the other side of the coin, everything you've read up to this point, do you think he's just not a good option at quarterback for our super flex or our dynasty teams?
Yeah, so it's a good question. For me, so much of I've done a ton of quarterback work and this analytics at Dynasty and the 2021 edition and the 2020 edition. And a lot of it is aimed at, trying to find profiles that are historically successful. So when you look at first round quarterbacks, for example, they have about 40% of them will produce on a long-term basis. And you can measure that different ways. I measure basically multiple hits as being kind of like a long, shorthand for basically being a long-term producer. So that's not very high. And that's basically, it's essentially the top 10 guys. And then there's a huge drop off from basically guys outside the top 10, the top 12, kind of past that Deshaun Watson range historically. When you get into round 2, it's, you're looking at like a 20% hit rate for a top 12 seasonal finish. And, he was amongst the worst players and amongst the worst quarterbacks in football last year in terms of completion percentage over expectation, which is a stat that I look at quite a bit. That tells you basically, how, here's what you're expected to do based on the quality of the target when you threw the ball. And here's what you did. Right. And so a completion percentage is about the worst stat in all of football, but completion percentage over expectation is probably the best because it has or one of the best. It has very, it's very contextual. So I have a lot of concerns with that. The other thing too, that I would point to with Hurts is I think if you were going to say like, hey, we're not sold on him. But we'll give him a shot. We kind of, we like some of the stuff that we saw, but, we're not necessarily sure. Well, what would you do? Well, what you would do is give yourself a lot of options in the future, right? So what you would do is you would trade back and you would load up on future picks, which is what they've done, right? You would put yourself in the ability to, if a star becomes available, that you can trade for them. Right. And that includes multiple future firsts, which is what they've done. That includes, building in some variance in those picks, that second from the Colts can go up to a first. So you could potentially, if you were seeking out a starting quarterback, for example, and, Aaron Rodgers is available, all of a sudden you have a bunch of picks. Or if you don't finish that well, if it's a top, if Hurts disappoints, you're going to pick high and you've given yourself the ability to move up the board and get to a quarterback spot. So I sort of look at them in that range, like, hey, we'll give this a shot. It's kind of like what Denver did with Drew Lock. All right, we'll give it a shot. We'll see, we'll poke around, see what happens. And then we'll sort of go from there. I do like the idea that they've kind of built some assets around the quarterback position to help Hurts a bit. I think he's probably a better fantasy. He's probably a better fantasy in like a redraft sense than he is in a top in a dynasty sense. One of the things I look at too is I did some specific research on guys in the top 12 historically of startup ADP at the position. And if they haven't hit yet, it's a horrendous bet. It is a horrendous bet. And you've got basically 3 of them this year. You've got Burrow, Lawrence, and Hurts. One of those 3 is not like the other. You're already talking about a bad bet relative to the position, and you're talking about the outlier of the bad bets. That to me is just a clear avoid player, given it all. If I were to sort of say what's his odds of hitting, like, I don't know, maybe 10, 20%, something like that to be a long-term guy, that's fine. But you're doing that in a range where you need to be taking 60, 70, 80% bets. And that's just not what you're doing. I mean, him over, like, I've seen him go over Matt Stafford. Like, that's clinical to me. Like, that's just, that's a really easy bet to be on the other side of, and it's massively positive EV.
So numbers aside, analytics aside, feet to, rubber to the road, your personal opinion on Jalen Hurts. Are you going to buy or are you going to sell? Throw out all the numbers, and what's the first thing you think of when I say Jalen Hurts?
Biggest avoid player at the quarterback position in all dynasty.
Well, that answers the question pretty clear, right, J-Man?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I actually, I'm not a rankings guy here at the Undroppables. I don't necessarily do rankings, but as you kind of were just breaking all that down, I was trying to figure out, based on your original question, Chris, where would we place Hurts in kind of your rankings from a dynasty perspective? And I'm listing all these guys out. I don't necessarily know if he's top 15, right? And it pains me to say that as a Oklahoma Sooners fan. Loved Hurts in his senior year, really kind of liked him, there in college, and saw flashes. He was the QB 14 from week 12 through week 17. Had he not been pulled the final, 2 quarters of that game against Washington, who knows whether or not he would have been a top 12 guy. But, he's right in that Cousins, Fields kind of perspective there. And I just like I like what the Bears have around Fields more than I like what the Eagles have around Hurts. I'm just not necessarily sold on Devonta Smith being a number 1 wide receiver. Jalen Reagor is definitely not a number 1 wide receiver. He's definitely more of a complement receiver in terms of his game. And, so it'll definitely be interesting to see what Nick Sirianni does with Hurts. But Jordan was correct, right? I mean, they absolutely built the future drafts to be able to move once a guy becomes available, right? So once the Packers say, all right, we're not going to get Rodgers, so let's go figure out what we can get. I think that's a perfect landing spot for them. Unfortunately, it's going to absolutely suck as a Cowboys fan, but they're in the prime position to make a move like that in the coming seasons for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe a month or 2 ago, I was chatting with Jax, our own Undroppables own Jax Falcone, and he was chatting with Mike Lou, who was just previously on before him. And they discussed this, that, in terms of the draft selections, this iron bank kind of method where, like Jordan basically explained it to a T, very better than I could have ever, in terms of where you place yourself in draft picks, right? So offensive talent, that stuff depreciates, right? It's kind of like when you buy a new car. They say the moment you drive the car off the lot, boom, it already depreciates a couple grand in value. That's what my grandfather had already told me. But when you stack up picks like that, you put them in the iron bank and there's no depreciation. They can only, gain interest in a way. So to be putting your selections in the bank like that, and if you want to ever cash in your chips or your shares, let's swap out Drew Lock for selections to grab Aaron Rodgers or Jalen Hurts. We're going to give you 1 season to see what you can do. And as it stands now, I'm sorry, boys. It's not that I'm disagreeing, but for selfish reasons, I sold off basically all my quarterbacks on a dynasty team, and I have Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts. So I'm giving Jalen Hurts a season just like Philadelphia is. So Jordan, I hope you're wrong, but all the numbers you crunch, I respect it very much. So it's kind of
startup, or is that super flex, or is that 1 QB?
It's just a 1 QB league. 14
okay, so that'd be a little bit different. That'd be a little bit
14
different.
team IDP dynasty. So I sold Golf, I sold Cousins, and then I just recently was able to grab Sam Darnold about like 2 days after the trade to Carolina. So I'm going into the season with Jalen Hurts and Sam Darnold, and I'm cool with that. I was able to sell off, as you put it, quarterbacks to get picks for this coming year. So I don't want to really get into like my personal teams. That might be boring to people. I'd like to shine a light more on what you're doing, Jordan. So Buffalo, it's your team. So this is low-hanging fruit. Aside from that offensive tackle selection who already jumped off of a truck through a table to cement himself as a Buffalo Bills legend, having never played for the Bills yet, a one snap for the Bills yet, what are your first thoughts about how their draft is shaping up here? Everybody thought, man, Javonte Williams has a good shot in going to Buffalo. So what do you think Buffalo is doing so far in this year's draft?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're in dead red contention mode, and I think that this is you have to figure out how to give yourself the best leverage, right? This is you've got a quarterback on a rookie deal. You just went to an AFC Championship game. You're basically in your win now window, and how do you sort of do that? For me, it was very clear. There's three things, right? There's three things that if you're in the AFC and you're serious about winning, that you have to do right now, because you're going to have to go. You just have to presume that in January you're going to have to go to Arrowhead and you're going to have to beat Mahomes, right? That is your absolute entire focus for your entire team is figuring out how to do that. So there's three ways, right? There's three ways to me. There's outscore him. So it'd be weapons and offensive, pass protection and whatnot. There's stop his receivers, right? So corners and defensive backs, or just put him on his back, right? And so that's the thing that they did, and I love it, right? And I think that if given the option to try and beat him, what do? Do you pick corners or do you pick defensive linemen? At a neutral cost, I'm trying to put him on his back, because if he can make plays that you can't cover, so you might as well try and sack him. Right. So I think, doubling down on that, you can never have enough edge rushers, and that translates to other teams too. They've got, I don't do a ton of studying, but these are two guys that I sort of, were on my radar in terms of, I don't do a ton of defensive studying, but they were two guys on my radar that were really interesting. One can kick inside too, right? There's some thought that maybe he's a better rush tackle than he is a rush end. They have some defensive. They have a pretty good defense right now. They've got a need at corner. I'm kind of hoping that's Richard Sherman, but we'll see. The other thing that if I was in business for them, I would be trying to figure out how, if there's a trade for a depressed tight end, whether that's Evan Ingram, whether that's David Njoku, or whether that's Zach Ertz. The first two over the third would be my preference. But yeah, all of those things, right? You're either going to need to stop Patrick Mahomes or you're going to need to outscore him. And, that being your single focus. I'm so glad they didn't go running back. I'm so glad that two teams stepped up in front of them and took a running back in the first round, so that way the Bills didn't. Not that I thought that they were necessarily going to do that, but I'm glad that they didn't.
Jordan, I want to ask you really quick, maybe transition from the draft for just a moment. Over the years, when we connect with each other and people meet in person, or we do podcasts like this, DFS writers, dynasty writers, I've always been intrigued by personal process. I know that's kind of a buzzword, a fantasy football or fantasy sports buzzword. What's your process like? But it's a legitimate thing, especially for someone like you who is way into analytics. So what is your personal process? And like I know that we're creatures of habit. Like when we sit and write down, we want whatever. We want a cherry Coke, and we have our favorite pen, and we write on a blue piece of paper. So there's all these intricacies, that goes into this. What is your personal process like? Like if you wake up in the morning, tomorrow morning, when you wake up and you have some numbers to crunch, you need to get something else up. Well, how does your personal process start?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I tend to look at profiles over players. And so one of the things that I think we mentioned a little bit earlier, is when you look at when you look at draft pedigree and positions, that's a big deal. And so I've tried to continue that sort of work, right? To look at, what's the difference between a first rounder being drafted at 5 overall for a wide receiver versus being drafted at 28. And, how do you sort of treat that? And I think that there's good evidence to suggest that there's no difference, which is completely counterintuitive. I've seen, and I need to look, admittedly, I need to look a little bit more, but I saw a case recently for the fact that the guys drafted at the end of the round actually can outperform the guys at the beginning of the round, which again is completely counterintuitive. But I'm open to the idea that there's more out there, right, in terms of that stuff. But I do think that a lot of what we do is we can't predict well. And we don't predict well. Historically, we haven't predicted well. All the work that we do, all of the work that we do on trying to sort out first round wide receivers, for example, we have performed no better than random than at predicting fantasy success. ADP is for first round wide receivers is completely random in terms of predicting future success. If you sort of I come at that with a very humble sort of approach to say that, listen, we can do a ton of this work. And ultimately, if a football game is 4 hours and there's 16 of them, or I guess 17 now, that's, basically 3 days a year. And out of 365, we know not very much about these players. We don't know very much. We know less than 1% of their year. And so there's so much else there, other information that we don't know. A ton of that's baked into pedigree. That's a big thing with Fields, right? We can look at Fields and there's very, I'm not trying to be hot takey when I say this, but I have very little doubt on the field that he's the best player in this draft, that he's the best quarterback in this draft. In terms of everything that he's done, in terms of his upside, in terms of all of his college production, it is better than Trevor Lawrence. And by, I think, a pretty good chunk when you look at all of his splits. I have to sort of rectify that with the fact that he went 11th and Lawrence went 1. Again, not a huge difference. That range tends to, again, perform randomly, but there's information there. Is that we saw Watson fall. And, I'm not going to make light of this, but is one of the reasons why Watson fall that people knew that he had some off-field demons? I don't know the answer to that question, but when you see a player fall that shouldn't fall, that should give you some sort of alarm bells. Tylan Wallace is a really good example of this, right? He fell really far. And we could say, hey, listen, he's got a pretty good profile. He's got all these things. Why is he falling, right? Why is he? And you have to adjust for that. And so that's really the thing that I come at it with, is that the NFL knows a ton about these, and it stacks up, right? The hit rate goes down as the rounds go on. So they have a pretty good idea. And so I come at it with a lot of that. And then again, you try and look at how you take one asset and make it 2, right? So how do I take one of these wide receiver profiles that I don't necessarily love and make it 2? And, is that a trade down? Is that, in terms of is that adding on a veteran, right? Is that sort of arbitraging that way? And so that's a lot of how I come at it with, I honestly, I don't think analytics is all knowing. I think the more, and in the Analytics of Dynasty 2021 edition, I had a quote at the beginning of it. It's the U2 quote: "The more I see, the less I know." And that's a lot of it with analytics. If anyone's trying to tell you, I tweeted this recently, that they know the way in terms of picking specific players, they're a charlatan, right? Because that has proven not to be true. And so I think, understanding the big understanding that I think from analytics is that we're not particularly good at this, which is okay. Right. That's we're playing a game that we don't control the outcome of. Right. So it's okay that we're not, but coming at it, that sort of, that humility, I think is a big deal, and sort of figuring out how you put a board together when you're trying to play a game you don't control the outcome of, I think that's really, the thing I come at it with. And so I look at I'm looking at this board and trying to figure out, there's a lot of uncertainty with some of these players. How do I make 2 bets instead of 1? How do I sort of do those different things? And I think that kind of insulates and it gives you more outs as you go along.
Absolutely. And by the way, Minnesota at 157th overall, they drafted wide receiver Amir Smith Marset, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. I don't think it's Marsetti, but Amir Smith Marset to Minnesota at 157. Jordan, I want to ask you this as well. Are you a superstitious person at all? Do you get these weird, I don't want to say weird, but do you get these qualms or these weird feelings when you're doing this process for certain players? And what I mean by superstitious is, like that would throw in a little bit of personal opinion on a guy. Like, hey, last year I did this process for Keyshawn Vaughn, and look where that got me. So I'm going to try and tweak my process for Michael Carter because I very much want Michael Carter to be successful. So do you get into superstition at all when you're crunching numbers?
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily superstitious, but I do think like those patterns present themselves quite a bit. When you look at, one of the things that I look at, the Michael Carter example is really instructive. When you sort of look at the hit rate of round 3 running backs, for example, it's 40%. You fall to round 4, it's 20%. It's a huge cliff. It's a huge cliff.
Correct. Yes.
It cuts you right in half. And so you have to adjust for that. Even if you think that Michael Carter is just the third best running back in this draft, for example, you have to adjust for that. You just have to. And so that's really, and one of the things I look at is what I call base rates, which is just that, right? It's the players round in their draft position. And that'll give you a really good starting point. And then you can move from it, right? So I know historically it's about a 20% top 24 hit rate. And then I could say, listen, I like him better than that. I can sort of move him up, or I like him worse than that. I can sort of move him down. One of the guys this year, and one of my subscribers, we have a group meet chat. He brought this up, and this is one that haunts me, is I took Royce Freeman over DJ Moore. And I sort of look back on that and what was, I talked myself into that Royce Freeman's profile was outstanding, and it was. He fell in the draft. I probably didn't adjust enough. DJ Moore's profile was also outstanding, and I went 3rd round running back over 1st round wide receiver. That's historically not a great bet. And I think that those patterns, right? I'm not necessarily saying that's superstitious, but those patterns, I think, are something that you need to really, really think about, and really, when you're making these decisions and stacking this board, that pattern represents itself this year with Bateman and Sermon, right? That's exactly the same, essentially the same proxy. And Sermon's probably lesser of a profile. He definitely is lesser of a profile than Royce Freeman was coming out of college. How do I sort of handle that? Is that a decision? And I sort of look back on that decision, and it's not, and I made one last year too. And I would go back and, I've thought about this one a lot. I took Dylan over Justin Jefferson. And when you sort of look at the math is it's a coin flip, right? The math is essentially, it's a coin flip there between those two profiles. And I flipped the wrong side so far. And, did I flip the wrong side in that Royce Freeman, DJ Moore thing, or was it bad process? And so what do I do with it this year? And so thinking about those things, again, it's a lot of uncertainty. And if you just take AJ Dillon and instead of him being on Green Bay, he's on Washington, we're having a totally different conversation, right? Because, and that stuff we can't predict. We absolutely can't predict the stuff that we think is going to happen right now. We have no clue. I went through and I actually read, I did a thing, I didn't publish it, but I just did it for my own personal edification. All of the stories about, you could have written in May last year about the running back position, that Swift was blocked by Kerryon Johnson, and Antonio Gibson was blocked by Peterson. He was blocked by Geis. He was blocked by Peyton Barber. That James Robinson was blocked by Leonard Fournette, Raquel Armstead, Divino Zigbo. You just keep going down the line. That Marlon Mack was going to be the heavy in a committee with Jonathan Taylor. That Mark Ingram was going to be over J.K. Dobbins. So you just keep going on and on and on. That Keyshawn Vaughn was a start week 1 type of guy because all they had was Ronald Jones. I could keep going. I could write an entire chapter in the 2022 edition of the Analytics Dynasty about all the things that we thought in May that were wrong. And so just thinking about those things, like there's a lot in there that's going to change, and being open to that change and being flexible. And so that's, again, one of the big things with me is like, hey, if there's two bets that look pretty close, how do I do one and get additional assets on top of it? And I think that's probably the best way to insulate against this, a lot of what we don't know.
Well, it's 2:40 p.m. Eastern. We're here with Jordan McNamara from Analytics of Dynasty. Go find him at McNamara Dynasty. He's got a fantastic page, analyticsofdynasty.com. You can register there and really get in on what he's doing and his action. And Jordan, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I do want to ask you, what's one thing that you do in all this dynasty football stuff? What's one thing you think you do better than most people that are doing it? Because as we know, it seems like everybody on earth nowadays is writing and they're crunching numbers, and people say, I'm the best analytics guy or I'm the best tape guy. What's one thing that you say that you think you do better than anybody else in the game here?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't bill myself as that, so that's a tough one for me.
I know you're very concise. Everything you say is cool and calculated, but it's realistic. You're I don't want to say a man of no words, but what you do is
I speak too much, probably.
No, not at all. But what you say is everything is smart. It's concise. You know what you're doing, where you want to go, and of course we already know that. That's why you're here with us this afternoon. And sorry if I put you on the spot like that. You're a humble dude. I myself get a little bit embarrassed or cringy when someone says, hey Chris, I love your DFS work, it's outstanding, or not trying to toot my own horn, just trying to paint a picture here. So if you don't want to do it, Jordan, I will. What you're doing is unbelievably fantastic, and it's okay to kind of say, man, I'm really good at this and I really enjoy doing it. So if I ask you the question, I'm going to absolve you from all egocentricism here. Jordan, what do you do best here?
What I do best. I think I'm open to a lot of different ideas. I'm open to new processes, right? I won't get stuck on on a specific thing. If there's something that happens, I'll be willing to reevaluate it. One of the things that a great example of this is Kenny Galladay. When Kenny Galladay initially hit, I said he came from a low pedigree, like he's a third round guy, and that just really isn't that durable of a profile. And I had some people sort of, talk me in, trying to talk me into Kenny Galladay. And so I went and researched an entire chapter. What ended up being, I didn't intend to do this, but it ended up being an entire chapter on what I call density. And it's entirely because of Kenny Galladay. And it was, once a player hits, we have to treat him differently. He still has that pedigree attached to him, and we still have to use the pedigree as a guide, the round that he goes in the NFL draft, but they act differently post hit. And I think that's something that I'm open to. So I'm open to a lot of different ideas. And I don't think, like I said, I think if there's anything about me, that my process is driven by, trying to find different things and new things. And so a lot of the stuff that I talk about too is non-football related. And how do we, one thing that I spend a ton of time thinking about is how the NBA can guide us in dynasty football, because the structures are very similar in terms of the roster sizes are pretty close. How much a superstar matters is pretty close. Some of the the decline in sort of the pick valuation is pretty close. And using some of those strategies is really interesting. So I'll find a lot of stuff outside of, I spend, mid-May through July doing a lot of non-football related research, doing a non-football related, whether that's audiobooks, whether that's new podcasts, whether that's, a lot of written stuff. I found some really interesting studies on like some psychological phenomena that are fun. And that goes into, I can use that in terms of pick evaluation. I'll give you a great example. There's a study out of Europe a while back, and it asked people, what quality of driver are you? as a driver? Are you basically, in the top half or the bottom half of drivers? It was between like 80 and 90% of folks said that they were top half drivers. Right.
Yeah,
So
of
everyone
course
was sort of
people would say that.
overestimating.
I'm not a jerk.
While they're
I
answering
don't
on their
throw
cell phone,
things. Yeah.
speeding. Yeah.
I'm
Yelling
not
at the
punching
kids in the
people
back.
in the face at a stop sign. Yeah. Everybody's good at everything if you ask them. Sure.
Right. And, all of those things. So we know that's not true. And so I was like really interested by that. And so one of the things that I did was I said, this probably shows up. So I went to one of my leagues. It was right after a startup draft. And I said, hey, what's your odds of winning a championship? What's the odds of you winning a championship this first year? So it's a 12-team league that only gives out one championship. And the average answer was like 22.4% or something like that. When you add it up,
they'll win. That's a win, correct. Okay.
Yeah, that it's like 2.5. It's I think the total number, I don't remember the specific on the average answer, but it was like, I think the total percentage that people gave was like 262% or something like that. Like it was, way overestimating your likelihood of winning. And that's really powerful information, because the impact of that is that people are probably overvaluing their picks undervaluing their picks, right? That they're saying, oh, in a trade, hey, I'm giving a late first, when in reality, they're probably giving something closer to a mid first. And there's value there, right? And so sort of exploiting that. The other thing too, that I do a lot of, I think that might be different, is I look a lot at, I have a metric called WARP, which is wins over replacement player. And then I have another one that sort of goes with it, that's adjusted wins over replacement player.
Huge on baseball. That's a massive stat now that people use in their everyday baseball life. WAR, wins over replacement. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. And so that's the big, trying to figure out using other sports, other ideas to try and incorporate with this. The big thing with that is you'll see that players, there's not a big difference in terms of some of these players, right? So the difference between, and when you look at, and that can be very valuable. So when you look at wide receivers that are finishing between, wide receiver 15 and wide receiver 30, that might be like 0.2 of a win over the course of a 13-week regular season. That's not very much. Right, that's not a very big difference. When you sort of say, all right, well, one of them is going for, I can trade the guy that's going to finish 15th for the guy that's going to finish 30th, and a future first, right? We can sort of calculate, and we know that future first is worth, basically, 0.3 wins over the first 3 years, each of the first 3 years of their career. So it's basically like 0.9 wins over replacement in the first 3 years of their career. So that's a really interesting right? That's a really, really high upside type of thing. And when you sort of, and when I was calculating the value of picks, I sort of look at narratives and I try and determine if they're true, and if they're not, how do we sort of fade them? The other thing that, people are sort of overvaluing their picks. I think that picks are probably, for a variety of reasons, and maybe not even necessarily on the clock, but for a variety of reasons, owning picks up until the point that they're made, it's undervalued, because it gives you a ton of flexibility. It gives you, people misunderstand the value of picks too. A random future pick isn't the middle of the round, right? It's 105, because all the picks aren't the same, right? There's a steep drop off after 1 and 2 that is much different than the drop off between 11 and 12. And so when you sort of look at those things, those picks can be really, really valuable. The other thing that I would say, if you had to take a tagline for analytics at Dynasty, there's, we embrace variance. And the other thing that we do is have a really, really long view. And I've made a lot of trades that have hurt painfully in the very near future, in the very near term. I'll give you a great example. I gave up 2 starting running backs last year and a starting quarterback for Dak Prescott. And it hurt so much, because I was giving up, when I did the deal, I kind of said, man, this is going to really, really be painful.
Stings.
And this year, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot, because I'm not, my running back situation outside of these 2 starting running backs, it's going to really, really hurt. But I was convinced that I am as bullish as you'll find on Dak Prescott's profile, and he's my quarterback 2 in Dynasty. And so like the long play, like the longest view in the room in that deal, the deal that I'm going to look back in 5 years on and not be mad that I made, is taking the Dak Prescott side. No matter how it turns out, that's the right play. And so it's painful to do that. And, but now I look back and I traded Leonard Fournette, Todd Gurley, and Cam Newton for Dak Prescott. Right? That's I came back and it hurt like hell to do at the time, because I knew I was giving up wins doing it. I knew it, but I knew in 12 months, 24 months, 5 years from now, that I'm going to look back on that deal and be like, wow, I got a huge asymmetric outcome on my end. And so that's really the thing, that like we're willing to embrace some variance, and we're willing to sort of have the longest view in the room, even when it's painful. One of my subscribers, and he does some work with me, Carlo, he has a really good saying that if it feels really good to do, it's probably the wrong decision, right? From a trade perspective, from a pick perspective, all of those things, it's probably negative EV. If it feels really, really good to do, if it feels really easy, you're probably missing something. And I think that's ultimately right. So so that's it. I feel kind of like a buzzkill a little bit in some of the stuff.
No, absolutely not.
I try and take a look at that are a little bit different, and be willing to sort of, if it hurts, it might be that pain is probably worth the long-term gain. And it absolutely was in the Todd Gurley, Leonard Fournette, Cam Newton trade. Absolutely was the right decision, even though it hurt like hell to do.
A lot of us who played, sports, especially football in middle school or high school. I had a head coach in high school football. He said, pain is weakness leaving the body. So your pain is weakness leaving your fantasy team. It's about 2:50 p.m. Eastern here. We're doing the draft show, the Undraftables draft show. Kansas City just selected Noah Gray, tight end at 162. As I said, we got about 10 minutes left with you, 8 minutes or so. I can't believe how fast this has flown by. J-Man is still hanging out there. He's watching the draft. I appreciate that. But Jordan, we have, like I said, like 8 to 10 minutes left. Let's pivot away from football for a second, because I'm sure, I'm not sure, but people can get kind of burned out or sick of always talking football in a way. But the last 8 or 10 minutes, I want to know just a few things about you. Like if you could wake up tomorrow, like a genie appeared in your room and said, I grant you one wish, and your wish was, I want to have my Sunday, May 2nd, I want to have a perfect day. What would a perfect day look like for you, Jordan? From start to finish, foods, candies, whatever you need.
You want to we'll get optimistic here. I think that's a great question. And this past year, everything that went on in 2020 and has gone on into 2021 has made me realize that I want to live my life more like that. Right. And so I actually changed in the past 2 years. I've changed jobs twice, and I went from a job I just couldn't work anymore. It was really tough to get up and go to. And now I do basically the analytics of Dynasty stuff, and I have a part-time job working, my day job. And every Monday I get up and I'm like, this is now the best Monday I've ever worked. And it's doing that, that probably wasn't a decision I would have made pre-COVID. That's probably one of the things that I wouldn't have looked at life quite like that. And so it's very much changed. I'm fortunate. My wife is unbelievable, especially this weekend every year. Because this is one of those weekends where it's like, hey, honey, you kind of have the kids.
You're alone. Yeah, you're alone. I'm booked.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's awesome and totally understanding. And I couldn't be any luckier to have her. My parents, my sister's like, hey, I'll watch, the toddler. I'll take her overnight tonight. And I was like, you have no idea how helpful that is. Like, you have no idea how much that means, because this weekend it's a lot. We live streamed this is probably like my 10th or 11th hour since Thursday night. And so it's just a lot, recording podcasts. I was semi asleep recording at 2:30 in the morning last night. It's a long weekend. So, I mean, that's a joy. If I had to get up and do it, I'd take the kids to school, take my kids to daycare, feed them breakfast, take them to daycare, probably get on my bike, ride for a couple hours, not fall. That's key. Nursing
a bicycle or a motorcycle.
A bicycle. Yeah, I've got my
Bicycle.
Trek. She's sitting right there. Her name's Donna. She's sitting
Donna.
right there, and I've fallen off for a couple of times, so I'm nursing an injury at the moment, trying to get past over that. But getting on that for a couple of hours, and then coming back, doing some football work, picking the kids up, and one thing that we do every day, and my daughter loves it, is name your favorite thing of the day. And again, this is all stuff pre-COVID that I would have never truly appreciated. We
Like
could
the
talk
highs
about
and the low of the day. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Give me your best thing that happened today. And it's like that might be her favorite part of every day. And that's just stuff that, I've come to appreciate more and more about life, because, maybe my odds of dying weren't super high, but when they say they double for a given day because of this COVID thing, like that kind of gives you an appreciation. Again, it's still not very high, but, it gives you a different appreciation for life. And that's really been, kind of my 2021 goal, is to really be appreciative of all that stuff. And I'm pretty lucky with what I have.
Sounds like a fantastic day to me. And the only reason I asked you that was because, a lot of us, human beings, we get complacent. We think we get comfortable. We get in a mode or a mood, and we're like, that's it. I'm good where I am. And I loved how you said, I keep an open mind, not only with your fantasy football or just overall sports kind of analytics and everything, but in real life. And you take stock on a daily basis. And because of all this COVID, and because the question I asked, I can tell that you're a good man, you're a good family man, and you've kind of used this negative thing that we've all dealt with this season, and spun it to your own advantage, to your wife and your kids and your family man advantage here. So again, the only reason I asked is I hope that you would think about what was I like, what happened, and what I am like now. If I say, hey, Chris, realistically look at what your Sunday tomorrow is going to be like, how far off is it from what I want my perfect day to be? What is that attainable? Can we have a perfect day tomorrow? Absolutely. Yeah. But some things are, like, as you said, in football, some things are out of our control. We can't, the players have to play. I can't control a guy blowing a red light as I'm going through the intersection, but the things that I can control, I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to do what I can for a perfect day here. So Jordan, thank you so much for being here. I can't believe it's already been an hour and 5 minutes. Actually, it's been unbelievably fantastic. And before you get out of here, one more quick question. Should be a fantastic answer. I'll give you the choice. So you can choose the Buffalo Bills, or you can choose your number one favorite dynasty team. What is one wish that you would have for the Bills or your fantasy team? And a Super Bowl or winning the championship is off the table. That's too easy.
Well, that's I want to be at a AFC championship game in Buffalo. That's what I want. I want to be there. I want to see that, because I think that's one of those things that, probably, that it has happened in my lifetime. But I just want to be there to experience that energy, because that's something I don't think I'll, there's very few moments in life that I think you can feel it in your toes. And when you feel, I saw the last time
stadium shaking, it's snowing. You're like, this is unbelievably fantastic.
Yeah. I was at the last time that Syracuse played Georgetown in the Carrier Dome, and I could feel it in my toes. You could just feel it. And, when Syracuse played Duke the first time, it was a huge matchup. It ended up being probably the greatest basketball game I've ever seen in person. Like you could feel it in your bones. And it was just one of those feelings. And that was it. So to see an AFC championship game in Orchard Park would be if you can't take a Super Bowl, give me a home AFC championship game.
If I could give that to you, Jordan, I would. So before you get out of here,
where about us against Detroit? We'll meet you in the Super Bowl.
See how different the organizations are. You're hoping and praying for an AFC championship game at home, which is attainable. I'm just shooting for an NFC North championship for the Detroit Lions. So before we move on and we get you out of here, I don't know what more you got going on, but let us know where to find you, what you're working on, and we'll go from there, Jordan.
Yeah, so analyticsdynasty.com, you can find all the stuff. What I am going to, when I hang up with you guys, I'm going to go in and we're tracking rookie draft ADP. So a big thing right now is looking at mock drafts and all that stuff. We got one better for you, which is actual draft position. So real drafts, real draft position. It's real people drafting real dynasty leagues, and it's moving very quickly. And so seeing all that data, you can go over there you can subscribe to Analytics of Dynasty and get all the content. I do Dynasty Daily podcasts. I have all my tiers. I've got my big board and all that stuff. You can go subscribe there. I've got a group me as well. If you just want the draft position, and the dynasty trade finder, we have a trade finder that pulls from over 6,500 dynasty leagues. So you can go in and see the different trades for different players. What assets are being traded. You can search type of league, you can search type of pick, you can search multiple assets, which you can't find anywhere else. Trying to figure out, hey, where was Baker Mayfield traded for Deshaun Watson? What did trades like that look like? They're in there to get an idea of how to do your trades. So you can subscribe to all that. It's $5.99 a month. And just those tools alone will give you a much better, I think go subscribe to the whole site, but the tools alone, and you can pick up the Analytics of Dynasty 2021 edition at analyticsoftdynasty.com.
Fantastic. What an hour we had. What a joy it was to be with you. I hope our paths get to cross more often than what we did here today. So I look forward to many more conversations with you. I wish you success. I wish your website success. And I wish your Buffalo Bills success, Jordan. Thanks for being here this afternoon with us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Oops, excuse me. That was unbelievably fantastic, J-Man. What's going on over there? I know Carolina just drafted Keith Taylor, cornerback, 166. And I do want to apologize. The draft selections are coming in and out, and I'm getting to them. I know when all is said and done, this is a draft show. But, talking with these guests, getting to know them kind of one-on-one, or me and you, J-Man, talking to these guests, it's just so much fun. You kind of lose track sometimes of time and everything. And I know Michael is the producer of the whole thing that's going on here. He's probably, going nuts behind the scenes. Chris, move it along, do this, do that. But getting to know Jordan like that was unbelievable. And I'm looking forward to our second guest here, J-Man. Do you know who it is? I'm sure you do, but I have to put on like it's a presentation. This is a broadcast, it's entertainment. I have to give a presentation in a way. So, J-Man, who is our next guest?
I think our next guest is Samantha Holt, who is absolutely amazing in the industry, and can't wait to hear what she has to say about the NFL draft.
Me too. I'm most interested to ask Samantha. Samantha, I'm going to act like you're not here. I'm going to talk about you like you're not here. So I'm very much looking forward to asking Samantha about the Pittsburgh Steelers, what she thinks of what they've done. Najee Harris in the first round. So I can't wait to talk to Samantha. There she is. So Samantha, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you so much for having me and for, powering through on one of these marathons. I did one myself on Thursday. It takes a whole nother level of focus and, determination to put yourself through another one of these. But this is why we do it. We love it, right?
That's it. And I have to tell you, just kind of pull the curtain back here. About an hour ago, I've known that they Undroppables asked me to be on at 2 p.m. for like a month now, right? And we broadcast all the time. I know you do, Dukes. How you doing? I know you do. But for some odd reason, about 10, 15 minutes to 2 o'clock, I was like nervous. I felt rushed for some odd reason, and I felt nervous. But then in about 5 or 10 minutes, it just kind of went away, and you find your peace, and you realize that we're talking draft, we're talking football, we're with like-minded people, and it's unbelievably fantastic. So Duke's just joining us here. How you been? You've been on in and out of these broadcasts for a few days now.
Yeah, I've been on a Rondale Moore to the Cardinals high. Got my Purdue gear.
You put it directly into your veins?
Yeah. I mean, I love the spot for him, but I'm excited to chop it up with the two of you. I respect you both. The whole industry does. You're beloved. Sam, when I found out that you're such a great artist, I was just blown away because you do everything else well also.
Thank you.
I just want to be more like you.
Oh, I mean, I appreciate that, but I mean, I don't sleep very much. I don't think you really want to be like me.
Sleep is important. They say now, I guess the studies are saying it's more important than diet. So.
Oh, wow.
It
absolutely is
come in
more
there.
important.
I know in a lot of like those corny 80s action movies, they say the main character, the main bad guy says, "I'll sleep when I'm dead." So I guess that's the same case here. We're writing and we're broadcasting, and I don't want to be dead, but I guess I'll get enough sleep there. So Samantha, do you mind if I call you Sam or Samantha? Does it either way?
No worries. I don't know why when I decided to make my Twitter handle years ago, I was like, people should know who I am. And then I just put my full name and I'm like, I might as well just added my social security number.
I was going to say that your debit card PIN number. Absolutely. So real quick, Duke said that you're a talented artist. Are you painting? Are you drawing? Those panels behind you, I assume those are like sound when you're on a microphone.
Yeah, they're definitely for sound. Although I think I'm very lucky in that this room has pretty good sound. So mostly it's just for decoration at this point. But yeah, I do draw, paint. I have a bachelor's degree in illustration, so I can draw most things. That it sounds pretty generic, but I've been drawing and painting since I was 5. And so from there, I have a career now in graphic design. So lots of creative stuff. I can't stop with my hobbies. Apparently, fantasy football's taken over as well.
That's fantastic. Now, cartoonism, I think that's a word. Are you into comic books or anime or anything like that along those lines?
I'm not really into anime or too much cartoons. I like Frank Miller style cartoons in the darker sense in the way that he draws. I don't tend to read a ton of them. I just love to look at the pictures. I mean, in school, I was always just looking for the pictures in every book. So I just like to appreciate the artwork behind that.
100%. So let's just talk about it. It's the elephant in the room here today. You're Pittsburgh Steelers. You're a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I believe your pinned tweet is you in that kind of a bomber jacket. You're way into the Steelers, and I respect that. They're one of the most storied franchises in NFL history. Whether you love them or hate them, you can't knock what they've done and their success. So take me through Thursday night when they were on the clock. A lot of people we already kind of knew they were going running back after they let James Conner walk, excuse me. So what was your initial reaction when Najee Harris was drafted?
Well, I know that we have a lot of other needs. And so trying not to be a selfish, fan, I was thinking, okay, if they go O-line here, I totally understand, but we desperately, desperately need a running back. And I had my sights set on Najee Harris, was crossing my fingers and toes, just praying. I was in the middle of a live feed and the people I was with allowed me to just take a moment on mute, just to be like, I just need to process this, guys. I can't talk right now until the pick came in. And then it was just, tears of excitement. And I'm still excited. Like I had someone deliver a pizza that night in the middle of it. And I went to get to the door to get the pizza. And the guy saw my hat and he's like, "Oh, good luck in the draft tonight." I was like, "We got Najee Harris."
It already happened.
Like, that was not the energy I was expecting when you opened this door. So still very, very excited. We're going to get back to the running game, which we so desperately need. The past 3 years has not been any semblance of what it should have been, what we've been known for in the past. And I'm very excited for his incredible talent to completely change our running game.
I like the picks that Pittsburgh's made after Najee. They kind of support that as well. Freiermuth, a great run blocking tight end. They added a couple linemen. So they definitely had a mindset going into the draft. I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm excited about that too. I was a little bit questionable of the tight end pick because I was like, really? But after seeing the tape, he is a really good run blocker. So I'm hoping he can be that extra, trigger point in the offense to help open it up for Najee.
How often, as I said, Pittsburgh Steelers are one of the most storied franchises, kind of like the New England Patriots or the Dallas Cowboys. So how often has someone, said to you face to face or just even on a tweet or on social media, like, "Oh, Pittsburgh Steelers fans, you guys are so spoiled. You have, everything has been given to you. You've won so many championships and you went undefeated to a certain extent last season." Yeah. How often has that happened to you? And how do you deal with that? What do you say when someone says face to face, "Samantha, you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. You're spoiled. You've had everything given to you"?
Oh, I've definitely gotten that, but I think my favorite is when I say to someone I'm a Steelers fan, "Why are all the girls Steelers fans? They're like all bandwagon fans. I just don't understand." I'm like, that is not the case at all. First of all, get to know me and you will know there is nothing bandwagon about me. Second, in terms of you just have an embarrassment of riches in terms of past championships, it's nice to be on that side. I won't, I'm not going to knock it. However, I also know what it's like to go through all the pain and suffering every other team has gone through. We've gone through plenty of injuries. We've gone through plenty of drama. Come on, plenty and plenty of drama. I don't think I need to underline that in terms of our locker room of the past. For me, it's more of just, you know what? We just happen to come on the winning side of things sometimes, and that's awesome. But it's still a struggle year in, year out. We're all dealt the same cards to begin with in terms of trying to get to a win at the end of the season, get to that Super Bowl. And you know what? Sometimes it doesn't happen. We've lost Super Bowls too. So, there's good and there's bad, but when you're at the top, I guess, of course, people are going to be picking at you.
Yeah, and real fast, Baltimore at pick 171 selected Dalen Hayes, defensive end there. When I look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, the one thing that stands out to me, and again, I'm objective. I don't have a horse or a dog in that fight, as they say. I'm a Detroit guy, Detroit Lions fans, but it has to be Ben Roethlisberger. I mean, he's older. He did decide to come back for another season in 2021. Drew Brees retired. We thought maybe both would go out and retire, walk off into the sunset together. What are what's your long-term outlook personally for Ben Roethlisberger, and how's the team going to transition given the fact, like, when Ben Roethlisberger retires? How do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to handle that?
Well, I think that they're in preparation mode for that now. I mean, it's the reason why we signed Dwayne Haskins where we did. A very good bargain signing, if you will. Don't want to knock Haskins for anything, but if you're going to look toward the future, you need youth behind that. They did sign Mason Rudolph to another year this year. All I see of that is he's just an extra guy that knows the playbook should anyone get hurt. I don't see him as the future. I think that when you look at a player like Haskins, who's been dealt a lot of really bad cards, he had injuries, wasn't really set up to win there, and I'm hoping that with an amazing coach like Mike Tomlin, and I'm going to bang the drum for Mike Tomlin till the end of time. He's an amazing coach who's constantly
fantastic.
Constantly underrated coach, in my opinion. And I feel like under him and through that tutelage, I believe that Haskins can have success. I don't know that we get Ben for 16 games this year. 13 really, because it's been hard for him to stay healthy throughout an entire season. So I do think we're probably going to see another quarterback this season. I want Ben to finish strong. You want your Warriors to finish strong. I don't want him to go out in some play where he twists his ankle and then he's just done. I don't want him to go out that way. But I also am realistic in thinking, just because he had the arm surgery last year, I was like, he's bionic man. He's going to come out and we're going to do great. We got 13 undefeated games and that was awesome. However, the wheels fell off the wagon pretty quickly after that because everyone was so beat up and tired after not getting the bye weeks and all this stuff. So anyways, what was I even saying? It's going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
Transition away from Ben Roethlisberger when it happens. And I'd imagine, a quarterback of Ben's stature, Super Bowls and coming from not a highly touted college. I believe it was Ohio, just straight, not Ohio State, just Ohio, Miami, Ohio of Miami, Miami of Ohio, whatever way you can put it here. You'd imagine all players would like to go out on their own terms. And when you said you'd hate to see him twist his knee or hurt his neck, God forbid, and have to, forcibly be retired of that way here. But that's the risk that you take, especially if Ben is coming back this coming season. So, Dukes, what were you going to say here? And by the way, we're here with Samantha R. Holt, at Samantha R. Holt, avid, massive Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Don't ask her for her PIN number or her bank account. She said that's off limits, at least for this hour in the broadcast. So, Dukes, what were you going to say?
Yeah, so actually I had a question. So I know Haskins went to Ohio State. They pipeline people in from Pennsylvania a lot. So is he a Pennsylvania guy? Did he grow up a Pittsburgh fan? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, just given the area and the space, we do tend to do that. And, I think it'd be a great storyline if he was. I don't want to pretend like I know, he's been a Steelers fan with posters on his wall since he was a kid, as I just don't know that. But it would be awesome to know that, especially if the tape goes to when he does have the start and then we get to hear the behind the scenes of how he's always wanted to be a quarterback for the Steelers. But I just don't know about that yet.
Yeah, I wondered if that's why he signed there because, Ohio State does bring a lot of people from Pennsylvania. So I was just curious if you knew, but I do really like the fit for sure. I think that
It's growing on
If
me.
there's-
It took a minute. I wasn't excited. I'm not going to lie. When I first heard the signing, I wasn't looking forward to it. I wanted us to make some sort of other move to try and move up and get draft picks so that we could get a quarterback from this class or make a different type of trade. But we just don't have the stock right now to make those kinds of moves. But it's growing on me. And, you know, again, I have confidence in my coach, so I know that we're going to be all right.
Yeah, and you didn't have to use a pick or anything, so you're not losing anything.
Absolutely. And then while we were chatting at pick 172, the San Francisco 49ers drafted, I'm going to chop up his name and I apologize, Demondore Lenore, linebacker there. And I want to ask you, Samantha, in terms of Najee Harris, Travis Etienne going to Jacksonville, and Javonte Williams, of the three, homerism aside, for fantasy purposes, which way would you go? Maybe I'll put you on the spot here. Rank those three running backs as it stands right now at this moment of time. Najee, Travis Etienne, and Javonte Williams.
I mean, I know it's going to sound like homerism, but I'm going to go number one to someone who's already going to have the Lions share of the attempts right off the bat. It is his running game, and that is Najee Harris with the Steelers. This is a massive void that's been left. Yes, Benny Snell is going to be there to once in a while vulture a touchdown or two. That's just how we roll with things. It's going to be frustrating for fantasy owners, but I don't think it'd be that frustrating compared to James Robinson owners that now have to deal with Travis Etienne, who is going to be that guy that week because they're both very dominant players. It's just too much oil and water for me as a fantasy owner to wonder who's going to be the number one guy off the bat. Etienne is a very, very talented back. I cannot imagine them just saying, oh yeah, we'll get you a couple carries eventually, maybe by week 6. No, he is going to be a big instrument in the running game. They are completely changing things there in Jacksonville. So it's going to be a different team than we even saw last year. So for that reason, it's got to go Najee Harris and then Etienne and then Williams after that.
No, I like that. And again, I prefaced it by homerism because I mean, anybody in their right mind, Pittsburgh fan or not, you're going to go Najee Harris. This kid is going to be the RB1 right off the bat. And realistically speaking, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, call me crazy, kick me out of fantasy football, but I think Najee Harris is now instantly a top 15 running back. And that might be, and that I don't think that's even that ambitious here. So Samantha, I know it's low hanging fruit to ask people, well, how did you get started? What's your process? But you and I have yet to really chat. We've never been, face to face virtually on a broadcast here, but, looking at on your social medias, as the kids say, you're part of Fantasy Focused. It's a podcast. How did that come about? Who are you working with, and what goes on behind the scenes, to get a podcast like that off the ground?
Sure. Well, I've been writing, and I haven't been writing the last couple of years, but I got my start writing fantasy football, I want to say 5 years ago with the Fantasy Authority. They were gracious enough to reach out and say, hey, we would love to get you writing on our channel. And so I did. And then it just kind of was a quick snowball effect of, hey, do you want to jump on the podcast with us? And I've never done a podcast. And I thought, oh, I hope I'm good at that. And then I kept getting invited onto other podcasts. And then I ended up linking up with the guys over at Fantasy Focused. And it went from, do you want to be a guest, to I've been on your show now every other week for the entire season. So I might as well just join you guys. And it's been a really awesome ride with them. And I got to start my own show with my co-host, Derek Tate, who, if you don't follow, is just brilliant in terms of understanding tape and breaking it down. So I feel like he's made me a lot better at what I do because of how he looks at things. So we have the fantasy debate. And then I also wanted to just get better at my interview skills of when talking to guests and just how I present myself. So I wanted to do that last year. And I started my one-on-one with podcast, where I got to interview a lot of different people in the industry. And I've had a lot of really fun people on. I got to talk to Matthew Berry, Field Yates, Cynthia Freeland, to name a few amazing people that I greatly respect. And they've all been very kind and helpful in giving me tools to improve my skills and to, continue trying on this. Cause it is a very bold endeavor to just all of a sudden be like, I think I'm going to do this all the time. And I mean, I've been in it about 5 years now, like I said, but it still feels like every year it snowballs into another bigger level, which is super fun, flattering. And I love the challenge.
I look at, one-on-one interviews, right? There's a few people that are like outstanding at it. Barbara Walters was like the gold standard for how long. And as it stands now, whether you like him or not, Howard Stern is one of the best, personal one-on-one interviews of all time. Again, whether you're a fan or not. So to you personally, when you said you wanted to go into this endeavor, and if we rewind back and then boom, we're here now, fast forward all the way till now, what's your personal process like, like the researching thing, like a day or two out from a big interview, like one of these guys from ESPN, Barry or Fields, or, anybody at CBS Sports, whatever. Like, what's your personal process? How do you kind of get out of your own way or get out of your own head to be comfortable? And what's the planning like? What's the process for you?
Sure. Well, first, in terms of being comfortable, I've had a lot of people give me really good advice. One of my friends over at ESPN, Daniel Dopp, he gave me, in my opinion, the best advice, which was, if you boil it down, what this interview is two people who both love football and are just talking about football because they love it. So if you boil it down to those things, it makes it a lot easier and less pressure on yourself of like, I love this. I'm not going to screw it up if I love it. And I'm talking to someone who also does this for a living, and they only do something like this if they absolutely love it. So when I take it down that way, it makes it a lot I don't want to say easier because it's still nerve-wracking, but it makes you have a little bit more confidence in asking the questions. And then in terms of research and what I'm trying to get out of those interviews, I always kind of target, okay, well, am I trying to find out more about the backstory? What am I trying to get an answer here on that other people are not trying to look for? Yes, I can ask you for your top 5 favorite running backs. I can also find that on ESPN.com. So I try and find other stories that I think other people would find interesting. I'm someone who grew up loving to hear stories from, my family members, just sitting in the background and hearing people tell stories. I just find that really fascinating and fun. So for me, it's trying to unlock that door on those stories to hear everyone's origin story and where they come from. And for me, I find more value in that. And then, we'll have a fun couple things on fantasy picks. Okay, how many leagues are you in this year and all those little tidbits. But I just like to unlock the stories and allow the conversation to kind of flow naturally. It feels a little bit easier that way.
Absolutely. Again, when you break it down, I think I played in a league with Dopp not too long ago. That's Pod Vader, if I'm correct.
Oh no,
right?
Pod Vader's not on there anymore.
Okay.
He's the latest producer, and he's also on the fantasy show with Matthew over there on ESPN Plus.
Okay. And getting personal for a moment, I see on your Twitter, you went to Pebble Beach not too long ago. Now,
I did.
Yeah, if I'm looking at that, oh no, it was the fantasy focused somebody there. It said today did not suck.
Levy went over and played Pebble Beach. He's an avid golfer. But yeah, I am not. I have played twice. Not very.
So I kind of blew that one. But aside from golf and not going to Pebble Beach, what are some other things you enjoy in your free time aside from fantasy football? How do you? I'm sure we all need, and I'm asking you, how do you unplug and just put down the phone or don't go on social media? Aside from like drawing, what do you do to kind of de-stress and unplug?
Sure. It's funny because this is like one of those weeks where it's like, well, what else do you do? This is all I've been doing. So it's hard to figure out what are my hobbies because this is all I've been doing for the past like really 2 weeks. But my other hobbies, I do love paddleboarding. I live in Long Beach, California, so I'll go over to the beach and go paddleboard whenever I can. Love hiking, getting into the outdoors. I'm very into fitness, so I do really well when I have like a strict schedule with that. I always feel like I'm just better on all fronts at work. Podcasting, everything. As long as I'm exercising, I feel great. And then I also live in a house, so it's constant house renovation projects. Love refinishing furniture. Love sawing, drilling, and all the things. So anything I can do to be active and creating in other ways, I love to do.
Absolutely. And then if we turn our attention to tomorrow, the draft is going to be over and we can kind of, de-stress or decompress here. What is your day going to look like tomorrow? Like, what is the perfect day for you tomorrow? Like, if you had to choose, what would you do from start to finish?
Ooh, if I had to pick a perfect day. Okay, so maybe I would get up early because, why would I sleep in? Even if it's a day off, I'm not going to sleep in. I would get up early, probably go on a big hike, and then meet up with a couple friends for brunch because who doesn't love a good brunch? I just love a big pile of eggs and potatoes after a huge hike. Not something healthy. Give me just a big pile of food. And then probably end up going to the beach or doing a bonfire with my friends. maybe going to see my parents and playing some pickleball with them. Don't know if you guys are familiar with that game, but got even bigger during lockdown. It's a lot of fun, like tennis, but smaller. Very fun and competitive, and love that. And yeah, probably another big barbecue dinner, like lots of food to refuel for the coming week. Food and being outdoors would be the best way I could spend tomorrow.
That sounds fantastic. There's pickleboard here. I'm in Michigan, right outside of Detroit. You only get to play like 2-3 months a year when the weather is warm. But if we turn our attention back to the draft here, of all the first round selections, we've had a day to kind of process what has happened in the first round. To you personally, Samantha, what's one selection that left you scratching your head like, I can't believe that happened?
Well, I think the one that's scratching most people's heads is the ones that the Packers did. I mean, to go corner and to not go receiver where they should have is just a nail in the coffin of what they think of Aaron Rodgers there. So to me, they're the only team that I'm just like, but why? It doesn't make sense. I feel like Detroit went out and got a need that they did. And when you looked at the coverage and it said, it says who they need. There's just a litany of players that are needed there. And they went out and they're getting those guys, just checking them off the list. And I think they did a really good job. The first round I thought was really good in terms of everyone getting exactly what they needed. I love also the landing places where people love the landing spot for Kyle Pitts. We kind of all saw it coming, but super excited for the fantasy value there in terms of the way that that's going to line up with Ridley, Julio, and Pitts. Monster targets, amazing athletes. I'm excited to see him play. I was not surprised, but excited to see Trey Lance go to the Niners, just because in one sense that's a new type of quarterback for them, but also shows, Trey Lance is going to take a little bit of, learning, and he's not going to be out there week one. But it also shows they have a little bit more confidence in Jimmy G than probably the rest of us do, and letting him take one more year and then having it get passed on to Trey Lance. And I'm just excited to see him come through. He's going to be a really good dynasty ad for later value.
Absolutely. You said, Kyle Pitts going to Atlanta 4th overall. That was basically set in stone. It was kind of already written, like the 10 commandments in a way. It was just chiseled out in stone, and there it is. In terms of like super flex formats or one QB quarterback formats, where would you draft Kyle Pitts personally, let's say in a super flex league? Not a tight end premium, just, straight up.
In a super flex league, straight up, no tight end premium. I feel like it's too late to say the 3rd round, because by the time all of us get to drafting, he's going to end up going way, way higher. But I think his value there is at the end of the 2nd, beginning of the 3rd, just because in Superflex, it is just so important to stack up those quarterbacks early and those other running back positions, just the way that things are going to fall. But it just also depends, because to me, it's his job immediately, but it's also sharing of targets. You can make the argument that he's not going to see as immediate success as someone else is going to at that position, or someone like Travis Kelce, tried and true, proven, what you're getting with Kelce, and you don't 100% know what you're getting with Pitts. He's an amazing athlete. You're going to get a lot. But, it's like what's known versus the unknown. And that's for me why he kind of slides a little bit. But realistically, he's not going to go there in any drafts. We're all way too excited. He's going to go in the 1st. I don't think he should go there.
No doubt. And Dukes, what about you? Aside from Rondale Moore to Arizona, what was your favorite pick so far in terms of a wide receiver?
So one pick that it's not a 1st round one, which obviously all those guys, they got the capital. That's what you want. A lot of good landing spots, a lot of good pairings with former quarterbacks at the college level. But to see Amon-Ra St. Brown go to your Lions in a situation where he doesn't have a lot of talent in the way to climb that depth chart, he could end up being the top option there. So that for me was one of my favorite landing spots today. And then I don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers, but the A Rodgers that they picked in the draft, Amari, if Rodgers is indeed throwing the ball in Green Bay, that's going to be another really good landing spot there. So we could see A Rodgers to A Rodgers. I hope we do, but I don't know. It's starting to sound like there's a lot of clouds over Green Bay right now. we'll see.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Samantha? Like Aaron Rodgers said he wants out, and it's picked up some steam, and now he said he's threatening to just flat out retire if Green Bay doesn't get rid of him. And then again, Joe Horn was upset. The New Orleans Saints old New Orleans Saints wide receiver. His son was drafted, and it was his moment. His son's moment was kind of taken away because Aaron Rodgers was acting this way. What are your initial reactions there? Does he go? Does he stay? Does this do you have a sour taste in your mouth for Aaron Rodgers now because of this? You're muted as well, Samantha.
My bad. I was like, bah. Anyways, no, I feel really bad for JC Horn. Everyone should get their moment, when in the draft. This is their day. This is their time. And I really feel like it's really the coverage's fault for allowing that moment to supersede this amazing, talented player. I don't feel like it's 100% Rodgers' fault that happened. I think that it is the coverage's fault for not allowing that light to shine on the player. This is what we're talking about right now. Go to commercial break when everyone is actually waiting for a pick to come in to have that coverage. Do not do that and completely just obliterate the coverage on this player. He's worked so hard. This is his moment. That really, really sucked. I agree in that. But I also think that Rodgers is completely justified in being as upset as he is with the organization. He's looking at Tom Brady going and just moving to another team, getting a Super Bowl the same year, and then talking to the organization and saying, hey, we're going to bring it back. And then them saying, so we're just bringing everyone back. And he's like, yeah, I've texted everyone. They're good. And literally got everyone back, all 22 starters. That's never happened before, right? I'm not mistaken in saying that.
It's never going to happen.
And that which shows what a happy quarterback and a good quarterback who is really the leader in that locker room. And you can argue that it was the defense that won the Super Bowl for them. I agree with that. But it's also this person, the main leader, your captain, bringing back the team, bringing them together, and also working with the organization to get that success and get that win. Rodgers is sitting back and saying, okay, he can go and get an all-star team and get to the Super Bowl. I can't get anything. He probably can't even get toner for the printer in his office. He literally can't get shit from the organization to make him successful. And he's just like, I'm over here getting MVP without you guys. Let me be successful. Let me make you successful. And they won't let that happen. Russell Wilson equally is upset with the same situation. Why aren't you getting me the team that I need? So I hope that they trade Rodgers because I would love to see him somewhere else and be successful. I've heard the Broncos as being a possible option for that. Would love to see him in that offense because you plug Rodgers into that, you have a winning team right off the bat.
That would be fantasy gold, as they say. And Dukes, what about? I know you're a Colts fan, if I'm not mistaken. What are your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers and where does he go and what the heck is going on? If you had if they called you, Green Bay called you and said, Dukes, we're leaving it all up to you. You can have Aaron Rodgers and you can put him on any team that you want. Where would you choose Aaron Rodgers' destination?
Well, first of all, I'd imagine I'm going to make a huge mistake, but Denver, I know that Green Bay's got kind of their future quarterback lined up already, but a package with Locke and maybe have those two young guys compete and see who wins out there. San Francisco was the big rumor, but they didn't bite on, I guess there was that trade, the 103 plus a future first and Jimmy G. I think they were going to give up all of that. But to spin it a little bit, it kind of seems like these teams with the young quarterbacks are learning from the mistakes that Green Bay has made and Seattle has made, because it seems like they're taking the guy that their quarterback wants and they're really listening to them and letting them be a part of the decision making, which that's the point that Samantha made. And I wholly agree with that. I don't know how you let your star player just have no say in what you're doing. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Joe Burrow has more pull right now and he can get his guy. So that office was saying, oh no, we're going to get you. Joe, why are you calling? We're in the middle of the pick. You're going to get my guy, right? We're going to get you someone to protect you.
We want Jamar Chase. I want Jamar Chase.
I want Jamar Chase. Get me my boy. I've been texting him all night. Call him. And they're like, oh, okay. Guys, we got to keep we got to keep him happy, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe, whatever you want. And then they just go and draft his guy. Like, that's insane. I think that it also is a testament to how the league is consistently changing and how Brady's changing the game from a different angle, but how they, like you said, the young players are changing it. It's becoming almost NBA-like in these players realizing they have pull to make the teams that they want to play on. I would love to see it. Let me see some super teams for fantasy value. I love it.
And speaking of Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay just drafted Jean Charles, cornerback, at 178 overall. And if we look at what has happened so far in the NFL draft, what's one addition, one draft selection that was shocking? It was surprising. I know, Samantha, you mentioned Trey Lance going 3rd overall to San Francisco was surprising, but a lot of people, through reports and everything, it could have actually happened, and then it did. So what's one selection that's happened so far that's been like, holy crap, I can't believe that happened?
I think I was more surprised about the trading back and forth that happened with the Giants and the Cowboys and the Eagles, just in the middle of all that. I mean, I was predicting that we wouldn't have a trade inside the 10, and then we did right there at the 10, and then it was back and forth, and I was like, they're just having a little drama between each other right now. That was to me a bit surprising. Like, really just letting your drama play out in front of everyone.
I know Duke's up there. He's smiling. I know you have one, maybe two.
Yeah, I mean, we were making jokes yesterday about how many Tutu Atwells certain members of the Undroppables might weigh. So yeah, I mean, look, he's an electric player, but how often do you see a guy that size have success in the NFL? But the Rams, they're adding these kind of obscure wide receivers. At least to me, I hadn't heard. I've heard of Tutu Atwell. I didn't think he would go where he did. And then they selected. I don't remember. Maybe somebody can leave that in the comments. But their draft. Maybe Stafford likes these guys. I don't know, but yeah, that Tutu Atwell pick would be mine. There was a lot of really traditionally built and prototypical type of wide receivers still there. So that one surprised me.
It's just about 3:36 Eastern time. We're here with Samantha. You can find her on Twitter at Samantha R. Holt. And I want to ask you, so if we look around Dallas, I don't think they've selected an offensive player at all this draft. They've just stockpiled defensive talent, linebackers, defensive linemen, things like that. Again, it's a very commonly asked question, Sam, but who do you think so far is just absolute every pick? They've hit a home run with every pick so far in the 2021 draft.
I feel like Arizona's had a really good draft so far, and I also feel like Philadelphia's had a surprisingly good draft as well. The Cowboys had desperate needs for those offensive and defensive positions just on the line. Like, they really, really, I got to see a comment. Surprisingly, surprisingly. Go Birds. I get it. No, I feel like Dallas desperately needed to address the defense, and so it's good to me to see teams go out and go get their guys because they have these desperate immediate needs that are going to affect the team this year. So I think I'm excited to see all of these immediate need players all be met, even defensive ones, inside linebackers, edge rushers. I'm just excited to see. I feel like a lot of teams have done really good in making sure that they're more balanced going immediately into this season.
Absolutely. And if you look on the ticker down there at the Undroppables, we're here obviously live with the Undroppables, amazing staff, and the ticker on the bottom. Kansas City has selected Cornell Powell, wide receiver. And then in the comments, our own Brad Wire said, as we were talking, Dallas finally selected an offensive skill position, Simi Fehako, wide receiver out of Stanford. So Dukes, I'll ask you the same question. What team do you think so far has had the best draft in your opinion?
I really love what New England's done. I mean, obviously taking that shot on Mac Jones where they did is a big risk, but it's a risk they had to take. Who knows when they're going to have the opportunity to get a potential top quarterback again. And then Christian Barrymore, where he did, his name was going around a lot as a possible first-round selection, and he's a really good pass rusher. I I do like what my Colts have done. I expected them to take a tackle, but the more I think about it, just adding to that pass rush, I think they were kind of looking at what Tampa Bay did in the Super Bowl, and they just want to make that defense just a nightmare for quarterbacks. And with Wentz being able to be more mobile than Rivers, I think the tackle becomes a little bit less of a need. So I do like that. And then let me throw another one out here. The New York Jets, surprisingly, they've done pretty well. I like that. I like where they were able to get Elijah Moore and then Michael Carter in the 4th. And then, of course, Michael Carter the 2nd, his buddy from Duke. So a couple AFC East teams making some nice moves.
And why? I want to ask you a question. In the first round, there was several cornerbacks that we thought were going to be first round talents, but we just didn't know where each player was going to go. And yet Asante Samuel fell out of the first round, and we prepare and we have our notes and we go around like that. And we only know so much. So these teams must have injury. Obviously they know more than we do. What do you think led to Asante Samuel Jr.'s fall from grace? He was obviously a later first round selection, but first round selection to begin with. So Dukes, why do you think Asante fell out of the first round?
Yeah, I'm just as perplexed as you are. I mean, I watched his dad just be an amazing player with the Patriots for so long. So maybe on name value alone, I really like him, but I've also just heard great things. So I'm not going to pretend I'm a scout of cornerbacks or anything like that. I just, I do what a lot of people do in this space, and I listen and I compile information. So NFL teams, they had something, a tick against him. But yeah, I can't pretend I know what that is. Maybe Sam has some thoughts.
I mean, I don't know if there's a tick against him. I think what honestly kind of must have thrown some owners in this draft is just how offensive skill position heavy it was early. I mean, we all knew that it was going to be a heavy quarterback early, but I don't think that everyone immediately expected it to be, not just quarterback. And, we knew Kyle Pitts was going to go there, but then for Chase Waddle to go back to back, I think also probably shook people and were thinking, okay, well, those are the top guys right off the board. And it probably, if they had that need, we're thinking, maybe one of them might fall a little bit because the offensive players, like the offensive linemen, have been so good in this class as well. Maybe that was another reason for them to think, it just kind of shifted everyone's board. And then, I'm just going back and forth looking at seeing other players that went. I think it was just everyone realizing if I don't go get my guy right now at this other position, I'm going to lose out. And I think that after you got past JC Horn, maybe they just all looked and scratched their heads and thought maybe he can fall. So hopefully it's not a tick on him. Hopefully there's not something we're all missing and then it's like actually something really wrong with the player. But I think it was just the fact that it went so offensive heavy early that had everyone saying, okay, once those guys are gone, I'm going to go get top of every other position.
Two selections I want to ask your opinion on, both of you. So at 11th overall, Chicago selects Justin Fields. It was shocking that he fell that low. Obviously, people said he's going to go second overall. In some circles, they said he's the best quarterback in the class out of Trevor Lawrence. So when Justin Fields goes to Chicago, what was your initial reaction, Sam?
Bears fans are probably very excited right now. Was my first
Oh, absolutely. They're still riding that wave.
I'm sure that they are, and I'm excited for them. I wasn't looking forward to the season they were going to have. I think that Justin Fields just hopefully can be the future. Is he ready now? I think so. I think he can be ready now by the time season starts. Maybe he doesn't start week 1, but I think he's going to have a good future there. And, just excited to see him work his magic in that way. I think that the Patriots were thinking they were going to get lucky and he was going to fall to them. But I also think that the Patriots were just over their mind games with everyone else behind, allowing Mac Jones to fall to them.
Yeah, and that was the second part of my question. But Dukes, what was your initial? What are your actually right now? What are you thinking about Fields to Chicago?
So I thought that Denver should have taken him. He kind of fell in their lap. As much as I like Patrick Surtain, it is definitely a need in Denver. They're kind of just trying to plug holes with Teddy Two Gloves and whatnot. But I loved it. It felt like, and all the legal stuff aside, it felt like the Watson move that Houston made, few years back plus. But I really liked it. You have to make a move like this. You have a really good roster. So it just made a lot of sense to go ahead and get a guy with a lot of athleticism that we see more and more quarterbacks kind of in this mold starting to have success in the league. So I really like it for them a lot.
And then at selection 185, the Chargers just selected Nick Neiman, linebacker there. And I alluded to it, Samantha. New England was able to draft Mac Jones. Everybody, I feel in a way, San Francisco kind of, it looked like a pretty foregone conclusion that San Francisco was going to draft Mac Jones. They swap him out and they draft Trey Lance, and then Mac Jones is able to fall to 15th. So New England, as you said, Samantha, was minding their own business, and they draft Mac Jones. Now, is Mac going to be, how long will it take him to work his way up? I honestly, I would love to hear that. What kind of quarterback controversy or what kind of quarterback, fighting or comparison, between Cam and Mac Jones can we expect in the offseason here?
I mean, I think it's going to be a competition this offseason, and I think we're probably going to also hear a few things about Cam being unhappy, because when do we not hear a story about Cam being unhappy in the offseason? But I think that it's still Cam's, locker room, and it's still Cam's team to lead going into this season. I feel like Mac Jones needs time to grow and to work on that dad bod that we've all seen. I mean, I know that the Brady comparisons are there. Like, you don't have to look a certain way to be a great quarterback, but also not everyone is Tom Brady. So I think he's going to take some time to work up and get better. So maybe we see him this season. I would say maybe around week 8, if they're unfortunately on a losing streak. Maybe sooner, just the way that Bill likes to play things. If someone's not playing well and Bill's not happy, you're going to sit the bench.
Absolutely. And Dukes, what do you think with the quarterbacks here, Cam Newton or Mac Jones? And I'll ask both of you this as well. Are there any offensive skill positions you're excited to draft from the New England Patriots?
So I know that Bill is going to do whatever he thinks is going to get him wins right now. I have a feeling that could be Mac Jones right away. With that said, Cam is a big-time competitor. He's not going to give that job up easily. As far as the skill players go, I wouldn't want to take anybody early in a draft, but there's going to be all kinds of value later. This might not be the prettiest pick, but James White, you could probably get in the last round of your draft, and they brought him back. He's going to be the pass catcher again. And then sorry, Mackins, but I like Kendrick Bourne. I think he could possibly be a PPR type of guy in the slot for them.
Absolutely. And what about you, Samantha? Is there anybody you're willingly looking to add from the New England Patriots team on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, I'm going to be really interested to see what happens with the 2 tight end set there, because I think that's, to me, going to be the new receiving core. So I'm not going to be looking to target any of their receivers. So I would probably have both of them actually higher than I would James White. James White would be a great end of, like you said, late target to get to shore up those backs. But I'm really curious to see how they use both of them, especially with Edelman retiring. I could see there being a lot of targets to eat up between the two of them.
And at 186, the New York Giants just selected Hamasha Nazibradine, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. It's a safety. We got about 10 minutes left. I want to turn our attention to Baltimore really quick. Everybody was in favor of Baltimore adding a wide receiver in free agency. They didn't really address that. And then they went out and they drafted Minnesota wide receiver Rashad Bateman, 27th overall. How does this change your opinion if if any, about Lamar Jackson and his, fantasy outlook? We know Lamar can get it done on the ground, and they got J.K. Dobbins, and there's a lot going on in terms of fantasy, fantasy chat or fantasy advice for Baltimore. But how does this kind of elevate Lamar Jackson with the addition of Rashad Bateman, Samantha?
I don't know about elevate, but he's a new weapon that hopefully he can utilize properly. I think that the Ravens are an amazing run first offense. I don't think that's crazy to say because it's not what we see all the time. Lamar's still a great runner. They have a great running team. And, I just feel like they're trying to make their receivers happen when they don't need to necessarily make them happen. And maybe we're trying to make them happen in a way where we're trying to expect more yards out of them than they're ever going to get. So I don't know that it even makes sense to put that much pressure on Bateman immediately out the gate and be like, oh, he's going to have a 1,500-yard season right out the box. He's not. He's just not. They're not going to be that team that's slinging the ball everywhere. That's just not who they are. So maybe they're trying to be something that they're not. But I'm going to stop looking at them like they're going to be an amazing pass-heavy team because they're just not.
And what about you, Dukes? I mean, Rashad Bateman is, a high-end talent, a top 5 wide receiver in my eyes at this period of time in terms of the rookies. But how do you think the addition of him kind of helps or hurts Hollywood, helps or hurts JK, helps or hurts Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, I really like Bateman, and I like that they picked up Tylan Wallace recently as well. So basically, just by adding to this wide receiver core, I think it's going to open up more big plays. Like Sam said, they're going to run the ball. That's what they really want to do. But maybe Hollywood has less coverage over the top now because they're more concerned about the other side of the field. So maybe Lamar just has a better efficiency numbers. He might be able to get back to what we saw a couple years ago now.
Absolutely. And again, we have 5 or 10 minutes left with you, Sam, and I do want to mention Dwayne Eskridge really quick in Seattle. I mean, that selection, if I'm looking at it correctly, was 56 overall to Seattle last night sometime. People kind of glanced over it. There was some initial reaction on social media, but everything weird and everything, toxic goes on social media. But I want to get your opinion on Dwayne Eskridge going to Seattle when in all actuality, personally, I feel like they could have used that selection elsewhere. You have DK, you have Chris Carson came back, and you just extended Tyler Lockett to a massive contract, and then you add Dwayne Eskridge to that bunch. What are your thoughts on that one?
I agree. It seems like a need that they got something they didn't need. I don't know. I feel like it is a weird pick to me. They have plenty of other needs, but maybe the thought process is that, they just did re-sign Lockett and maybe they don't want to pay Metcalf, which would be crazy. Pay the man. He's amazing. But maybe this is more future them than immediately this season them is kind of my move on it. And maybe he's just a piece for later.
Absolutely. I just want to do a quick comparison. People do this all the time. Who would you rather? And we're going to do it here now. So Samantha, I'll pose the question to you first, and then Dukes, you can write it down and think about it while we're talking about it. But the Jets, Elijah Moore, wide receiver, or Terrace Marshall Jr. in Carolina, which one would you rather have, and which one do you think is in the better setting here?
Ooh, that's a good question. I kind of like where he fell with Carolina more. I think that there is a void there in Corey Davis being out, and so there's an immediate opportunity for that role, which is success, has been very successful. And I think that what Carolina is doing is trying to provide as many weapons to Sam Darnold as possible to make him very, very effective. Obviously, this offense needs to be more effective outside of Christian McCaffrey. That he is their main guy to do every single play, but they need more behind him. So I think that for that reason, I like the immediate volume that he's going to see there, and the fact that it's going to be a different type of offense than what we've seen normally. So I think there's potential for a lot more targets.
Absolutely. Well said. What about you, Duke? So who is it? Elijah Moore in New York, kind of, paired with the young kid, Zach Wilson, or Terrace Marshall in Carolina, paired with an equally young kid in Sam Darnold?
Yeah. So this is a great question. If you would have asked me a couple months ago, I think I would have been squarely on the Terrace Marshall side, but I'll give the other side of this argument. like Sam mentioned, Carolina did add a lot of weapons around Sam Darnold, and New York is trying to do the same thing with Wilson. Carolina's a little further along right now because they already had some great weapons there. So Chuba there now, Trimble, this Carolina. Chuba, I like that, by the way, to give CMC a change of pace. And then, so heavy volume. I would expect more for Elijah Moore because, Corey Davis is there, and I don't know. I think Jamison Crowder might be on the outs. I think Elijah Moore is definitely going to step in as the slot receiver right away. So in PPR, I think I would lean Elijah Moore's side.
Good enough. Fair enough. And Sam, before we get out of here, we get you out of here, excuse me, I want to ask you about Pat Freiermuth. Your Pittsburgh Steelers drafted him 55th overall. And looking at my notes, it was a graphic that popped up on the screen. He hasn't dropped a pass in the red zone in 3 seasons. What's your short-term outlook for Pat Freiermuth in Pittsburgh?
Short-term outlook, he's going to be a great, blocking tight end to help open up the field for Najee Harris. But also one thing that Ben loves to do is hit the tight end in the red zone. So immediate fantasy value there in terms of being a late round tight end that you can pick up and maybe plug in, not start every week, but depending on bye weeks, you could probably plug him in and end up with, a good, 7, 8 to 10 points, depending on if he catches a touchdown. I think that he could be someone that is utilized in multiple ways. So his pickup excites me. I wish we had gone another offensive lineman, but I'm okay with it because he is a dual purpose tight end. He is not just going to be used in the passing game. He's going to be used in the blocking game as well.
And one more, if I can sneak in one more question with you, Samantha. So we all see the videos of the coach or the GM calling the just drafted kid, and they stand up and there's balloons and everybody kind of celebrates and they're crying. Is there one kind of vignette you saw that really got you in the fields? Like, I'm really excited for this kid. I'm really happy for this kid. He did a lot of good. I mean, I'm going to take Najee Harris off the board because what he did at the homeless shelter and that orphanage was absolutely fantastic. I mean, you got to love that kind of character and that kind of behavior. But aside from Najee Harris, was there one draft selection that really kind of, you got misty-eyed maybe?
Oh, yeah, that would easily be Kwity Paye. And if you missed his story on NFL Network, you're missing out on an amazing story about, to me, the underlying tone of that story is his mom is one of the strongest women out there in the world. I'm going to start crying now. She moved her family from Africa, dealing with a horrible situation there in that it's just all awful, like literally killing people in their tribe there. And she moved them out and then worked 3 jobs in order to get him into a high school to be successful. And he ended up getting a full ride scholarship to Michigan because his mom worked so hard just to pay for his high schooling, which is incredibly selfless. And she's just such an amazing woman. And for them to then interview him and say, what does this mean for your family? And him saying, now she doesn't have to work anymore, she can retire, is just beautiful to see that family supporting each other for so long. And then to get to this point, it's emotional.
That's a good one. And in the chat, another undroppable who's producing this afternoon, the length of the broadcast here, Michael said he also Kwity had the paying homage to
he had the Black
Chadwick
Panther
Boseman.
suit.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I know. And I realized that I was he looked, it was a good looking suit, but I was like, that moment too, I was just like, oh my gosh, because that's been his celebration too, as he's made different hits and tackles throughout his college career. He's done the whole, Wakanda forever. And I just love it. It gives me chills.
And what about you, Duke? It's going to be tough to follow Samantha with all that emotion, but what draft pick was stood out to you the most that made you warm and fuzzy? You're like, this is unbelievable.
And Samantha, that was the homer pick for me too. So I was waiting to say Kwity Paye, but yeah, I mean, his story is incredible. There was a video going around of Steve Keim calling Zaven Collins, and you could hear the emotion in his whole family. You could hear the emotion in his voice, and he sounds like a very just hearing the way he talked of intense guy, and that's exactly what you want in a linebacker. So I'm happy for what the Cardinals did there. And of course, Rondale Moore's there now, so now they have to be my second favorite team.
It's unbelievable. That's fantastic. So, Samantha, I want to thank you so much for being here. Per usual, this hour just went by in the snap of a finger here. So we appreciate you being here. Let us know where we can find you, what you're working on, what you're going to be doing this evening, if it's another broadcast tonight or tomorrow. Let us have it.
Absolutely. Well, I'm working on scheduling that final podcast of the weekend to wrap up all of my last takes, and that'll be with my co-host over at the Fantasy Debate, Derek Tate. So that'll be either today or tomorrow. We're working on scheduling things now, but go ahead and give us a follow over there on YouTube. Give us a like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. And if you guys want to check out any of my one-on-one with episodes, you can see those over on YouTube as well, over at Fantasy Focused. Really appreciate you guys having me on. I'm also hoping to spend some time not looking at a screen for a couple hours this weekend, because it's been a long week, and I know that we've all put in all the hours, but it's been fun, but I'm tired.
We need to buy that. They sell a pair of glasses that help, even if you don't need them. The glasses help with the glare if you get, nasty headaches or anything. But Samantha, thanks so much. If you're not following Samantha, what are you doing? Very kind, personable. She's engaging. You can chat with her. Don't be intimidated. Go follow Samantha. So Samantha, thanks so much for being here, and I wish you and the Pittsburgh Steelers all the success in the coming season.
Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Have a good one.
You
Great
too.
talk to you.
Well, Dukes, I mean, that hour was that was fantastic. Another one, back to back to back to back to back. We could go on since Thursday night with Tommy, and then Jax, and then Duncan last hour. But coming up next is a personal friend of mine. His name is Jim Coventry. You can find him on Sirius Satellite Radio, if I'm not mistaken, on Yahoo Sports, if I'm not mistaken. We've gotten together so many times to just chat football, chat life and football. And there he is, Jim. What the heck's going on?
I am very, very excited to be here. Draft weekend with good people. Going to have an actual draft tomorrow with the Sirius XM host. I'm excited again to be with you guys. So what's going on?
And that's fantastic. And what does that entail? You're going to the actual Sirius Satellite Radio building in New York and to hang out and draft?
That would be nice, but so Jeff Ratcliffe and John Hansen will be hosting the show, and we will be drafting on my fantasy league. We'll all get called in for questions, and then we'll get Pat Sure to talk about our specific rosters and picks. We always do that to cross promote the station and shows and analysts, and it's always a good gauge. Like, we actually had a draft post free agency before the players had their draft landing spots to give some kind of valuation. And now, as soon as the draft is cold, we're going to give another draft to give some of these values just to see where players may go. So we'll be updating those draft boards hard tonight.
That's fantastic. And while we're chatting, the Dallas Cowboys at 192 selected Quinton Bohanna, defensive tackle. And Jim, I want to ask you, so the draft that you did before the landing spots, now, is that something that is going to be published that we can see? Because I know we all get a ton of questions from casual fans or even diehards that they have a hard time establishing values for players this time of the year based on the draft. So what you doing with drafting with Sirius Satellite Radio, is that going to be something that we can see or touch or hold?
Yes, I will tweet the link out. I actually got the link about 45 minutes ago. So definitely post that. Everybody will be able to see it.
So right into it, the draft. I mean, here we are. It's Saturday afternoon, just after 4 p.m. Eastern time for me and Dukes. I would imagine Indianapolis is an hour behind, if I'm not mistaken. So, Jim, from what you've seen so far in this draft, not to put you on the spot, but I am, give me, your top three risers, and then we'll back that up with three fallers here. So 3 players, kids that are drafted that are hotter than a pickled pepper patch, as my grandmother says.
Rondale Moore at pick 49 going to Arizona. He's short, but he's a physical powerhouse. His athletic measurables are off the charts. And what I'm expecting is he will get heavy slot usage there. So he's going to see lighter coverage. We have DeAndre Hopkins on the outside taking the biggest coverage. So this is going to be a great spot for Rondale Moore to shine from day one. Another one, how do we not love Mac Jones's landing spot? Because what the Patriots have done this offseason, they brought in 2 tight ends. Their line is fine. They're going to run a lot of heavy personnel. By doing that, they're going to see light secondaries, and that's going to allow Mac Jones clear passing lanes to throw into. There will be schemed mismatches. He will be prepared to succeed from day one. And you asked for a 3. So the third one, Michael Carter. The Jets are quietly building their line. Mekhi Becton last year. They spent a little more draft capital this year in the line. They've got a new quarterback. We don't know how he'll be. But Michael Carter walks into a situation where he could potentially play on 3 downs. So those are my 3 risers.
So before I ask you what 3 players are kind of their fallers, that they're a little to no interest as it stands right now. Sam and I were talking, and Dukes was here as well. We were talking about Cam Newton and Mac Jones. How fast do you see these quarterbacks, the competition there? Do you see Mac Jones grabbing that QB1 position in New England at all this season? And if so, how early on?
So here's the dilemma they're going to have, but it's not a dilemma. You can't run the same offense with Cam Newton that you'll run with Mac Jones. So right now, probably as soon as this draft is over, there will be a discussion between Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels. They will decide what offense they're running. That will predicate the direction they're going with quarterback. It'd be very hard to say we're starting Cam and then we'll move Jones in. You can't switch your offense midstream. Therefore, their plan will be from day one, whichever quarterback they want is in there. And I have to think it's Mac Jones because we saw last year, and I know the team has been revamped a little bit. You're not going to a Super Bowl in New England with Cam Newton under center. You have a different potential offense. I think the offseason moves we talked about, this is right in the sweet spot of Mac Jones because the accuracy. Again, that 2 tight end offense with 2 functional tight ends, decent receiving weapons, good running backs. Mac Jones, the precision passing is what they need in this scheme. So I do think that decision will be made much sooner than we think.
And Jim, I want to stop you right there. Hot off the presses. Draft just came down. 194. The San Francisco 49ers have selected running back Elijah Mitchell. What's your first thought? I mean, that as Michael said, our producer, Michael at the Undroppables here, he said Kyle Shanahan hates us. What is your first reaction in that backfield with the addition of Elijah Mitchell?
Before the draft, had Elijah Mitchell as my RB4. I think he is a player that the NFL scouting community overlooked. He ran in college with great contact balance, optimal pad level, excellent vision. He didn't show a lot of elusiveness, but when he tested at his pro day, 79th percentile agility, which was outstanding. He didn't show great game speed, but again, when he tested his speed score based on his 5'10", 201 frame was 86th percentile. I think he will come into camp. And when Shanahan sees him, they drafted Trey Sermon at pick 88. I believe they have a superior athlete in Elijah Mitchell, and I think he is going to soar up that draft. Up the depth chart. In that one cut system, he is going to be a dynamo.
Jim, I want to ask you a personal question really quick. So as you're talking, are you looking at a TV or do you have like a dry erase big board there? What are you referencing to? Because I'd love to know so I can kind of emulate you and do the same thing.
So I always have extensive notes and you always hear me citing player metrics. Well, can't memorize all those. But I always have my players, my list so I can easily find them. And I can't see those on a 13.5 or 13-inch laptop. So I use the HDMI extender. I put on a 31-inch TV. I always have 3 or 4 docs going with notes, and I can go back to my notes when I need to reference specific numbers.
So really quick, before we get to the fallers, you just gave us Rondale Moore, Mac Jones, and Michael Carter. Now that we know where Elijah Mitchell has gone, would Elijah Mitchell now slot in at one of your top 3 riser spots?
The problem, even though I outlined my case for him taking over, they have more draft capital in Trey Sermon. So to start the season, he may get a little bit of deference. I still think Mitchell is a far superior athlete, but Mitchell's not going to walk into a 90% snap here. He may get 50% at some point. And we still got the Raheem Mostert factor who's going to get a little bit of work. So I do see him as a riser, but not the elite riser. If things work the way I hope they will, but again, we're competing with the NFL coaching staff, and draft capital does mean something.
Absolutely. And Dukes, while we're here, what do you think about Elijah Mitchell versus Trey Sermon? I wouldn't want to say versus each other because they're on the same team, but realistically, draft capital aside, just take that out of the equation just for a few moments. Who would you rather draft on your fantasy team right now based on talent and landing spot alone?
First of all, Jim, great to meet you. The Rondale Moore take has left an amazing impression on me. I am a Purdue alumni. So when you brought up the landing spots earlier, I was actually going to say Sermon if you called my name. But now I agree with Jim. I think that it's just way too muddled. Obviously, Mostert, another Purdue guy, is still there. So Sermon, if you've already taken him in your rookie drafts, maybe you jumped the gun. But yeah, it's looking like Michael said, Kyle Shanahan hates us. So,
and Dukes, I apologize. Where are my manners? We're 8 to 10 minutes in, and I didn't even introduce you and Jim. So I apologize. We get me personally, we get so excited and we live and breathe this stuff. And Jim is here, and as you can tell, 5-10 minutes in, the guy knows his stuff. He's very knowledgeable. So Dukes, I apologize. Normally have better manners than that, but I was going to tell you, Jim. Dukes is a massive Purdue fan. He mentioned Rondale Moore an hour ago as like his most favorite draft selection so far. So I apologize to you, Dukes, and we'll move on here.
Hey, you're fine, man. I'm a man of few words, so I'm happy to have somebody that can carry the conversation like you with me on here. So you're
Absolutely.
Keeping the guests comfortable, because with me it would be a lot of dead air.
So, Jim, I'll pose the same question to you. Shouldn't be an issue with your background and what you're doing. Elijah Mitchell or Trey Sermon, which way are you going to go? And if I may say so, I'm not trying to answer the question for you, but based on what you said, you're very high on Elijah Mitchell. So I'd love to hear what you have to say between Sermon and Mitchell.
So here's what I'm very much excited about. First of all, the fantasy drafts. I already know that we're not going to have any issue with getting Elijah Mitchell because people are going to draft Trey Sermon way before they're going to draft Elijah Mitchell. A, Mitchell's flown under the radar a bit, and then B, the Mostert factor still being there. Trey Sermon does profile to be a 2-down grinder, but he doesn't have the same level of agility. And when you're running that Shanahan system, you got to stick your foot in the ground and change direction quickly. To me, that is where I thought the Mitchell athleticism and the explosiveness numbers he posted, I thought those two elements made him a perfect fit for the Shanahan offense and running game. Whereas Sermon was good. And just like you both had mentioned, I did have Sermon on the list of risers before Elijah Mitchell got put in because he still would be good in that system. But we have seen guys who can be phenomenal. And again, I just think the internal skill set that Mitchell has, that is going to be seen by Shanahan. And I think he's going to struggle to look away from that for long. So back to fantasy drafts, Sermon may be going in the 6th round, 5th round, maybe even sooner, right? But Elijah Mitchell is going to be going in the 12th, 13th round, I bet, if that. Because with Mostert there, he may be even considered an endgame pick. Now, if you're in a league with some sharks, maybe not. Maybe somebody jumped a little bit earlier. You still get at least the 12th round, I'd have to think.
And that's a perfect comment to segue to my next question here. So, would you rather have Trey Sermon in the 6th round, or are you going to wait for Elijah Mitchell and get the heap loads, the wheelbarrow full of value with drafting Elijah Moore in 12th, 13th round? Which way are you going to go, Jim?
So I have to pass on Sermon. I'm going to because I think the best case scenario is he is in a timeshare and less time used than we'd like to see. So I don't think the upside is there because, again, Mostert's in the picture. Mitchell's in the picture. When we're paying this draft cost, we're paying for opportunity. And I think that opportunity is not going to be where we would like it to be.
Absolutely. And I cannot wait to see your notes or your broadcasts about this draft that you have coming up here. So you can count me in. I'll be the first one there to read it and see what you're doing. So let's get right into your fallers. 3 offensive. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. IDPs is kind of picking up some steam. So anybody you want in this draft, Jim, who are 3 kids that kind of landing spot dependent are falling for you?
The lowest hanging fruit in the room is Chuba Hubbard, but you got to say it because Chuba Hubbard at pick 126 gets picked by the Carolina Panthers. And with the money they paid Christian McCaffrey and them not having him on the field last year, Chuba Hubbard is not cutting significantly into Christian McCaffrey's workload.
No.
Oh, he may get 10% of the work. That might be it. McCaffrey's going to be on the field. So Chuba Hubbard, and a lot of people loved him coming into the draft. We're hoping for a landing spot, and probably in rookie drafts, if that happened before the draft, people had him very highly, as high as RB4.
I believe Dukes was one of them, right? If I'm not mistaken, Dukes, you mentioned Chuba in the last hour or two. I'm sorry to put words in your mouth, but I firmly believe that you love, Chuba Hubbard. What do you think of his landing spot now?
I've had Chuba sort of in the range of Trey Sermon, Michael Carter. So the landing spot does hurt him. I think that it's a nice change of pace player for them. Probably going to be a better real life player than fantasy. I wouldn't want to put any major chips into getting him onto my team.
And then what number draft 197th overall, New England selected Will Sherman, offensive tackle. So Jim, who's your second, faller based on where they were drafted?
Can I just 1 minute go back to Chuba Hubbard?
Absolutely. You can do whatever you want, Jim. You're in, man.
So I love that Chuba Hubbard has a good size, 6'208", but his speed was only 60th percentile. His explosiveness was pretty good, 66, but his agility was only 28th. Cone drill, shuttle drill, not good. And so that makes me a little concerned because when I have a back of his size, that agility would be important to keep him on the field. He has that patience of one cut runner, fluid long strider, great speed. But he's not an accomplished receiver. He can catch, but he wasn't accomplished. And therefore, with Christian McCaffrey, again, change of pace, absolutely correct. Yes, but he's certainly not going to come in on third downs. And you both understood that when you made your comments. He's not taking over Christian McCaffrey's third down work. But again, I like your comments on Chuba Hubbard, and I just wanted to finish that out. But the next faller, so as we go through this list, look, Terrace Marshall was a guy that I really liked a lot pre-draft and was hoping for great things. He ends up in Carolina, and ultimately he does profile to go to the outside. If the coaching staff does this right, they put DJ Moore in the slot more often than not because they used him horribly last year. They were using him as the deep threat and Robbie Anderson as the underneath guy. And what is Anderson, 180 pounds if he's soaking wet? And that was a ridiculous, right? Horrible use of your assets. Well, now I don't think Terrace Marshall is going to be in for a heavy dose of targets. I think that he is going to be more of a piece, and they'll play a lot of 2 receiver personnel. And when that happens, he won't be on the field. Last year, Curtis Samuel would come in as a running back, and he would get a lot of extra snaps that way. Well, that's not going to be for Terrace Marshall. So he's a guy, if he had a good landing spot, I thought he could come in and be an impact player from day one. But I think coming in as a third receiver, I think that ceiling is very limited now.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's like, in a way, Carolina they've acquired some big time asses, Chuba and Terrace Marshall. But again, what you're saying, it kind of preempted me to think, well, if they normally misuse their assets, what's the point in drafting these kids in the first place? But again, I'm eternally optimistic. Of course I am, as a Lions fan. So I'd like to think that they'll figure this out. Like they could start over kind of the season here. And Dukes, what do you think about Terrace Marshall there? Are you feeling the same thing kind of as Jim here? Is he a riser? Is he faller? Or is he just kind of there for you?
Yeah, I kind of alluded to it a little when we had the Marshall versus Elijah Moore question earlier. I just think I agree with Jim. It's just not going to be a whole lot of volume for him there. He's going to be possibly a big play guy, slants. I just don't see him being heavily targeted. But let me throw out another name that fell, and that's Tylan Wallace. And especially with Baltimore also adding Bateman, I don't see a lot of opportunity for him as well.
Excuse me, what a selection there. And really fast, just coming in on the wire, the Chargers select Larry Roundtree, the third running back. So, Jim, let's finish this Fallers thing. Who do you have at third? And it's okay if you got a couple players.
Yeah, Kenny Gainwell. He is a player who I didn't have crazy high on my board, but nonetheless, had he gotten into a spot where he could have gotten a strong workload, I think that he could have been a running back too. But now behind Miles Sanders, it would take a Sanders injury. You know, Sanders was seeing an 80% snap share once Jalen Hurts got into the picture last year. And we saw that a poor first 3 quarters of the season, and there was some injury in there as well, but there was some poor performance. But we saw that when there was a mobile quarterback on the field, we learned this way back from Robert Griffin in 2012. It was called the Alfred Morris corollary. Alfred Morris was a beast when he had a mobile quarterback because the angles of the linebackers have to change to account for the mobility of the quarterback. And we've seen that in many years since, that running backs capitalize on that. Well, I think that Miles Sanders finished strong because of that. And I think that is going to keep Kenny Gainwell, other than some spot change of pace work. But Sanders, I think, is going to be so outstanding in this role with Hurts that they're not going to be able to put him off the field much other than, 20% of the time Gainwell will be on. They're not going to certainly give Miles Sanders full-time work. Most running backs don't get that, but he is going to get a very strong workload, and that hurts Kenny Gainwell.
Yeah, we're here with Jim Coventry. You can find him on Twitter at Jim Coventry, NFL Sirius Satellite Radio host, RotoWire guy, extraordinary note taker, extraordinary preparedness, I think is the saying here. That's why I asked you to be on, and the Undroppables said, yeah, in the drop of a hat, because, like Dukes thinks I can steer a ship or a show. I know all I have to do is say 3 or 4 words. Do you like him? And I know you'll carry the load. So it's fantastic for everybody involved here. But I want to ask you this. This just popped into my head as we're sitting here talking. And Dukes, I'd love to hear your comments on this too. So follow me here. It's not hard for me to get out, but you got the combination of Zach Wilson to Elijah Moore in New York, or Kyler Murray to Rondale Moore in Arizona. Which quarterback wide receiver combo would you prefer?
Oh, Jim's going to let me go first. So the Jets are basically trying to start something new here, right? And that's going to take some time to get going. I like the connection. I like bringing them in together. But, yeah, Rondale's going to fit into an offense that already knows what it wants to be, and he's going to fill that role extremely well. He's so good after the catch. They're going to manufacture touches for him. So, yeah, give me Kyler and Rondale. And I'm trying to pick up Rondale in a league that I have Kyler as my quarterback right now. But I'm having a hard time with that because they know how much I like him.
Yeah, that's the only downside to broadcasting and writing like we do. Anything, and our innermost thoughts are readily available at any moment in time. What about you, Jim? Zach Wilson to Elijah Moore in New York, or Kyler to Rondale in the desert?
Yeah, I agree with the Rondale Moore and Kyler. They're a very fast offense. They run a lot of plays. I do think that Cliff Kingsbury still wants to go to that 10 personnel, which is 4 receivers on the field, but he hasn't had the personnel to do it in his time there. I think he's itching to do that. And when he does, the play speed is going to go up even faster, and Moore is going to see a lot of targets because of that. I think he does slot in as the number 2 option. Whereas with the Jets, ultimately, they may have to score points because their defense is bad, but I don't know what we're getting from Zach Wilson. That's the first thing that's concerning. We really don't know. And the other thing is Denzel Mims may still be a thing. Fantasy community's kind of written him off, but I don't know that he had a chance with Sam Darnold and the mess of an offense they were running. And so I think there's going to be a lot of splitting of the work there, but I don't know how high profile of a passing game is going to be. The Jets, I think, earlier in games when they can run, I think they're going to try to run. Again, they addressed the line last year at Mekhi Becton. They've increased a little more assets this year. They actually had some free agents last year they added, just didn't get to gel yet. And if they have any chance of at least keeping their quarterback from just having the defense pin their ears back and go after him, I think ultimately the pass volume will be lower again in New York than it is in Arizona.
We're here live Saturday afternoon. You know, the draft is winding down, and that's fine. It's been an exhausting last few days at the Undroppables here. Go like and follow us on YouTube or all other social media platforms. Go check out Analyst Depot, one of our guys who's a massive numbers cruncher. He puts all of his heart and soul into Analyst Depot. Shout out to Michael Duncan, who's produced all these, watched every minute of it. He's running everything behind the scenes. So thank you to Duncan here with Jim Coventry, here with Fantasy Dukes, and we're doing it. We're almost 30 minutes into the third hour of my hosting duties, and it's fantastic. I've loved every minute of it. I want to really fast that the New York Giants just selected 200th overall Brandon Eccles, cornerback here. But I want to ask you, Jim, right off the bat, both North Carolina boys, both North Carolina running backs, Javonte Williams goes to Denver, Michael Carter goes to the Jets. We all know what Michael Carter is. We all know what Javonte Williams is. They both rushed for over 1,000 yards, same season, same year, same team. It was unbelievable. And by all accounts, Javonte, you'd like to think, he was the better prospect. He was the stone cold stud, can't miss kind of prospect, if I'm not mistaken. But Javonte in Denver or Michael Carter in New York, which one would you rather have? I mean, because there are now concerns for Javonte there in Denver with Melvin Gordon in front of him. So, I mean, I could talk this out. I have my opinions, but I'd like to hear what both you, Dukes, and Jim have to say here. Which North Carolina back would you prefer?
Yeah, so I do think Javonte's the better player, but with Melvin Gordon there, it's just – so if we're talking redraft here, Dynasty's a whole other monster. But if we're talking redraft, then we're definitely Javonte's situation is a little sticky there. It's kind of like Jonathan Taylor last year. He got lucky. I mean, obviously it's never lucky when an injury like that happens, but it gave him the opportunity. So Javonte might need something like that, but at the same time, they're going to use him. Now, on the other hand, Michael Carter is stepping into a backfield where he probably is the most talented right away. And I could definitely see him being the third down guy at least.
So in New York, I don't think LaMichael Pirine, I don't think Ty Johnson can give any type of real competition. They've had some opportunity. Neither has shown any ability to be any level of difference maker. And I do think now with the draft pick having been spent with Michael Carter, they're drafting him to use him now. They're, as we said, no competition. I think he steps into a 3-down role. 75% snap share is possible. And with opportunity, we know opportunity is king in fantasy football, right?
Equals fantasy points, yes.
Yes. Now, Javonte Williams, and I love how you frame this out. So in Melvin Gordon, he is a better receiver than he is a running back, quite honestly. He is not a good, his numbers have never been good as a running back. He's typically under 4 yards a carry. And so I think this is an opportunity. Javonte Williams is going to be the primary runner. Gordon understands pass protection. And I think this is an opportunity where it's going to be that valuable third down work. And back to fantasy, we know targets and receptions. That's a big part of the pie. And I think Javonte Williams is going to miss out on a good chunk of that. And that's the only reason. I do agree in Dynasty, it might be different, but redraft, I definitely think Michael Carter's the guy.
And I do want to mention really quick, Jim, while you were chatting, Cincinnati Bengals at 202 drafted Chris Evans, a.k.a. Captain America, not the actor. Shout out to Duncan for the little the feed and the little, kind of a cool little saying that I can get by with here. So Chris Evans, University of Michigan running back, goes to Cincinnati here. So let's kind of pivot for a moment onto another position. If we followed along last night, at the end of the third round, we saw kind of a little mini quarterback run. Kyle Trask went to Tampa Bay, Kellen Mond went to Minnesota, and Davis Mills went to Houston. So the first one I want to talk about is Kyle Trask in Tampa Bay, defending Super Bowl champions. We all know this stuff. Everybody's talked this stuff. They've talked your ears off on this stuff. Tampa Bay's brought back all 22 starters, both sides of the ball. Unprecedented. Never happened. Oh my God, Tom Brady's. It's all the adulation that the Buccaneers have been receiving. So, Tom Brady, we always say, those of us who are witty and trying to create an advantage that way, we go, well, Father Time is undefeated, yet here's Tom Brady still winning Super Bowls, still playing at a high level. So Jim, I'll ask you the first question here. Kyle Trask, are they grooming him to be the heir apparent in Tampa Bay behind Tom Brady?
I have always thought that NFL franchises are smart to take a developmental quarterback a little later in the draft. When you have so that's all they're doing here. I don't think they're going in saying we know exactly what he is. He's going to be a dominant force in the NFL. They have the luxury with minimal draft capital of finding out. They can watch him in practices, running the scout team. They can show him certain things to see what he can and can't do. He projects as an NFL backup. And you know what? We need backup quarterbacks in the NFL. But if he turns into more, great. I mean, he has excellent accuracy in the short area of passing game. He has shown some ability to read defenses. His release looks smooth. Now, his decision-making, pretty inconsistent, doesn't always sense pressure, and that's not good when you're like Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. He lacks mobility, but hey, Tom Brady does too, right? So, yeah, definitely a project, and maybe they hit on something here.
Duke, so I'm going to ask you the same question, but let me rephrase it just a tad. Do you want Kyle Trask to be the heir apparent in Tampa Bay?
Do I want it? Well, I don't have a whole lot of. I'm sure that Nick does at 101 Chalk. Give him a follow. He's our fearless leader.
Absolutely.
He's a Tampa Bay fan. I don't have any stakes in it, but it would be fun to see the Florida kid be the face of a Florida franchise. Sure, why not?
So these, I'm just plucking these questions as we go along. So some are strong and some are, if it's awful, just say, if I ask you, Jim, you can say, you know what, Chris, it's an awful question. I'm going to decline to answer that. And you would not hurt my feelings. So on that sentiment, let's discuss Tutu Atwell going to the Rams and Dwayne Eskridge going to Seattle, which was like, why would Seattle draft Dwayne? I'm not putting down Eskridge, but why would they draft a wide receiver there when they have a top 3 dynasty wide receiver, probably an all pro wide receiver in DK Metcalf, and then they just inked what's his name, Tyler Lockett, to a massive deal. Why bring in Dwayne Eskridge in the 3rd round like that?
So you got me with 2 questions here. So we'll go with the Tutu Atwell one first, since that's one you started with.
Tutu Atwell questions.
Exactly. Now, I was not excited at all about Tutu Atwell. First of all, he's 155 pounds. And I don't know if I could ever find an NFL player who made an impact at wide receiver at 155 pounds. People fall in love with measurables, college film, and they want the next big thing. Look, if he's Tavon Austin, that would be an overstatement, and that's not good. However, if there was one landing spot in the NFL where Tutu Atwell could do some damage, it's playing with Sean McVay. Look, Sean McVay uses pre-snap motion probably more effectively than any other coach in the league. We always see him running Robert Woods behind the line and Cooper Kupp behind the line. Tutu Atwell was born for that. Getting him into space, getting him the opportunity to get the ball, and that is the opportunity he will have there. He will be a gadget player, playing with a coach who utilizes gadgetry extremely well. He won't be a high fantasy producer. He'll be very hit or miss, and a flex level would be the ceiling. But he could be weaponized a bit in this with the coaching staff. And I saw in Duncan Dukes, you were talking about Deshaun Jackson. How heavy or light was Deshaun Jackson?
Our producer's looking it up right now. He said 1 second, but if I had to guess, I'm going to say Deshaun was no more than 175, 185.
177 is what
175 exactly. It's been confirmed by Mike Duncan for us here.
Yes, and what we're talking here is 155 pounds. And other than kickers, I don't know many impact players at 150, any position, right? 155 pounds is so incredibly light. But like we were saying, though, gadgetry is huge. The second question was about Dwayne Eskridge. And the biggest issue I had with that move, look, this is a very small receiver class as a whole. Tyler Lockett plays a lot of slot, especially when they go to 3 receiver sets. When there's 2 receiver sets, certainly he's on the outside. To bring in a player who is a primary slot, because of size, he would have no opportunity to compete on the outside. Eskridge is 5'9", 190. I don't see him as an outside guy. And that's the problem we have. And his pro day, not good. 42nd percentile speed score based on his size. His explosiveness, 52nd percentile. Agility, 51st. So he's a borderline average athlete. And his dominance would be in the slot. But again, they got Lockett. So I just think it was a poor
decision.
choice. Yes.
I want to, Jim, while you're here, I want to ask you about Travis Etienne going to Jacksonville. I mean, if you type in Travis Etienne on Google right now, the first probably 50 articles or blurbs that pop up will say, air quotes, worst draft pick to be had in this draft. I don't really get that. Talk me through that. Is it the worst draft pick of this class, or are you thinking otherwise? Because again, I'm putting all my cards on the table. I don't think it's awful at all.
We don't know what the coaching staff is going to do here, and that's the first situation. So if they want to run a spread offense with Trevor Lawrence, and they want to get Laviska Shenault involved as an X and get DJ Chark involved in some Marvin Jones. If they're going to spread the field, it would be very smart to have a running back who could be a 3-down type player. Now, he's not good in pass protection. He's timid there, more of a finesse runner, but excellent quickness and explosiveness, agility and balance. So if they're going to go spread, this potentially helps Trevor Lawrence. The line is average in Jacksonville, but there could be pressure on Trevor Lawrence to have an option to dump it off or to go with 11 personnel, 3 receivers, and opens running lanes because you see lighter boxes. To have this opportunity to select him, I think takes some pressure off of Trevor Lawrence. In terms of fantasy, maybe not so great. James Robinson will still be involved. I think we see Etienne more involved on 3rd downs, hurry up offense, receiving. There is value in fantasy, as we said earlier, if you're seeing passing down work. But I don't think he's going to be a 3-down back. So I think, go ahead.
Really quick update here. At 2:05, you can follow it along on the bottom here. The scroll goes through, so I want to thank Duncan for this whole time. It's been fantastic help. At 2:03, Buffalo has drafted Marquise Stevenson, wide receiver. At 2:04, there goes Shi Smith to Carolina, another wide receiver there. And then at 2:05, Tennessee drafted Racey McMath, wide receiver. So back to what we were talking about in Jacksonville, and I'll pose this question to both you, Dukes, and you, Jim. Realistically speaking, is this all doom and gloom for James Robinson? James Robinson has been a very polarizing figure the last year and a half or year or so here. It's been unbelievable. So where are you on this, Dukes? Does it completely kill James Robinson's value?
No, absolutely not. He has value, but if you were listening, the smarter heads were all kind of saying this usage is not going to last. They
It's
were
not
kind of,
sustainable, yeah.
they were forced, their hand was forced to just keep him on the field. They had no other options. I think Raquel Armstead is still having a lot of dealing with a lot of issues with the COVID thing. And Chris Thompson was just not a thing anymore. So we knew that they were going to add to the room, and plus entirely different coaching staff. So like Jim mentioned before, we don't know how they're going to employ these guys, but he is a talented player and they're going to use him.
Jim, and before you answer here, I'm sure you know of the old adage, too much of a good thing is never enough here. And especially in fantasy circles, like what we're doing, broadcasting on social media all the time. James Robinson was a darling of last season, seeing 25 carries a game. How many games last season? I'll have to look this up. How many games last year? He was the only running back to have touched the ball from start to finish in the game. So we became spoiled in a way with James Robinson. So now Travis Etienne comes in and people, freak out. It's from one end to another. It's either too good to be true, or it's like, oh my God, James Robinson is awful. What do you think of the reaction here, Travis Etienne and James Robinson?
I like how both you and Dukes mentioned the usage. What we actually saw as the season progressed last year down the stretch, Daria Gunboale got healthy. They got there's another Divino Zigbo got healthy. They actually started to lower Robinson's snap share down the stretch last 4 or 5 weeks. He, as you both correctly and astutely stated, he was seeing 85, 90% plus of the snaps. That started to whittle down as the season went on. He was a 7th round draft choice or undrafted. Now I don't remember the two. I think one of the two, and I'm going to not remember that, and I apologize for that. He may have been undrafted. Anyway, most NFL teams, they are leery. Yes, undrafted. Thank you. They're very leery of these players having long-term success. And the one thing I said during the season, there was no NFL team playing the Jaguars game planning saying, man, we need to stop James Robinson. They weren't worried about their offense at all. They didn't want to get bad quarterbacks notwithstanding. They didn't want to get beat in the passing game. You can run the ball fine, whatever. We're going to beat you anyway. And so I think it was just a great fantasy storm for him. But his measurables are barely above average in any category. And so he was always a player who was going to be naturally replaced. We look at Philip Lindsay. The dude has produced in the NFL, but because of his small size, his lack of draft capital, they toss these players aside if they're good. We see that time and again. And again, I think Robinson, it may have been a perfect storm, Peyton Hillis style, where Peyton Hillis has the big year and then all of a sudden, what the heck?
He's on the cover of Madden, and he's in Times Square, getting his photo taken to be on Madden. And then as quick as he came, he's just poof, gone. It was like a magician. He's gone.
Yes. And we see with running backs all the time. If you have the elite measurables and the draft capital, certainly it translates out. But I think James Robinson is just the next in a long list of guys. And he'll be okay for fantasy this year. But within a couple of years, he's probably just going to be a puzzle piece.
Absolutely. So we're live, the Undroppables broadcast. Go check out them and us. I'm part of you guys. Go like and subscribe YouTube here. Go follow Dukes. We're here with Jim Coventry, NFL, RotoWire analysis, Sirius Satellite Radio. The guy does everything. And Jim, I just want to say really quick, I don't think I've told you this before, and I have no problem doing it. I respect you very much. In a way, I look up to you as well. What you're doing now is kind of, you're laying the blueprint of what I want to do long term in terms of handling, your family life, your writing, your broadcasting. You're very well respected. I have yet to hear anybody utter an awful word about you, Jim. So I want to thank you for that. I kind of popped up out of nowhere, in your life. I'd like to think, broadcasting and writing and chatting there. So I want to thank you for being so kind and answering any questions I have or sharing some insight that you've learned over the years here. So Jim, I want to thank you so much for that, helping me along the way. I want to thank you for being here. It's absolutely fantastic. We could do this for hours on end. We got about 20 minutes left and we're going to jam pack them here. And Jim, I also want to ask you about these top 4 or 5 quarterbacks that were drafted. Let's take Trevor Lawrence off the table. That's pretty, cut and dry what he's going to do, what we expect from him, first overall pick. But Zach Wilson, to to the Jets, Trey Lance to San Francisco, Justin Fields to Chicago, and then Mac Jones to New England. Of those 4 quarterbacks, where are you placing all your chips? If you have to go all in on one of those quarterbacks, where are you pushing it in? Which way are you going there?
It is such a tough call because I really see the upside and the downside of both Lance and Fields. I see a lot of good things, and I see some potential, concerning spots as well. I'm not a Zach Wilson guy at all because whenever the competition got tougher, he disappeared. He could crush bad opponents, and to me, it's just like a typical New York Jets pick to go that route. Yeah. And I don't understand. He shrunk under the big stage, and maybe there's nothing to that, but often there is.
Personally, I think he's going to get eaten alive in New York with the media, with the fan base. I mean, again, I don't even know Zach Wilson. I don't wish anybody ill will or harm or anything. But if you look at Zach Wilson, you see the GIF or that short clip on ESPN when he was with the other, top 4, top 5 draft picks, and they're doing peace signs. And he looked scared. He looked like the comment was Zach Wilson is looking around for help. Like he's just not, to me, he's not cut out for that media market. He's not cut out to make it in the big city. And again, I hope I'm wrong. It's just an observation, just an opinion here. So, Jim, who are all your chips on? We know Trevor Lawrence is off the table. Is that you're folding your hand with Zach Wilson? What about Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and Mac Jones?
So I am going to say Trey Lance for one reason. Kyle Shanahan. Because, look, Kyle Shanahan, if this is the quarterback he hand-selected, assuming he did, which I think that's what happened, he understands his offense that has been confounding defensive coordinators for a long time. What he does is he gets players open quick in the route, and he has 3 run-after-the-catch beasts, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. They played the Rams last year. And it was a very concerning matchup because the question was, how are those wide receivers going to do any damage against them? Well, they caught the ball behind the line of scrimmage before the corners got to them, and they were slicing them after the catch. So Lance moves into a situation where the coaching is going to set him up for ultimate success, early reads. He may not have to get to a 3rd read ever. Yeah, I think with the weapons he has and the coach, he's going to be primed for success from day one.
What about you, Dukes? I have an idea in my mind who you're going to choose, but obviously you're here, so I'll ask you instead of just assuming you would which one you're going to choose.
Yeah, I think my nods told the whole story. Jim basically he presented that perfectly. And I mean, I think that a lot of people were just nodding along when he was talking because Trey Lance he's fallen into the perfect situation. I'm really excited to see more just for creativity reasons what happens with Lawrence and Urban Meyer in Jacksonville. It's going to be really fun just to kind of see how that puzzle comes together. But yeah, Trey Lance is stepping into what seems like the perfect situation for any quarterback.
On Thursday night when Dukes, that's exactly who I thought you were going to choose, and rightfully so. Trey Lance is a very exciting prospect on a good team where their defense, Chicago's defense, is ready right now. Their window to win now and get back to a Super Bowl is right now. They don't need much work and all that. So we'll save the Jimmy G, is it Trey Lance, for another broadcast because that's not all that exciting. And the draft is still live now. Jacksonville at 209. Just selected Jalen Camp, wide receiver. So another wide receiver to Jacksonville, and that's fine. But Jim, I want to ask you, we got about 10, 15 more minutes here. Stretch this out. Love being here talking to you. But no love for Justin Fields in Chicago. He fell. That was unbelievable. I mean, and then if you look at it, I'm sure you watched along. I'm sure you have it all written down. But Denver passed on him. Detroit passed on him. Carolina passed on him, drafting a cornerback, and then bam, Chicago Chicago is right there after a Dallas and Philadelphia trade, which my heart sank when Philadelphia moved up. Is this going to, absolutely expel Jalen Hurts? But again, another conversation for another time. But Justin Fields in Chicago, this has to just elevate Allen Robinson to what? What wide receiver ranking are you giving Allen Robinson now with Justin Fields at quarterback?
Well, I can't just give you the song. I got to give you the dance too here.
And I absolutely, I love to dance.
In my opinion, and it's been for years, when he's healthy, all quarterback play being equal, I see Allen Robinson as a top 5 NFL receiver. I believe he is way better than DeAndre Hopkins. I know people will kill me for that. From fantasy, that's not been the case. But in terms of what he can do on the field, I think now the biggest issue he's never had a quarterback to put the ball on the spot to allow him to run after the catch, which he is a strong runner, and he can run, through people, really. He's not faster than them, but he's a strong runner. And by getting a quarterback who might be able to put the ball on the screws, this gives him a chance for huge yardage totals, which he hasn't had because the quarterbacks he's had reach back for the ball, the ball,
Yes.
out of bounds or over his head. And we have not seen nearly Allen Robinson's best, and we've seen good seasons from him. So, yes, I think should Justin Fields be ready on day one and showing the accuracy that we know he's capable of, Allen Robinson can be a top 6 fantasy receiver this season. The volume is going to be there too.
I'm with you 100%. And I love Allen Robinson. He's a local kid here to Detroit, went to high school, Cas Tech, downtown, right off the main drag on Woodward, if you know the inner workings of the city. And, I saw many, routes run by Allen Robinson where he completely obliterates the cornerback. He pulls the safety away, obliterates the cornerback. And what I've noticed Allen Robinson does is he'll start and stop a lot. He'll start, stop, cut on a dime, and then bam, there's nobody in front of him and the ball is overthrown. And he goes back to the line of scrimmage, kind of demoralized and bummed out. But Dukes, I'll ask you the same thing. Where would you put Justin Fields? It's a two-parter, I guess. Where would you put Justin Fields in the top 5 of the rookie quarterbacks, and where now do you feel comfortable putting Allen Robinson in your wide receiver rankings?
So I have Fields at 3. Lawrence, Lance, Fields. Those are my 3. And then
Beautiful.
after that, I'm just a little iffy. But Allen Robinson, I agree with Jim. He's just a uber talented player. He carried Blake Bortles to an AFC championship game. Come on, man. You make Bortles look like a great quarterback, then there's really something to you. I've been targeting him in my dynasty drafts, and I'm super happy that Chicago got themselves a quarterback because his value should be shooting up.
No doubt. And again, everybody on earth or anybody that's anybody knows I'm a big Detroit Lions fan. I'm in Detroit, born and raised here. So in turn, I love the NFC North. Chicago is in the North. So for selfish reasons, I hate that because I can see this coming a mile away with Fields and Robinson. But I love the selection. It helps everybody around them. And Allen Robinson, you would imagine, people look at, and guys, stop in and correct me if I'm wrong here, but everybody looks at Allen Robinson as just he's a good wide receiver. You can draft him and that's fine. I've never heard conversations about, oh my God, Allen Robinson is one of the best wide receivers in the game because he's had ho-hum talent around him in terms of the quarterback. But hopefully, this selection will reignite this fire in Allen Robinson, and he'll be out on the field bigger, stronger, faster, and he'll make cornerbacks and safeties look foolish. So, Jim, again, about 10 minutes left here. So I'm sorry, again, without my manners, I forgot to ask you, what's been your favorite selection or selections so far in this draft? We'll keep it light the last few minutes here.
So I like to go to the one I don't like first. Devontae Smith worries me. And I want to talk about this for a quick second. The word outlier. The word gets thrown around. Outlier is Tyreek Hill. Players that you don't see rarely ever. Devontae Smith is another one of these really, really small guys. And I want to say he weighed in at 165 pounds on his medical day. And
Correct.
very, very few. We see Deshaun Jackson. That is an outlier. That's a player who had this rare skill set that could beat defensive backs anytime, any way. It doesn't happen often. So you can't just say, oh, this is Deshaun Jackson. So I'm very interested to see how this shakes out. Not excited about Devontae Smith. I do not think he's an outlier, and we're going to see that. Picks I enjoyed seeing, we talked earlier, Rondale Moore. That one made me extremely excited. I think Justin Fields was also another one. Hey, I know, tell you what, Dukes loves and some Rondale Moore. I think that's a great thing. Yes. And now I do think the Tutu Atwell, we talked earlier, right? We already brought these guys up. But again, if there was one place where he could be utilized, I think that's an exciting pick. I like to see Sean McVay with a unique player like that, with maybe a limited skill set, but one that could be absolutely weaponized. So, I mean, again, these are all repeats, but these are the types of things I like. Elijah Moore to the Jets. That was exciting. I think an opportunity, if Zach Wilson does become something, I think that's a great career path for them both to start out together. So, again, all repeats, but those are the ones I enjoyed seeing.
You want to do a lightning round real quick? I'll give you the draft selection of the team he went to, and you say love it or hate it. You want to do that really quick?
Before we do that, if you want, I was just going to throw out a couple tight ends that landed in really great spots. Luke Farrell is in Jacksonville, little competition there. And then I really like Trimble in Carolina as well, because we haven't talked tight ends very much. So I just want to throw that out real quick.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about tight ends. I've made it known that, there's people that, in super flex formats, Travis Kelce is, a first round selection, and that's fine. We talked about Pat Fryermuth in the last hour's broadcast. I love that one. So thank you for that, Dukes. He picks me up when I'm down. What I lack, he excels in. So thank you for that, Duke. So really quick, if you two want to we'll do a quick lightning round, and we'll get the heck out of here. We'll get you on your way, Jim. So Alex Leatherwood to Vegas.
No on that, down. So down. Am I doing thumbs down? Am I saying thumbs up, thumbs down?
Whatever you want to do, sure. Do you have one of those big foam fingers you can do up or down or something like that?
Yeah, we're going thumbs down. The second round talent taken too early.
Okay, let's go Kadarius Toney to the Giants.
Thumbs down, because I think with Kenny Galladay there's not going to be enough targets for him. And Sterling Shepard's still around. So thumbs down.
Rashad Bateman to Baltimore.
I'm negative Nelly today here. They're a run-based offense. That's John Harbaugh said this. They're a run-based offense, and there's not going to be targets to go around. Bad landing spot for him, I think.
You're tough to please, but you tell it like it is. So who am I to, put you down for that? Greg Newsome, the second cornerback to Cleveland.
Love it. Thumbs up on that one. We don't know what Greedy Williams is because he's never on the field. Worst case scenario, they're going to need 3 cornerbacks because they're going to be playing the Kansas Cities of the world if they plan on getting their goal. Big thumbs up. That team is loaded, and the secondary help is huge.
Jamar Chase to Cincinnati. Heavy hitter there.
Thumbs up. They needed the offensive line help more, but the camaraderie and chemistry that's already been established between Burrow and him, I think that takes away a lot of the downside. I think that the chemistry will help them.
Penei Sewell to the Detroit Lions.
Love it. Love it. I think he fell. I think he should have gone a couple of picks earlier. Arms are a little short, but I think he's an elite talent. I think he's a Pro Bowl player for over a decade.
I'm still over the moon about it, but that's just personal, selfish reasons. What about Jamin Davis to Washington?
I'm okay with that. Not overly excited, but I think I don't have a lot to say on this one. It didn't really move the radar enough, so I was going to kind of stop right there.
Dukes, this is for you as well. The Michigan Wolverine and now Indianapolis Colt, Kwity Paye.
You know what? That's what they needed. That was a position of need. I felt the Colts had to address it. It was a responsible, smart pick that has upside. That is exactly the type of move they need to compete with the bigger, heavy hitters in the AFC. So I think it's a phenomenal move.
Thank you. I agree.
Yes.
J.C. Horn, 8th overall to Carolina.
After going all defense on the draft last year, I was surprised they went there. but it's very hard to argue. He's a top 2 corner. He could be the best, maybe the second best. Either way, I don't think you can pass on this. Real quick, I always say this. In the NFL, you've either got to stop the pass, which means edge rush or cornerback, and you can never have enough of those guys.
Last one, Kyle Trask to Tampa Bay.
Thumbs up. Like we said earlier, you can always draft a quarterback and see if it works out. If not much draft capital, move on, move forward.
Well, Jim, my friend, let us know where we can find you, what you're doing, what's the rest of your evening looking like, where we can, watch you and hear you speak, because it's unbelievably fantastic.
I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys for having me. I love talking football anytime, anywhere with great minds and great people. You can find me at Jim Coventry NFL on Twitter, and it would be a good time to follow if you want to know about that Sirius XM draft tomorrow, because I'm going to be posting that link up soon, so you can follow it. These are 12 phenomenal analysts that are going to be in this draft, so you'll get a really good sense of some early draft position things and see some of the excitement of these rookies and how they're going to pan out. So again, I'll be on and off Sirius tomorrow when they call me in for the guest spots for that. But I think in the short term, that's the best place to find me right now. I'm on RotoWire. That'll be ramping up really soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And yeah, I just want to let anybody know that's watching live now or will watch the replay, what Jim is doing with the values and that this draft he's doing, it's priceless. It's indispensable for a casual fan or even a diehard fantasy players like us and anybody who's watching here. So Jim, I can't thank you enough. You've been such a positive influence in me, in what I'm doing, everybody else around you. Dukes, I know you're hanging out. My time here has come to an end. I can't believe 3 hours went that fast. That was unbelievable. So thank you to everybody who's come and gone during this. Jim, again, I can't thank you enough. I know Duncan is coming back in. Dukes is going to be here. And then it looks like a whole plethora of other undroppables here. So thank you so much for tuning in. That's my time, friends.
Hey, great talking to you, Jim. And let's make sure the undroppables get that, share that event out tomorrow. That sounds like a great time.
Absolutely.
Definitely,
Yes.
Definitely.
Thank
Nice
you
to
guys
meet you
so
as well.
much. All righty.
What's up,
So
Michael?
we are hour 7, I think. I think we're on hour 7.
This will be my third hour. So
yes,
just
you are
2 down.
I'd say good job, but this is my 7th hour.
I don't
Plus-
have to talk a whole lot.
plus yesterday,
I'm really just doing an okay job. I just sit here.
Hour 6. No, Kyle, because it starts at 0. So we're about to complete the 6th hour. We're about to start this. Oh, I'll bring Kyle up, I guess. Here's Brad, our offensive line guru. Fly, Eagles, fly. That's right, buddy. All righty. So with us right now, we got Fantasy Dukes still on here. We got Brad Wire at Brad Wire FF. He is our offensive line guy. He has a podcast called Unsung Heroes with 2-on-1 FB, Tommy Moe. And we got Kyle Larson. I don't really know what he does, but he knows how to pronounce all of these names better than anyone else on the Undroppables. So, Brad, what's going on? How you feeling right now, bud?
I'm doing good.
I cannot hear you. Turn yourself up. You just got a new microphone, so we're figuring that out.
Hello?
Up.
Hello?
Up. We'll figure it out. Kyle, how's it going, bud?
I'm doing well. I've been working all day, but other than that, it's been a pretty good day watching the picks come in.
Any picks sticking out to you that you really like? I know you were a big fan of Racy McMath, I think his name was.
Just the name. And
Well,
also
yeah.
his name is Racy and he ran a 4.3 440. So like those two go together so well. And he's a Tennessee Titan. So anybody who plays for the Titans is automatically a good player.
Well, I don't know about that, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Still gonna wait on Brad. Dukes, how are you feeling? Hour 3 for you. What are you thinking of this? We're halfway through the 6th round, roughly. No, we're almost near the end.
Yeah, we're kind of at the point now where I just get excited when it's a name that I know something about.
Yeah, I feel
I'm
that.
sure Kyle, Brad, you probably recognize a lot more names, having done a lot of the breakdowns for not just the rookie guide, but the offensive line rankings and all of that. So I'm just enjoying it and kind of circling some guys that I think are going to be 4th round pick material. I mentioned those tight ends that I think for dynasty's sakes landed in really good spots and could start right away. That was Trimble and Luke Farrell. And then one more name I'll throw out there in Houston, Nico Collins. I like him as a prospect, and that's just a good situation as well, because outside of Brandon Cooks, it's kind of just whatever.
It's Chad Hansen, it's Randall Cobb or the corpse thereof.
I'd like to point out that one of my favorite names in the entire NFL draft just got drafted to the Bills. It's cornerback Rashad Wildgoose Jr.
That is a name. It is, in fact, a name that was drafted. He's a cornerback out of Wisconsin. Brad, how we sounding?
Is this better?
Better. I could still go a little higher.
I'm messing with the gain. The gain is a new thing to me. So
no, but that's you're already sounding better, so that's good.
That's good.
So Brad, tell me about some of these offensive line picks. Who's has anyone stood out to you? Is there anyone you think is walking into a particularly good situation? Perhaps Stone Forsythe. That was one of my favorite names. I don't know if he's actually good.
He's an older prospect. He's from Florida, 6'8", I believe. He's one of the bigger ones that was available at that point. I was hoping he would go to the Colts because they still have a hole at left tackle. There's still some good free agents, so I'm sure they signed someone at some point. But just because they didn't get anyone here doesn't mean they're out of it.
I believe it was Howie Roseman earlier that said there are multiple ways to skin a cat. So.
Yep, exactly. The one pick that I really like, the 2 picks that I really like was Kyle's boy Brady Christensen to the Carolina Panthers. I also like that they picked up Deontay Brown from Alabama. It just improves their line up front. And the other thing that I really like overall is how the Bills are drafting. They have a really good team, but they just picked up 2 brand new tackles, and they built up their defensive line again for the future. So this sets up Josh Allen for years and years. I really like what they've done there.
One question sorry, go on, Kyle.
And Brad, while you're still talking, there's we actually doubled up on Wisconsin picks here, as guard Cole Van Lanen went to the Packers.
He stays home. I like that. He'll be a depth piece, but he stays home and he'll have some, might rotate in some a little bit. They did have a few depth pieces last year that could have allowed them to move Elgin Jenkins inside to play center, but they got Josh Myers instead. So they still stay top 5 for me. They finished number 1 overall last year, but still top 5 line for me.
So speaking of offensive lines, one of the biggest storylines I think from day 1 and day 2 was a guy out of Alabama. And goodbye, Brad. I was going to talk offensive line to him. I know he was excited to talk about this guy, but that's all right. I will talk about him, I guess. And he will come back. There we are. Hey, Brad. So as I was saying,
Alabama.
Yes. Offensive lineman out of Alabama, Landon Dickerson. He played center, and I believe he played some guard and maybe even some tackle in his time at Alabama. He fell pretty far. He was dubbed as a first-round talent, but had a lot of injury concerns in college. He did not get to play in the national championship game. He missed the end of last season while injured. He was drafted by the Eagles at the 5th pick, 37th overall in the 2nd round. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, Brad. I mean, clearly you're an Eagles fan, so I'm curious where you think he fills in, where you think he slots in.
Yeah. Before I got into Landon Dickerson, I was watching. I just started my first game on Alex Leatherwood. Obviously, they played together, so it's easy for me to watch them both at the same time. But I started in 2018 for Leatherwood, so I haven't gotten quite to Landon Dickerson yet. He's a big body, moves well, powerful, just like any other Alabama lineman that's out there, essentially. They recruit essentially the same frame guys. I love it. I know at one point you and I were talking about Isaac Seumalo. I think he'll compete with him day 1. I think he should win the job there day 1 and eventually take over for Kelsey. He's not he doesn't seem like the same Kelsey mold to me. That would have been more Creed Humphrey. They're different players, but this is obviously Sirianni's guy. So I'm excited to see what we do with the future. I think Mailata wins the left tackle battle. We keep Dillard for depth.
I hope
we keep
so.
Sayamalo for depth. And Landon Dickerson is starting left guard, and that line is borderline elite again.
So do you see him as more of a long-term solution? Obviously, obviously we've dealt with injuries. Brandon Brooks has, I want to say, 2 or 3 Achilles tears alone in the past couple seasons. Would he be able to slide right into that right guard position if something were to happen? And would he be able to instantly contribute at the NFL level, do you think? And also, how does that impact the offense? Because we saw it struggle a lot last season with a plethora of injuries.
So yeah, like I said, Dickerson I think is going to be competitive at left guard right away. If either one of them is not ready, if Brandon Brooks goes down, he's going to be able to step in right away. As long as he's recovered from his injury, I know he did some things at his pro day. He didn't do a whole lot, but we did see him do a cartwheel, so that is encouraging. In the background of that Mac Jones interview, which I like to see, it means that he's getting there. So yeah, I think he'll be ready for training camp and off and running. I'm sure Brandon Brooks is going to be ready. I've seen some workout videos from him, which have been very exciting. But yeah, injury concerns are always there, and he's getting up in the age cliff. So you never know. It's going to be a whole new offensive line here in 2-3 years, and they're built good to start for right now.
Yeah, I agree. I was pretty excited by the pick. I thought there were some other guys on the board that the Eagles might take, but that's okay. How about you guys? Andrew, we're joined by Andrew Mackins, host of Mac of All Trades. Accidentally added him to the stream while he was eating. That's
I'm
okay.
still eating. Like, I just started eating. So
That's fine.
Is that too unprofessional for the end of day 3 of this draft?
I don't care whatsoever. But check your mic, by the way.
I just don't want to hear any ASMR sounds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
No, nothing out there for the misophonia people. I won't do that.
That's all right. Kyle, what was your favorite pick of day 3 so far? Because you're one of the only guys that probably knew the majority of these players.
Well, as for the teams drafting them, I really liked Shi Smith to the Panthers. He stays in Carolina, or the Carolinas, because technically he's South Carolina. But he's a really good player. I thought they got great value on him. Obviously, it's not a great landing spot for fantasy, so it kind of bums me out.
That's fair.
Chris Evans to the Bengals is an interesting pick. He's really athletic. Obviously, they have a bit of a hole behind Joe Mixon, but
they've been trying to shore up that backup spot. I feel like they've been trying to kind of get rid of Giovanni Bernard for a while now, and they just haven't found the right running back to back up Joe Mixon.
And I was happy to see Brevin Jordan finally go, and he goes to the Texans where he doesn't have too much competition. Obviously, Jordan Akins was there last year. He was decent, but nothing special. If he turns out to be a good player, he'll have a lot of opportunity in that offense.
Yeah, that was quite the tumble we saw from Jordan.
Michael Carter was probably like the best fantasy pick we saw all day today. He obviously steps into a landing spot where he is probably the best running back on the team, maybe the 1B to Tevin Coleman, but he'll definitely have a lot of opportunity.
Probably done, in my opinion. And I
think Tevin Coleman's the best other running back on the roster, so I just figured I'd bring him up.
I mean, fair enough. I will say, speaking of running backs, the Chicago Bears just drafted Khalil Herbert, running back out of Virginia Tech. I guess the thought there is some more depth behind David Montgomery. Obviously, they brought in – who did they bring in this offseason? They're getting Tariq Cohen back from injury, and they brought Damian Williams. Thank you. They brought in Damian Williams. So Khalil Herbert is added to that depth. Obviously, he's a 6th-round pick. There's no guarantee that he makes the roster. But if I'm remembering correctly, Khalil Herbert kind of looked like a receiving back type of mold, possibly some Tariq Cohen insurance. I don't know if Damian Williams is even going to make the roster. I mean, at the end of the day, we really don't know. He got a very small contract. Khalil Herbert's a 6th-round pick. Who knows if he makes the roster? I'd say this, at least personally, this has very minimal impact for me fantasy-wise. Dave Montgomery is still a workhorse.
The thing with the Bears is that they had literally no running backs behind David Montgomery last year after Cohen went down. Like, they were putting in Ryan Null. So, like, if they want to roster 4 running backs, it could be really easy for Khalil Herbert to make the team.
That's true. Yeah. I guess it's not that I don't think he's going to make the team. I just have a feeling that I don't think it'll impact fantasy all that much.
That's fair. Not unless somebody gets hurt.
Exactly.
The Colts just picked a quarterback.
Who?
Sam Ehlinger out of Texas.
Wow, Sam Ehlinger. I was wondering at what point we were going to start getting more quarterbacks, because it's been a while since the last one drafted, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so I'll chime in here as the Colts fan. So Brissett is obviously in Miami now. Last year they took Jacob Eason, but it seems like now they want to start carrying 3 quarterbacks on the roster, which I think is a smart move in the NFL if you can hoard the talent, because eventually those guys are going to be possible trade chips.
So basically, I just want to make sure I get this completely straight. What you're telling me is that the intelligent thing to do is, see, Kyle already knows where I'm going, is to create sort of like a quarterback factory. That's what I'm hearing.
Unless you ruin it all.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
Carson Wentz knows all about quarterback factories, though. Got to keep the lights on, baby.
I love Wentz reuniting with Reich. That's super exciting to me.
But that 3rd-string quarterback was a spot they needed to fill, right?
Yep.
Where like Eason and Ellinger will battle out for the backup role. And Wentz is highly volatile in the medical department. So I think that it makes sense for them to invest again, like back-to-back years.
And when I wrote about Ellinger and when I researched him, what I found is basically like this guy fits the mold of an NFL backup quarterback. He doesn't have the arm to be a starter or to make any difference to an offense, but he's accurate and he'll make the right decisions and he won't turn the ball over. And that's a great backup. It's nothing special, but it's a great backup.
And I will say this, just because I personally, I hate this narrative. Carson Wentz is not injury prone. He had a torn ACL. No. He had a torn ACL, which is a freak. You know, it's an injury that can happen to anyone. It is in no way indicative of future or of past injury proneness or whatever. He had a tweaked back because of the way that he had to adjust to that ACL. And since then, he hasn't. Yeah, since the back thing, he has not missed a game. He got knocked out of a playoff game due to concussion. I mean, that was the first concussion of his career. We can't really blame that on him. It was a dirty hit. And then he played behind arguably the worst offensive line in the league, or at least the most inconsistent. And he was getting hit more than any other quarterback in the league. He played every game until Jalen Hurts took over. So personally, I want to put that out there because right now I have an audience and I'm not just speaking to myself in the mirror. And I think it's important to me. The videos. Yes, I do.
Well, one of our videos just got taken. Auburn wide receiver Seth Williams.
Seth Williams finally went. Oh, of course he's a Bronco. Where there's never
what a free fall. I expected him to. I like Seth Williams. Just from watching a couple games, he's got a great pair of mitts on him, as I like to say. When he goes up in the red zone to get the ball, he gets it. And yeah, it seems like that's probably going to be his role on the team.
Yeah, and he was a great analytical prospect, but
he was.
Obviously there was some disconnect between us in fantasy and the NFL on this guy.
I mean, personally, like I think he came out top 3 or 4 in my model, and there was never really a point in time where I thought that he would get the appropriate draft capital, just because he really didn't show the things that NFL teams typically like. But I personally love him as a prospect. So, because you're right, he was very good at analytically.
But he does get into a really tough situation in Denver because there's so many guys ahead of him.
Yep.
Cortland
Buried.
Sutton and Jerry Jeudy are obviously the star names. But then
KJ
they
Hamler,
drafted
second-round
KJ
pick.
Hamler in the second. They have
Yeah.
Tim Patrick, who was a great player for them last
Tim
year.
Patrick was their best wide receiver last year.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean Sutton
That's
was
why
hurt,
I
but
see
yes.
him really. That's why I see him really just having a red zone rule. Maybe you bring him in as the 3 down in the red zone. But they've also got a couple good tight ends. Aqua Beekwam will be back, so they're loaded with weapons. And who is it going to be? Teddy Two Gloves or Drew Lock? Who knows?
Hope
he's
is
definitely
neither.
buried on the depth chart for now. I mean, he's a developmental prospect now at best, like shooting for 3rd-year breakout or like Corey Davis 4th-year breakout.
Yeah, I mean the hope for Seth Williams would be, Cortland Sutton leaving in free agency, Tim Patrick leaving in free agency, and either one of Jerry Jeudy or KJ Hamler kind of flaming out. I mean, like that's the path to relevance in the fantasy world, which is possible. I mean, that's what people hoped for Tyler Johnson last year. He walked into a situation where he's the wide receiver 5. Obviously, hasn't really worked out for him so far, especially after the drafting of who'd they take in the 4th round? The Bucks.
Jalen
Darden. So, I mean, there's no real way of knowing. But he is a guy that, I'll probably pick up on waivers, possibly throw on my taxi squad with the possibility of, future fantasy upside. So what prospects do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, can I pose a question?
No.
Since we're in the 6th round, Kyle mentioned Shi Smith to Carolina. What would be your favorite 6th round pick?
Oh, good Lord. I need to look at the 6th round.
And I did bring up Kendrick Bourne earlier when Jay.
Yeah, we were talking about Kendrick.
Michael might not realize this, but I'm logged in now, so I have producer power too.
I don't like this. I don't like it.
We can't fight each other. I have a truce.
No, it'd be very bad. We can just agree. I like Elijah Mitchell personally. I think that Kyle Shanahan hates us, but to be honest, he'll probably end up being fantasy relevant at some point because we see it all the time. So mine's pretty simple.
For me, go ahead.
For the NFL and not fantasy, my favorite 2 picks are Deontay Brown going to the Panthers from Alabama as a guard, and Jalen Twyman, the defensive tackle from Pittsburgh, joining the Vikings.
I like Captain America. I've kind of had my eye on Chris Evans out of Michigan, and the Bengals is a great spot. Joe Mixon, and then Gio just left, so there's opportunity there. Samaje Perine is not locking down that number 2 role for sure, so he's got a chance to be a rotational player there.
Brad, what about you?
Kyle, you stole my favorite 6th round pick in Jalen Twyman. I hate you for that. But my second one I was just going to talk about was Quincy Roche from University of Miami went to the Steelers, and I think that's a really good fit. I didn't think he would fall this far, but I think he can be a good 3rd down edge rusher for them. Provide some little plays here and there outside of TJ Watt. So I'd like to hear Kyle's thoughts on that as well.
Roche is a good pick. A good pick for them. Obviously, they lost Bud Dupree. I was surprised he lasted this long. And then I'll add the head scratcher pick of the 6th round, which is to me Gary Brightwell.
I don't even know who that is.
That's why it's a head scratcher.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time I see a running back or wide receiver that I don't know, I get really worried. Because like I spend months just I plug these guys into I know who Jaquan Hardy is. A running back.
Both of the Titans wide receivers picks. I mean, I don't want to talk about my favorite teams the entire time I'm on stream, but stick to what you know. Those picks, I just no comment. Like Kyle said, he's gonna spin it to be the biggest truthers of these guys possible.
Honestly, like the 2 of them seem like better versions of the undrafted free agents the Titans already had on the roster, like Nick Westbrook and what's the guy's name? Khalifa Raymond. Yeah. Like McMath seems like a better version of Khalif Raymond, and Fitzpatrick a better Westbrook, in my opinion.
I'll say for the 6th round, going away from the Titans, I always like it when a team drafts from like the nearby college. So Green Bay taking Cole Van Lanen. I apologize, Brad, if you talked about that before I jumped in, but I don't know if them drafting a Wisconsin player has ever worked out for them because they do it way too late. But I mean, another shot at it there. And I think the Marquez Stevenson pick for the Bills is interesting just because they've had the deep burner presence between John Brown and Robert Foster on the team in the past. So I feel like they kind of filled that void there, even though, Gabriel Davis, we're hoping, is the guy who ascends in that offense right now behind Stephon Diggs and I guess Cole Beasley. But, Cole Beasley is no spring chicken. So Stevenson, interesting pick if you're talking value and one of these speed guys.
Yeah, and I will say Daz Newsome out of North Carolina, wide receiver, just got drafted by the Chicago Bears in the 6th round. So that's kind of a similar thing. Yeah, Kyle?
I love it. I think it's the second best, either the first best or second best landing spot we've seen in the 6th round for a fantasy relevant player. I just lost my webcam, but I'll keep going.
Yes, you did.
So either McMath or Newsome is the best landing spot we've seen in the 6th round for like any fantasy talent.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think they don't have a lot in Chicago. Like, they really don't. They have Allen Robinson, they have Darnell Mooney, and they have like 1,000 tight ends. But outside of that, I might be forgetting someone, but Anthony Miller retired, and then there's the other dude whose name I always forget, who kind of just died last season.
I think you're opposite.
Oh, shoot. Who retired? Oh, Taylor Gabriel retired. Anthony Miller died, basically.
Anthony Miller's still there.
Yeah, well, still there. So Daz Newsome, I agree. He could very well walk into a 3rd or 4th wide receiver position, and I don't know how fantasy relevant, but we're talking about the 6th round. Like he walks into a better situation than most other people drafted in the 6th round.
You know who has not been selected yet? And I don't know if Brian is listening, but Tamorian Terry is still on the board.
He has not been selected yet. That is correct. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. He, of the people that tested really well in my model, him and Isaiah McCoy are 2 guys that are still on the board. I'm a fan of Isaiah McCoy, and I hope he can land somewhere. But we will see.
Kind of expect this with McCoy, though.
Yes, 100%. He was not. Yeah, he was not someone. Yes, exactly.
Back to the Homer angle, I think Tamorian Terry is someone the Packers need to take.
Even though they already took Amari Rodgers.
Yes, I think that, Amari Rodgers is great. They got 1 wide receiver, but you don't know enough about like this grouping of wide receivers to see how they're going to produce in the NFL. I think it would mean a lot if they took multiple bites at the apple here. And Tamorian Terry fits right within like what they usually do in the 1st round. This athletic freak that has a ton of upside and potential just based on his physical traits. And you can coach him up on the rest of the things, like any issues he has with drops or things of that nature. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I want to see him just take any receiver. And if Tamorian Terry is one that's been dropping a ton, like why not him in terms of upside? Just because if Amari Rodgers doesn't hit, then you don't have, like, you're still stuck with the rest of the guys on the roster. And I'd like to see them at least have, someone you draft in the 6th round compete for a spot, unless they really only want to take 5 guys and they're really happy with Devin Funchess. Like the bottom of that room is Funchess and Equanimous St. Brown. And I think they should cut Equanimous, but we'll see.
Yeah. They're not really in a position to cut anyone at this point. But I agree with that thought process. I mean, you saw it with the Eagles last year. They took John Hightower in the 5th and Quez Watkins in the 6th. Those 2 guys profile almost exactly the same. Slight differences in their build, but for the most part, they're deep threats. And the Eagles took 2 shots, hoping one would work out. Because when you're so deep in the draft,
I'll pass it over to Steve. But look at the Broncos too. They drafted Judy and Hamler last year. and now they drafted Seth Williams this year. So sometimes you just got to stack up a position and see.
That's the Steelers. It's been working for years.
Yeah, I was just going to throw out another kind of, I guess not big name, but if you're a fantasy player, a name that has been thrown around a lot, Kenny Yeboah, another guy that's still available.
That's true.
I also want to point out that we've had a long snapper taken by the Panthers, Thomas Fletcher out of Alabama.
Yep. And we had a kicker taken, I believe, in the 5th round.
By the Bengals.
Oh,
and then Tay Gowen, a cornerback out of UCF, went to the Cardinals. I saw like a lot of hype about going in like the 3rd or 4th round. I'm pretty surprised that he lasted this long, and I think the Cardinals got a good pick.
Yeah, and they need corners too. That was a big need for them. I forget if they addressed it earlier or not, but I would assume that Tay Gowen is not there in the entirety of their plan. But Brad, who are you thinking about? Who is left on the board that you're still a fan of, or who do you want the Eagles to pick? They're on the clock right now.
I wouldn't mind the Eagles taking. We need a linebacker at this point. We haven't taken one, have we?
Oh, well, yeah, no surprise there. Fair enough.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the guy out of Wisconsin that was a UDFA a couple of years ago. I'm blanking on his name, but I still like Singleton. And let me look up his name.
You're talking about currently on the team?
Yes.
Oh, shoot.
I like TJ Edwards is who it is.
Yes, TJ Edwards
out of Wisconsin. I really like TJ Edwards out of Wisconsin.
Eric Wilson we signed.
Yep, and we signed Eric Wilson. So I think we're kind of good at the linebacker position. I'm hoping one of the guys that I wanted the Eagles to draft earlier, like the 4th or 5th round, was Drake Jackson. If they didn't get a center to replace Kelsey, it still wouldn't be a bad pick. And because Dickerson can play guards, and just to build that line going forward again. One of the guys that I'm kind of I want to see where he goes is Shannon Herring. He played with Brady Christensen up in BYU. Tested really well. Tristan Hoge, also BYU, is another one that I like. So I mean, that's kind of where I'm leaning. I'm just hoping they build up the line at this point because they've addressed a decent amount of their needs already. So build for the future.
Well, I'll tell you who they took, and it's actually exactly what I was going to say. Not the exact player, but they took Jacoby Stevens, who was a safety out of LSU. I was going to say that they have not addressed the safety position, and we're very weak there. We're very thin. So I kind of expected them to get there at some point. He apparently was very good in athleticism. He's coming from a big program with a solid history of putting out good defensive backs. So, in the 6th round, I think that's exactly what you look for. It's a high upside pick. I like him. He's got good size. I don't know a lot about him other than that, but I will say, I want to get your guys' thoughts. Chase Edmonds and Myles Gaskin, I believe, have still completely made it out of draft weekend unscathed.
Well, James Conner.
Davis.
We're not talking about James Conner. Yes, and also Mike Davis
as well, yeah.
Yep. So of those guys, who do you think is most likely to, I guess, be exactly what we want them to be come week 1 of the NFL season?
You want to start with Atlanta or Arizona?
Let's start with Atlanta.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but technically Todd Gurley's still in Atlanta, or is he gone?
Nope.
Free agent.
Nope.
They didn't re-sign him. Wow. I'm kind of surprised they're leaning on Mike Davis.
I mean, they could possibly re-sign him after the draft if they don't get anyone.
Like they missed on Javonte Williams, so they'll just re-sign Gurley and try to break runs with him. But they should be passing like 70% of the time.
I believe
which is hard to do when play actually, no, they just need him to fake the handoffs really well.
I believe
because they'll run play action.
They also cut Ito Smith, so there's definitely they need to add someone soon.
Yeah, Chris Sims, running back 3, Javian Hawkins is still available.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they just know like no one else is going to go running back, they must know this, so they'll just grab one in the 7th or sign him as a UDFA.
Hill, I believe, is still available as well.
So Brian Hill, if they cut Ito Smith, Brian Hill's still on the team too, right? I feel like those two are competing for a while, and they must have liked what they saw from Brian Hill more. And
I
maybe
want to
they'll lean
say
on
that
him.
Hill is actually a UDFA as well. Pretty sure.
I believe so.
From his class.
Also, Jarrett Patterson's still on the board.
No, he's a free agent right now.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Yeah,
I
Brian
didn't
Hill.
realize that. So it feels like they have to fill a few spots, but I mean, maybe they'll go with Kylan Hill. I think
obviously they added Cordero Patterson.
Yes, and like not as a joke, he did take a lot of snaps at running back recently. So like he's very, very much capable of doing that, of being a pass catching guy out of the backfield.
I mean, I don't think they've ever invested a ton at the running back position historically. I'm thinking through like you have to go back to Michael the Burner Turner to like.
Well, I mean, they paid.
Was Michael Turner drafted in? I'm saying Devonta Freeman. I think was a fifth-round pick.
Yeah, okay. You mean in
that's
the
what I'm saying. Like they don't invest
But
draft capital there.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Michael's question. I think the best two are definitely Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin. I think the Arizona Cardinals backfield is just going to be a mess with Connor and Edmonds, and obviously they want to throw the ball a lot. And then you're probably going to have rushing touches to Rondale Moore every now and then. So I think Gaskin's a really good back. I think he doesn't get enough credit. I think Gaskin is my favorite overall. Obviously, he was like top 12 in yards per game last season. And he has receiving upside. I really like him for fantasy, and I really like Mike Davis. He performed incredibly well for the Panthers last year, and if you snapped him up, you have maybe another season for free out of him.
Yeah, he was RB12 last year. I have one league I'm in. It's my biggest money league, and I've got Gaskin and Davis, so I'm over the moon about both of them surviving this draft for sure.
It's a good weekend for you, Brad. Any thoughts on this, guys?
I like Myles Gaskin's situation a lot more than any other situation there. Salvin Ahmed has proved that he can play a little bit, but I think they've proven that whoever's healthy, they're giving a bell cow role too. They give him the lion's share of the snap, and they brought in Liam Eichenberg in the draft, who I really liked. I thought he was going to be a good prospect to go to the Colts, staying home and playing next to Quentin Nelson, but that didn't come to fruition. So they got Austin Jackson. Solomon Kelly moves back to left guard. I've talked about this a few times. And Matt Sekura, his second year back now from being injured when he was with the Ravens. Robert Hunt moves inside, and Liam Eichenberg is on the right side as well. Jesse Davis is now a swing tackle as a backup, and I think that whole offense takes a giant leap forward this year. They give the whole keys of the playbook to Tua, and everything gets unlocked. Top's going off of that offense with Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle, and I'm just wheels up for everything in Miami's doing. I love it.
Yeah, Brad, I just saw you posted on Twitter that you've got like 5 of 11 shares of Tua on your sleeper league. So I think that's, do follow what I do, not what I say type of thing. You're leading by example with the being bullish on the Dolphins there. And I think that's a perfect plug for Analyst Depot, because you just plugged in like an API or something like that to Analyst Depot, pulls all the data from all your teams based on your username, and then boom, you can look at what your shares are without having to write them down like I do.
I'd like to go back to the draft quickly. One of our guys just got taken, Brad. Tennessee guard Trey Smith is now a Kansas City Chief.
And also another long snapper went.
Oh, we love that.
I just want to say
and
that.
His name is Cameron Cheese something?
What? Cameron Cheese.
Yeah, Cameron Cheese.
That is incredible.
This round has had some of the wildest names.
Wait,
I don't even.
His last name is not Cheese Man.
I don't even.
Oh my God, he is,
man.
Cameron Cheeseman from Michigan. I mean, that guy should be on Wisconsin, for being honest.
I was going to say, why is he not on? Trade him now.
Wisconsin, having Cole Van Lanen is such a Wisconsin name. I'm sure you know this, Brad. And then the guy from Wisconsin, the cornerback, Rashad Wildgoose. I mean, come on. That name, you got to get behind a guy with the last name of Wildgoose. Racy McMath, Kyle's pointed him out before. I'm looking back through this round to see if I find any other good ones.
NFL.com.
Where did you say Trey Smith went?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs. I like that.
Kyle's far ahead. He's
only a tick ahead
our
right
scoop
now.
guy.
Yeah,
I think Kyle, the other one you asked me about was on like real or fake name, I believe, was Isaiah McDuffie. And
No.
he's oh no.
Your body didn't.
Because I looked at it, I'm like, did Kyle ask me about this one too? Because I see McDuffie and I'm like, this guy sounds like he's a fake player, but the Packers picked him instead of a second wide receiver. So here we are.
I didn't even know that Cameron Cheeseman existed, and I'm kind of mad about it.
This is incredible. It's incredible. I'm a big fan of Cameron Cheeseman. A little upset he's going.
Well, he's
to
a long
Washington,
snapper from Michigan.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love long snappers. Hey, we had like the highest paid long snapper in the NFL at one point. John Dornbos, famous magician now.
Magician.
So,
The
I'm a
Titans
big long
is also
snapper
a
guy.
real estate
Wait, have you never
agent.
seen his magic act? Andrew's done. Dude, he was on Ellen. He went on America's Got Talent. Dude was a monster.
That trade saved his life essentially.
Yeah,
He
because
found out. I can't remember what they found out. Do you remember exactly
Cancer.
what they found?
They found, like, I believe it was cancer. Yeah.
Dude, not to get on NBA talk, but that happened with Karis LeVert too.
Yep.
Karis LeVert got traded from the Nets to the Pacers. I don't know where Steve went. Indiana.
Yeah, that was the first thing that I thought of when that happened.
He had,
somebody say
he had to have
Pacers?
some. Yeah, we were just talking about Karis LeVert got traded to the Pacers, and they found like he had kidney cancer or something, so he had to have it operated on right away. And now he's like coming back.
Yeah, and actually the Pacers, that could have actually medically canceled the trade, but they decided to go through with it anyway. So props to my organization.
I will say this is Jacob Rossi. He is talking about Cheeseman. He will be buying his jersey, hashtag for the brand. And also we did get a fan question. The Eagles just drafted a linebacker for the first time since 20. That's so untrue. Jake, they drafted 2 linebackers last year. What are you talking about? The Eagles do suck at drafting linebackers. We're very bad at it. We hate doing it. Howie Roseman is just not a fan of the position. But I don't know what Jake's talking about because we drafted Davion Taylor in the 3rd last year, who had like a 7th round grade on him. And we drafted Sean Bradley at Temple, hashtag Temple Tough, in the 6th or 7th round last year. So there's that. Hashtag for the brand is correct. But yeah, darn it. There was something I was going to bring up, and I already completely forget what it was. We were talking.
We were talking about that long snapper who was a magician. Like medical clearances and saving his life.
It was like way before that. It was before the rails were completely off. Well,
that's why you forgot.
Was it Trey Smith?
Yeah. No, it was not Trey Smith. He's fine, I'm sure. But
we were talking about wild names.
Yeah, it was like long before that too. Like it was very gone.
I mean, once your friend comes in here and starts talking trash about your Eagles, like,
oh yeah, it's
going to completely change your outlook.
Know, Dukes, he's actually a Colts fan. So
Dunk is so thrown off right now.
Look, if I got thrown off every time this kid threw a wrench in my life, I would have gotten nowhere. I would still be in like middle school. But. No, I'm good. I legit like that was like 20 minutes ago, and it was 20 minutes ago of like dumb conversation. But that's okay. Go Colts.
If we want to talk about a Colts player, I'll talk about a Colts player. There's they drafted a tight end, Kylan Granson, and just with the rest of the tight end room there, I'm kind of excited.
Awesome. I wanted to hear some thoughts on him because actually he's a new name to me. I tried to do a little digging, but I was on stream when they made that pick, so I haven't really had a chance to reflect on that at all. So I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, he played for SMU, which is a high volume passing attack, so he has a lot of experience in the passing. So I think he could be a fantasy name to watch out for.
Colts have the first pick in the 7th round, so another pick coming up, and then a pick towards the end of the 7th. So I'll be curious if they continue to try and fill needs, like they filled safety, tight end, D end, based on what I'm looking at on ESPN here.
Yeah, it's a little
Wide
surprising they haven't
open.
taken a tackle, but
tackle and wide receiver. That's what they've got left. I mean, tackle's probably more important for Wentz, right? Like
I thought of it as
and Campbell.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a tied for the top need along with pass rush, which we hammered, and I'm very happy with that. But the more I've been talking kind of on like Colts fan boards, people are making good points that Wentz is more mobile. So the scheme may not need to have a really elite tackle, especially when he's going to be playing next to Quentin Nelson. So you might be able to get by with kind of just like a swing tackle type starting there. They did sign a couple guys that kind of.
And in addition, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Colts have cap space still, right?
Yes,
they sure do.
So
Yep.
And both of the guys from Kansas City, Eric Fisher and Schwartz, are both still available on the free agent market.
And Ballard is former KC, so
do exactly what he did with the Bridge and Rivers and sign an older 1 year stopgap.
No, Brad, you aren't thinking. You don't mean, Brad.
Oh yeah,
Jason
Peters.
Jason Peters.
Jason
that was the
Peters
wrong
to the
person.
Colts,
Andrew
baby.
didn't even notice. It was supposed to be Brad, but yeah. Jason Peters to the Colts confirmed.
Wait, this just happened?
No. Brad was talking about an older stopgap, and unfortunately, we are depressed because Jason Peters was on the Eagles for like 4 years longer than he probably should have been.
I know who Jason Peters is. I was just like, where are you going with this? If Brad isn't, if you don't have a mind meld with him,
it's like a horrible inside joke among Eagles fans. Like, just and see, he's a Colts fan, but he lives in Philly. Love Jason Peters to death, but dude should have retired like 2 years ago.
Good man, Jacob.
Well, I thought he only came back because someone got hurt before the season even started. Lane Johnson or something.
Brandon Brooks, he came back to play right guard, which is fine. But then he ended up playing left tackle. Yeah, and then he ended up playing left tackle because Andre Dillard had a season-ending injury.
I mean, coming back to the Colts, because we've only talked about like 4 teams since I've been on, but the Colts, I imagine, because they're just going to ground and pound with Jonathan Taylor, which I would love, that they might not address wide receiver in this round.
I think they'll take a wide receiver.
Just to build him up? Like, I don't know how important it is to them.
I don't know, man. They don't have a lot. T.Y. Hilton's on a 1-year deal, and he's getting older. He already kind of slowed down, at least for the beginning half of last year. He did pick it back up.
There's their wide receiver.
Who'd they fucking take?
Mike Strachan.
Awesome! That's great. That's
okay.
That's awesome. I love that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that was loud.
Sorry.
There's basically 4 guys there. You got 4 guys that are locked in. One of my favorites that doesn't get talked about a lot is Pascal, because he is such a good run blocker. He makes his way on that team doing the little things extremely well. And then if Paris Campbell can stay healthy for a full season, I absolutely love him. He's going to get a lot of targets across the middle of the field on drag routes and whatnot. He's fast. And then Pittman, he might be a little overvalued right now just because I don't think that he's going to get a full wide receiver 1 type of volume. Hilton is still the guy there. As long as he is on the field, he's going to be the guy that I think Wentz finds the most. Especially, I think they're going to have a great mind meld because Hilton is so good after a quarterback gets outside the pocket.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what Carson does in Indy. And I love this Mike Strachan pick. I know I screamed. He goes to a small school. He was a great producer in college. He went to Charleston,
which, similar to SMU, is a very high volume passing attack.
Yeah.
Air raid.
He's got good size. I believe he's
6'5".
Yep, 6'5", 226. Ran a 4.5 40. Like, if he wasn't at a small school, he probably goes 2 to 3 rounds earlier, at least. Would be my guess. He was kind of an underrated name for a while. I did not know who it was. He was actually fantasy. The FF Devil, Mark Mathick at Master June 70. He's got so many freaking names. Who pointed it out to me, put him in my database, performed really well. I think that's awesome. I love that he got draft capital because I love those small school guys. # draft Jaquan. So really pumped for him.
And we talked about earlier, like doubling up on the same position. I think although the Colts obviously didn't take a wide receiver earlier, this is like a similar concept because he's very similar to a guy they drafted late last year in Desmond Patman from Washington State. They're both tall. One of them hits. It'll be a great addition to their offense.
Yeah, I forgot about Desmond Patton, honestly. I don't think he did much last year. Dukes, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. But
no, he was not active for most of the games.
That makes sense. So hopefully Mike Straken can latch on and maybe have an impact. Preston Williams-esque minus the injuries would be nice. Miami just drafted Lanell Coleman out of UMass, tackle. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that, Brad. I don't know if you know who that is. I do not.
I do not. He is not one of the guys that's in my database, but the pick before that, actually, Jimmy Morrissey from from Pittsburgh went to the Raiders. He's a center and could very well compete with one of their guys that Gold Miller has talked up in Andre James. They did sign Nick Martin from Houston. So either way, good depth piece for the Raiders there. God, I do not know who Larnell Coleman is, so I'll have to look that one up later. But
that's okay.
One thing that I do want to circle back to is the Eagles. Eagles Jacoby Stevens pick. Just because I've had this pulled up for about 5-10 minutes now. This is pro day. He had a 42-inch vertical, 10 foot 10-inch broad, 6'1", 220, 212, big wingspan, ran a 4.5. He's listed on the LSU page from USA Today as a safety, so I'm guessing he can play. Well, obviously, he'd be drafted as a safety. I'm dumb.
Yeah, I did see on NFL.com though. Yep, I did see on NFL.com that he was kind of a tweener. He could play some linebacker, some safety. Obviously, if this was Jim Schwartz's defense still, I would say the Malcolm Jenkins role, which is like the dumbest. I get tired of it because everyone plays the Malcolm Jenkins role after Malcolm Jenkins left. It's basically like comparing people to Tyreek Hill at this point, except for the Eagles defense. But, I think he can really fit into that hybrid role, and it will be interesting to see how, what's his name? Our new defensive coordinator.
I'll quickly say that just everyone at
Jonathan
LSU,
Gannon, sorry.
Everyone at that LSU Pro Day tested out of their mind. So either there's something in the water or maybe that Pro Day was just a little fishy.
Kyle, I don't want to hear excuses. My 6th round pick is going to be an all-pro by his second year. That's all I need to know.
So is mine. Racing
Great.
McMath.
Yeah, and
also from LSU. Also,
and my 7th round pick will be.
And Cheeseman. Just
Man
because we can all root
best
for
long
Cheeseman.
snapper in the NFL already.
Yeah, you're probably not. I wouldn't even know. I have no clue how to rate that other than missed long snaps.
Hey, shout out long snappers though. I did dabble in high school.
Hashtag for the brand.
I mean, the Pro Bowl is partially fan voted anyway. So I mean, if we can push this just like Brian pushed Trubisky to the Nickelodeon,
the MVP,
MVP,
Nickelodeon valuable player. Oh man, I love the NFL. I love the internet sometimes. It's great. But all right, let's get on to some fantasy talk now until people get drafted that we actually care about. So round 1, we had 5 quarterbacks go, and then we had Kyle Trask, Davis Mills, obviously Sam Ehlinger just went. Ian Book went to New Orleans, and actually we have a very interesting. Oh, never mind. It's not nearly as. The question would be a little out of right field, but do you think Sam Darnold is a lock to be the Panthers' starting quarterback, or that it'll be an open competition with Greer and former XFL MVP Philip Walker? The reason he asked that question is because he wanted to put former XFL MVP Philip Walker in a comment.
I'm sure of that.
Yeah. Also, former Colt.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's how I got to the XFL. Was because of Andy Luck.
Right.
Fun fact: I actually went to the XFL season opener. With Jake, we went to the Dragons Defenders game in Washington, D.C. But personally, I think it's a lock to be Sam Darnold. They traded away Teddy Bridgewater. They took up the 5th-year option on Sam Darnold. If it wasn't a lock to be Sam Darnold, they would have taken Justin Fields.
Yeah, all
The other-
signs
the-
point to obviously, it's going to be Darnold.
The other interesting former for Philip Walker is former Temple Owl with head
Hashtag
coach Matt
Temple
Rule.
Tough. I've said Temple Tough way more times on this entire weekend stream than I thought I would, which is like 5 more
0?
times. Yeah, well, yeah. I expected 0. I've said it like 5 or 6 times. So, running back Jake Funk.
Let's go. Who?
Maryland to the LA Rams.
Funk train.
Great
And
Funk
the-
Railroad.
Great. Jake Funk Railroad is what's
Jake Funk Railroad.
on the shirt from Viridian Global.
Yeah,
Shout out
so
Reedy.
Jake Funk got drafted. All right, we got some time left. We got some teams that can take a running back, guys. We all need to channel our energy toward our friend Jaquan Hardy. Hashtag draft Jaquan. We got to get it going. He's got to get drafted.
I mean, Chris Sims' number 3 running back, Javian Hawkins, hasn't even been picked yet. So
Yeah,
I
but
think
he's an idiot.
we're coming up red here.
That makes Javian
Jaquan
Hawkins the RB3 if he goes over, or that makes. Sorry. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jaquan Hardy, the RB3, if he goes over Javian Hawkins. Patrick Johnson, edge rusher out of Tulane, was just drafted by the Eagles. That is our 4th defensive lineman that we've
How
taken.
many picks do the Eagles have? We've been talking about the Eagles for 45 minutes.
We had the most in the draft, except a lot of them got sent into the 6th and 7th round. So
we are skimming way too fast over Jake Funk. This man ran a 4.4 340-yard dash, had a 38-inch vertical, a 10'2" broad, and did 22 bench press reps.
Where did he land again? Well,
LA Rams.
Okay.
Cam Akers better be looking over his shoulder here.
Well, Henderson should
Exactly.
look over his shoulder.
We're on the Grand Funk Railroad.
I mean, I feel like they look.
And
at
it's
Jake
not like
Funk.
he's just an athletic guy, because he really did produce in Maryland in the limited games they played last year. Obviously, like with COVID and everything, they only played like 6 games, but he did really well on a per game basis. And he's had 2 ACL tears early in his career, so.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, more
Don't get to produce
legitimately, Darrell Henderson has to be looking over his shoulder. This is like a Malcolm Brown replacement who I think they wanted to use around the goal line a lot. And if Funk is that big and that bursty, like,
Yeah.
he could be their short range guy.
And I also just want to welcome in Justin. He was on the stream earlier. Hi, Justin. Welcome back. You just missed the Jake Funk Railroad, but that's okay. We'll pick you up at the next stop. Actually, wanted to get back to a conversation we were having. Well, I tried to steer the direction this way. Superflex rookie drafts. Obviously, you're taking the top 5 quarterbacks first. Who is the next guy you're taking? Is it Kyle Trask behind Tom Brady in I want to say New England. It's not. It's Tampa Bay. Is it Davis Mills, who maybe might even start this season? Is it Ian Book in New Orleans? Or who's the other one? Kellen Mond is the other one in Minnesota.
Let's just go around the horn here, Michael.
All right.
You want to go first, and we'll go clockwise.
Sure, I'll go first. I love this dude pre-draft. He was my quarterback 6 pre-draft. It's Davis Mills. I think that long-term, he could end up being the best of them. And he also just happens to have some short-term upside with the fact that we have no clue who is going to be starting at quarterback for the Houston Texans this season. So, Dukes?
I agree. Davis Mills is my pick, and the upside, just with the Watson situation of the possibility that he actually – I know that Tyrod is there as well, but it's possible. It's not the same situation as LA. The coaching staff might not be absolutely over the moon about Tyrod. You don't know. He might actually get a chance immediately. So that would be the number one reason why I go that way. Yeah,
I agree with both of you for the exact same reason. Davis Mills very clearly has the easiest path to a starting job, but just so we don't all talk about the same guy, I'll talk about Kyle Trask a little bit. There's been something in the water for these guys who are playing behind Tom Brady. Obviously, Jimmy G went and got paid. Jacoby Brissett went and got paid. Both those guys had seasons where they were starting quarterbacks, so I'd be willing to take a shot on Kyle Trask and wait and see what he becomes.
Brad?
Just to be different, like you guys said, I really like Mills, but Kellen Mond up in Minnesota, I think that's a really exciting offense for years to come. Kirk Cousins right now is only signed through 2022. He can obviously do another extension, but I think that's a really good backup spot with that offense and with the way they play. I'd be willing to take a shot. I'm not as early as we were mocking him in some mock drafts, but early fourth, why not?
I agree.
2 years out.
And he's got that rushing upside that I think not a lot of guys in that tier necessarily have. Justin?
Yeah, and I'm gonna throw this whole show on its head. I'm sorry, I just came in rocketing. Right,
It's okay. I screamed earlier, so
I'm gonna throw this whole thing on the head and piss off as many people in this chat as humanly possible because clearly it's gonna be Sam Ellringer because Carson Wentz is a trash bag. And
it was great to have Justin on. Yeah, he really is a great guy. I love having him on the stream. Always love our interactions. They're always great. Andrew, you're up. Andrew, you're
damn
muted.
you, Justin.
I have power here. I can bring my fellow co-host Justin back in. I think he said that. Yeah, he said that just to troll. So I guess we'll move on. I'll go Trask, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if Tom Brady were to retire tomorrow, Kyle Trask is far and away the best surrounding talent. And it's going to be between him and Blaine Gabbert. So there's some upside there with Trask being able to.
Former first-round pick, Blaine Gabbert.
He's on that cover with Cam Newton and Jake Locker. So
it's about the draft capital, Andrew.
How much? What's the half-life on draft capital from back then? Like, does that still matter?
No.
The Falcons have every starter on their team as a first rounder or something like that.
I mean, all I'm saying is Blaine Gabbert's a first rounder. Tom Brady's a sixth rounder.
What was Kyle going to say?
The Bucks also have Ryan Griffin, who was Tom Brady's wingman. Held him up when he was spilling that tequila.
Yeah, that was him. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh man, that's funny. All right, so I like this around the horn thing. I think that's probably a good direction to go when we've got 6 guys on. We've got a lot of different things we can talk about. So let's go wide receiver. I think the popular choice for wide receiver 1 is probably Jamar Chase. So I'm going to kind of take him out of the conversation. And I'm going to say, after Jamar Chase, who is the first wide receiver that you want to take in your rookie drafts? Dukes, I'm going to send it to you.
All right, well, the draft cap for Devontae, and I don't want to steer people wrong. I love Rondale Moore so much. That's an incredible landing spot. I think it's really close. I personally would take Rondale because I love the guy.
So you would take him 102?
No. You take where the value is on the board. There's going to be running backs and quarterbacks and
I'm saying if you have the 102 and it's just wide receivers. Jamar Chase is already gone.
That means who's your wide receiver 2?
Which was the question I originally asked, to be clear.
Right. Yeah. I mean, take Devontae. I don't want to steer people wrong.
Okay. Kyle?
I hate this question. Because
that's why I asked it. It's a tough question.
I wouldn't draft this person. I'd just let him go, and I'd trade back if I was in this situation. But, yeah, it's Devonta Smith for me, too.
Yeah. Same exact sentiment for me.
But my Rondale Moore, to what Duke said, would actually be Elijah Moore is the guy that I would want to trade back and get.
Yeah, I wish he wasn't a New York Jet. I really wish he wasn't a New York Jet. I hate Zach Wilson.
Brad? Like Kyle said the other day, they might cut Crowder now, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
But go ahead, Brad.
I think you guys can already guess my pick. Not to be just different than everyone else again, but he's the guy that I mocked to the Dolphins in our UND live mock draft, and the offense that I've been pounding the table for just about this entire weekend. Jalen Waddle. It doesn't matter how far Tua can throw. I think Jalen Waddle can operate all over the field and rely on a lot of that underneath stuff. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't matter how far Tua can throw if you're only 10, 15, 20 yards down the field, doing those crossers and over the middle stuff. I love Jalen Waddle here in this offense.
Justin?
Yeah, I'm not going to immediately piggyback on everybody because I think you guys all said the same thing, or not the same thing, but all great points across for Smith, for everybody, right? For Waddle. The guy that I'm really interested in as we kind of look at these wide receivers is going to be Diami Brown. I think it's an actual excellent spot for him in Washington with Terry McLaurin on one side, with Curtis Samuel, with McKissick and Gibson in the back, with blanking on the tight end at this present moment.
Logan Thomas.
Yeah, Logan Thomas. With all of that around him, granted, he doesn't have like an all-world quarterback, but Fitzpatrick gets the ball to people he needs to get the ball to. I'm really kind of intrigued and interested to see how Diami Brown fits into that Redskins offense with all those pieces around him.
So he's your wide receiver 2?
No, my wide receiver 2 is still Rondell Moore, but everyone has talked about it already. So
okay, fair enough.
I mean, to be fair, no one said that no one said that they were their wide receiver too. So.
I'm sorry. In the moment, I'm more passionate about how awful this Grubhub commercial is on the draft coverage. That's what distracted me, Justin. But
so if we're talking about it, Rondell Moore to me is in the best situation out of let's say the 4 big names. I mean, Waddle's a close second in terms of the best situation, obviously outside of Chase. But I love Moore in that offense with Kyler Murray running around, them already kind of a gadget team, being able to use Moore to the best of his abilities. And he doesn't have to be the focal point because Hopkins is still going to get 10 to 15 targets. AJ Green is still going to get 6 to 8 targets. So you're going to look at a guy that you'll probably be able to now get in the second round, where a couple months ago we were talking about him being in the first round. And he's going to get you 4 to 6 targets a game and also be able to carry the ball out of the backfield. I think he's going to be a tremendous value. And for me, that pretends to be my wide receiver too, just based on, his landing spot and what's around him.
Bold take. I like it. Andrew?
Yeah, I told Dukes Rondale's rising up my rankings as well. And I'd be willing to take him with a late first because he's not going to come back to you unless you trade back up. So I like him in Dynasty for sure. He's not my wide receiver 2. I usually kind of follow draft capital with that. So I like what Brad said about Waddle. I guess for 2021, I'm honestly really interested in Rashad Bateman.
I was surprised no one else said Bateman.
He is the guy in Baltimore. And if their passing numbers go up just a small percentage, then I think he could end up has a chance to be the highest fantasy score, at least in 2021 amongst these rookie wide receivers. Devontae Smith has really good opportunity too. So if I'm thinking dynasty, Devontae Smith's probably my wide receiver 2 based on what they currently got going in Philly. But for 2021, I think that Bateman right next to Rondale Moore is some of the best value you can get at the position.
Yeah, Bateman's my pick. He was my wide receiver 2 pre-draft. I had him in a tier with Jamar Chase. I think maybe Jamar Chase is in that tier by himself now, but I still have Rashad Bateman as my wide receiver 2. His profile is incredible. It's exactly what it's the profile that you want when you're looking at him. He does basically everything that you want him to do. He can be a target hog, and I think that it's always the chicken or the egg conversation. Can Lamar Jackson not throw? Can he not sustain fantasy wide receivers? Or has he just not had good enough fantasy wide receivers? Marquise Brown is he's a dynamic playmaker down the field, but that's not, with very few exceptions, that's not consistent enough for fantasy production. And we're talking, Deshaun Jackson, arguably the greatest deep threat in NFL history, was able to do it for a period of time, be fantasy relevant consistently, while on an offense, but also that was a very pass-heavy offense under Andy Reid. You have Tyreek Hill, but they get, again, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. There's something there. Lamar Jackson is not going to be the guy that will carry Marquise Brown to consistent fantasy production. But you give him a target hog like Rashad Bateman, a great route runner, a guy who knows how to get open, and I think Lamar Jackson is going to keep improving as a passer, and Rashad Bateman should be fine. I think it's not worth overthinking it, personally. Wow, even with
when are we mock drafting?
We can do that whenever, honestly.
I didn't know if you're trying to get Dan in here too. I think JB Cho's talking about Bateman,
Rashad
right?
Bateman, yeah. Bateman. I hope I answered your question. That is more or less my full thoughts on that. I just think, look at Stephon Diggs. I was one of the people that claimed he would be dead by going to Buffalo with Josh Allen. I don't expect Lamar Jackson to take the type of jump accuracy-wise that we saw Josh Allen take, because honestly, that hardly ever happens in NFL history. So I don't really expect that, but even if he just gets a little bit better as a passer and they choose to pass it a little bit more, because eventually they're going to need to change their offense so they can keep up with the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs of the world. So again, it's not ideal, but every time we try and fade a wide receiver for landing spot, it typically doesn't really pan out. So
Michael, as we're kind of on the Bateman conversation, your thoughts on it not necessarily being that Lamar Jackson isn't accurate or is accurate or whatever. It's just the opportunity because he doesn't really throw the ball. So what's your thoughts on that? I mean, I think that's why I'm more concerned about the landing spot, not necessarily the talent or that the quarterback can't get him the ball, but that while we can ideally think that we're going to get the 6 to 7 to 8 targets out of the Waddles and the Smiths and the Chases, I don't know if there's that much volume for Bateman, and that's why I'm a little concerned from a landing spot perspective.
And I agree. I think that's a much more realistic issue to have with it than Lamar Jackson can't pass the football. That's a dumb argument, and the dude won MVP and he threw like 40 touchdowns or something. Like, stop. Is he as good as Patrick Mahomes at throwing the ball? No one is asking him to be, though. But so my thought there is basically the way I look at it is, again, chicken and egg. Why would you pass the ball so much when you have Lamar Jackson as a running back or as a rushing quarterback, when you have Mark Ingram, when you have J.K. Dobbins, and then who was at wide receiver? Marquise Hollywood-Brown, who was nursing an injury most of his rookie year and kind of the beginning half of his sophomore season. Yes, you have Mark Andrews, who was also consistently injured, but was also a huge fantasy producer. Now you go and invest Rashad Bateman and Tylan Wallace in the 4th or 5th round, I believe. I think actions, and I forget who was on earlier. I've been watching the stream for 7 hours. I forget who said it, but actions speak louder than words. And I think it's telling us that the Ravens want to throw it at least a little bit more. Now, I don't at all believe that they're going to become the Philadelphia Eagles the past few years with Doug Peterson, where Carson Wentz is leading the league in passing attempts. But all it takes is 100 more attempts, something like that, 50 more attempts, and you take away targets from the Willie Sneads of the world, and you take some of them away from Mark Andrews, and all of a sudden, you assume they want to get the ball into Rashad Bateman's hands. It doesn't take a lot to make him at least somewhat fantasy relevant. And if he has 600, 700 yards as a rookie, like, that's really good for a rookie wide receiver. So it's definitely a concern. I agree 1,000%. But I just think that they're trying to tell us that they do want to pass it more. They want to make Lamar Jackson a better passer because I think they understand that it's key to their success. Mike Lou, I do believe it was him that said that. You're right.
And he still has Bateman as his wide receiver too, as well. So I'm trusting a guy like that. Mike Lou's one of the smartest guys in the industry, so I'm rolling there, 100%.
Yeah, I just think Bateman's really talented. His profile is, I already said it. Oh, wide receiver Trey Nixon out of UCF, drafted to the New England Patriots. They draft a 7th round wide receiver every year. Is he white? Is he black? I have no clue.
I have a better nugget. I realized Cole Van Lanen sounds like a total Wisconsin name because the Packers drafted him from Wisconsin and he went to my high school, which was in Green Bay.
Well, that's fun.
I hope if it's going to work out for anyone, I hope it's going to work out for him. I'm instantly a fan.
That's pretty cool. Kyle Pitts actually went to the same high school my dad went to. It's a Catholic school in my area. He grew up within 10 minutes of me.
It's Cole Van Lanen and Alec Ingold, alum
nice.
from my high school now. So we'll have to see if they can make some impacts.
So yeah, if a guy legitimately graduated from my high school and was in the NFL, like, I would be drafting them in every rookie draft, no matter what. Like, I don't even care.
If only Jaquan Hardy went to your high school,
I will still be drafting him regardless.
I will say that was me with T. Higgins last year. I literally drafted him everywhere.
You got to do it.
Nice.
Got to do it.
Melvin Gordon went to my girlfriend's high school down in Kenosha.
DeAndre Swift was another guy that was in like the private school system around me. He grew up like if he went to public school, he would have been in one of my neighboring schools. But no, I'm wrong. No, I watched him play in high school. DeAndre Swift went to Central Bucks, I believe. So he was around me. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys that were like in close proximity, but never actually went to my high school, which makes sense if you ever saw our football team.
Amari Rogers is that guy this year for me.
It's all the Clemson guys for you somehow.
Yeah, Indianapolis is not exactly a football factory. Tons of basketball players.
Someone say factory.
Oh, okay, Michael. But yeah, I think the closest I've come to that is Warren Central in Indianapolis pumps out a lot of really good players, and they've been all over college football, but no NFL stars or anything.
Yeah, it's rare. We had an NBA player. He competed with Kobe in high school. Kobe also grew up around me. He played the dude that was in my high school who went to the NBA.
Mike Conley went to my brother's graduation party.
Nice. That got way more specific and personal.
Random,
oh man!
But yeah, I met him at the spread table.
Damn.
So it seems like all the tight ends that have gone were like good there, but are we really hoping like a certain running back or wide receiver gets drafted? Where have we talked through this whole thing already?
Do we need to ask that question?
What are we on watch for? Because if we're gonna wait until the end of the draft,
Andrew, there's one guy we're on watch for. We're channeling all our positive energy toward him.
Do you want to do a mock draft while we wait for Jaquan Hardy to go off the board?
That's the kind of energy I like.
Let's
go. All right,
that's what I came here for, and I've been sitting here for an hour.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, don't make it sound like we're forcing this live stream on you. I've been here for almost 24 hours. It feels like.
No, I've already told you. You're doing the Lord's work, my friend.
Good Lord, they redid the website.
Non-fantasy, Dylan Moses is still on the board out of Alabama. Obviously, like character injury concerns, but
that's the guy.
Can't believe he's still there.
I don't know what this is going to look like when I log in.
I'm going to make
players.
I'm just going to do every pick for us. By the way, we can take turns, obviously, but I'm just going to put in the picks as we go. I feel like that'll make for better TV.
Okay.
Anyway, if we want to keep looking at the board while he sets that up, there's some other wide receivers. Kay Johnson out of South Dakota State. Obviously, Tamorion Terry still available.
Yep.
There's Austin Watkins out of UAB. Jamar Jefferson, the running back out of Oregon State, is still on the board.
Sage Surratt
Patterson is the guy we're looking for. Chris Sims, RB3, as we've mentioned a few times. Javian Hawkins.
Sage Surratt's going undrafted, right?
It looks like it. Kylan Hill still available.
Yeah, Kylan Hill.
Josh Imatokibi.
Yeah, I said Terry. It's kind of interesting, like I'm looking at the draft by position, and I want to count out like how many running backs have been taken. Couple surprises there for sure, guys that we haven't written about or aren't high on our rankings. So.
Mm-hmm. Brandon Smith still available too.
Dolphins just selected Jared Dokes, running back from Cincinnati.
I knew they were going to take a running back.
They're going to
I
have
was
to
really
take
hoping
someone.
it was going to be Jaquan Hardy. Really sad.
Dokes was good though.
Yeah, I'm from what I remember, I believe Mark liked him. He was another name that Mark gave me. But let's do this mock draft. We are just going to go top to bottom. Kyle's going to have the first overall pick. I put him up there because he has the most headroom at the top, so we're not cutting him off. And we're just going to go in order, and I'm going to put in the people as we go. So Kyle, you are on the clock. Oh, it says 1 QB. I'm going to change that.
Are we going to do one super flex and one QB through this, or are we just see how this goes, see where we go? We don't have to keep streaming forever. That's what we.
I need to eat dinner eventually, so we will see what happens. We have have you guys touched base on Smith Marset to the Vikings? Amir Smith-Marset. When did he get drafted? Did I miss that?
6th round.
Oh, yeah, I missed that.
That happened when Chris was on. I think they talked about it a little bit.
Probably not.
Smith-Marset
Chris,
he's really small, but he's pretty athletic. He'll move around the field. He's kind of like Tutu Atwell, but like bigger. He has the same
I'm kind of like Tutu Atwell,
speed and agility. But he still is skinny. He still has BMI concerns.
Alex says he was drafted in the 5th. I believe Alex.
5th round.
Okay,
do they have really a field stretcher? I mean, Jefferson can do that, but it seems like he could have that role.
They needed to fill the room a little bit because Thielen, I still think he's going to be good or serviceable for them, but after that, it's BC Johnson and that's it.
Yeah,
and Irv Smith.
Irv Smith, yeah.
Spot for
so yeah, definitely a chance to get a role there.
Yeah, he might actually. Yeah, that's a decent landing spot for a.
I wouldn't be surprised if they sign some guys after the draft, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, you always have to.
And those guys
bring
will
in some
likely
competition.
But I do want to get this started. Kyle, you're on the clock. Super flex rookie
Oh my
mock.
goodness, it's so
First
hard.
overall pick.
This is such a difficult pick. It's Trevor Lawrence.
All right. Well, did anything about draft weekend change for you? Did you think at all about Trey Lance?
No.
Fair enough.
It's Trevor Lawrence, and it's been Trevor Lawrence for the past 2 years.
I don't want to go second. Dukes, you're on the clock. With the second overall pick in the Superflex rookie mock. Trevor Lawrence is off the board. Surprise. Who are you thinking? Where's your mind going? Oh, wait, I wanted to go second.
You were around when Jim Coventry was on, and I agreed with him about this. Perfect situation for Trey Lance to walk into. Will it take time before he takes over there? I don't know. I'm not necessarily sold on that narrative, even if he does take time. We saw what happens when Mahomes sits a year and has a great offense that he's learning. I'm not calling him Mahomes or anything like that, but Trey Lance has the most upside, in my opinion, of the guys left.
So I take it you are taking Trey Lance.
That is right.
All right, the second overall pick. We got Trey Lance going off the board. So I moved myself out of second because I didn't want to make that choice. But now I'm going to make an easy choice, and I'm going to take Justin Fields. He was my QB2 going into the draft. I'm undecided right now on whether or not he's going to be my QB2 or QB3. A lot of people are shitting on the Bears landing spot. I don't think it's that bad. He has a top wide receiver in Allen Robinson. Everyone loves Darnell Mooney. Cole Kmet is there. Jimmy Graham, David Montgomery, Tariq Cohen. I get they're kind of a crappy organization and they have no clue what they're doing half the time. But there are much worse places, cough, cough, the Jets, that he could have landed. So I like Justin Fields, and I think that as soon as he does start, he will be fantasy relevant almost immediately because of his running ability. And that brings us to the fourth pick. Andrew Mackins, you are on the clock. Are we going quarterback? Are we going a different direction? Where are we going?
Quick question for Justin. It looks like the Steelers just drafted Trey Norwood from Oklahoma. Do you think that he's an instant Pro Bowler 3 years down the line because he got drafted by the Steelers, or what's?
He's an All Pro tomorrow.
Is that a wide receiver?
No, he's a cornerback.
Oh,
he's like the next Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
they don't draft good cornerbacks. They trade for them, sign them in free agency. Minka, Joe Hayden.
Yeah, Norwood has his own problems in coverage skills. So this is going to be one of those things where I actually think he has a better shot at being a safety than he does a corner in the NFL.
Sure.
So we'll see kind of how he pans out. But yeah, I mean, he certainly had some issues.
So I wasn't buying time, but I appreciate the analysis. I'm going to go Zach Wilson because it's a super flex. I think it's kind of weird that Michael decided to talk shit about the Jets when he's referring to the Bears offense. So Zach Wilson going to start day one for the Jets. You're going to be able to evaluate him right away, which I think is an added value, especially at the 104. And we've been talking about how this offense is going to be different because it's not Adam Gase anymore. It's Mike LaFleur, part of the Mike Shanahan coaching tree. I know this is an old tree. It's been growing for what feels like ages, but it hasn't ceased to bear fruit yet. So I'm willing to take a chance, especially because these other three guys are off the board for me. Did I fuck up by not taking Mac Jones?
Personally, I don't think so,
you
but
made a
I will
perfect
also
pick.
say this. Who has had more fantasy relevant games over the past few years, Mitch Trubisky or Sam Darnold? So I think there's a very distinct difference between between the Bears offense and the Jets offense. Obviously, yeah, it's a new coordinator, but I also just don't like
I mean, asking that question is like
differences.
splitting hairs to begin with. Trubisky hasn't had that many relevant games.
His rushing upside it's
But
been
Vank pointed out they
years
didn't
ago.
run it all last year. I don't know where this argument for Trubisky is
Well,
coming
you
from.
remember
Trubisky was
like
very good.
55-point fantasy? Was that this past year or a year
No,
before?
2 years ago. I
That was
believe.
like 2 years ago. We're talking about.
All right.
I mean, both of them have been injured.
Brad, you're gonna make the pick, and I'm gonna look up these stats.
Just to clarify here, is this a tight end premium?
No.
No.
Okay. I'm going Jamar Chase then.
Alrighty.
Fair
Why?
enough.
Tell
No
us why.
brainer. Do you need to tell him why, Brad?
Tell me why, Brad.
I think this is just like Andrew Mackin said. I think this is a no-brainer. I don't think that that Mac Jones produces or starts right away, and Jamar Chase is obviously that one elite wide receiver that we all want and covet, and is going to produce day one, even with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd there. They did end up taking some O linemen, so it's not the end of the world. I would have liked them to go Sewell and Terrace Marshall, like I had pointed out instead, but that's just the way the chips fall. So I'm going Jamar Chase, easy.
There it is. Alrighty, Justin, you're on the clock, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy one. Still not taking Mac Jones. Just don't really have much of a upside with him at this present moment. So I'm going Najee Harris. He will easily be the best running back at this kind of part in the draft. I personally believe Javonte Williams is going to be long term is going to be better than Najee Harris. But at 105, I think Najee Harris has a little bit more upside. So in reality, I'm probably looking to trade back, get a couple of picks in the second round, maybe be able to get Javonte Williams a little bit later, and then also pick up a Rondell Moore. But we'll see. So for this particular mock perspective, I'm going to go Najee Harris at the 106.
Alrighty. Kyle, we are back to you. The top wide receiver and the top running back are off the board. There's one QB left drafted in the first round. Where are you going right now?
Yeah, so I was hoping you guys would make the mistake that I think a lot of people are going to make and let the 1.7 have Zach Wilson. I would have loved to have him here. Personally, he's my QB too. But I'll take the quarterback, Mac Jones. It's super flex. I want QBs. And I think Mac Jones has a really good situation in New England.
Well, there it is. All the top quarterbacks are off the board. We got one running back, one wide receiver, and we are back to Fantasy Dukes. This is going to be, I think, the first big crossroads in this draft. Where are you going?
Yeah, I mean, I believe in the talent, and we know the difference a really good tight end can make even in non-premium formats. So give me the guy that is the first non-quarterback off the board in the real NFL draft. Give me Kyle Pitts.
There it is. I was wondering when he would go. Alrighty. Well, I was hoping you wouldn't take Kyle Pitts, I'm going to be honest, because I have a tough time deciding between my RB1 pre-draft and my wide receiver 2 pre-draft. But I think given what this draft has shown us about these running backs, I am just going to take my RB1 pre-draft, who still got first-round draft capital, Travis Etienne. I love James Robinson with all my heart, and it pains me, but Travis Etienne is electric, and they drafted him in the first round, and that means something. So I'm going to go with Travis Etienne. I probably would have taken him over Najee Harris as well. So Andrew, you're on the clock.
This is certainly an interesting spot because my immediate thought was if I'm getting any running back in this draft at all, now's the time to take it in a vacuum. My thought is to go Javonte Williams here. I'll figure out wide receiver later because there's a ton of them. So put Javonte Williams on the board for me now. I'm curious to see how the wide receivers break out, but that's more, again, based on a vacuum.
Massive
and based on like what's been taken off the board. If you're just going best player available, it's probably Devontae Smith there, but seeing ETN go off kind of immediately like triggered in my brain. I'll just grab a running back in this draft, but that's very like end of the first round. I think you're way more drafting on need. And that was like a need in my mind in that moment. So I'm fine getting roasted for not taking Devontae Smith or another wide receiver here. We're just passing on the value. I think it is his opportunity. Williams is kind of hinges on what they do with Melvin Gordon. I think Mike Lou commented on that this morning. So he was maybe a little bit worried about his upside, but I don't think they would have invested the draft capital if they didn't have plans for him down the road. And there's just a lot of, they invested in the line a lot in this draft too. So the Broncos situation, I love for Javonte.
I think that's very fair.
We were super excited when he got drafted. So,
yeah. Brad, you're on the clock. Top 3 running backs are gone. Only 1 wide receiver is gone. So are you taking your wide receiver too?
Yeah, you can put that up on the board. I don't think I need to explain this one just as much as I didn't need to really explain Jamar Chase. So I'll just pass the buck right along to J-Man.
Brad loves him some Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm in a tough situation again, right? 106. I don't necessarily want to take Najee. I want to kind of try and trade back, get myself additional draft capital. Same idea here. In reality, my wide receiver 2, as we talked about earlier, is Rondale Moore, and I would take Rondale Moore here for this draft. So we're going to throw Rondale Moore in there because that's just the team that I'm building. But if I'm at the 112 and I've got both Moores and Devontae Smith like sitting in my face, I'm looking to trade back, maybe pick up another first next year, pick up a couple of seconds in this year's draft and see if I can't get a little bit more capital going. But I'm going to go all in on Rondale Moore. He is my wide receiver 2 out of this group in his particular landing spot, and that's where we're going to sit.
Real quick, I just want to say wide receiver Ben Skowronek or something went off the board, and you'll never guess where to. The Los Angeles Rams have taken their 3rd fucking wide receiver.
Oh, are you offended or something?
I kind of am.
I'm offended.
What are they doing? Are they aware there are other positions? They have like 5 draft picks. I'm just, I don't know what they're doing. Good Lord.
Haven't they drafted like 6 wide receivers in the last 3 drafts?
That's what it feels like. I mean, they might have only taken 1 last year, Van Jefferson, but they traded up for Cam Akers. They don't have any first-round picks ever. And God, their offensive weapons are fine. They have other needs. I don't get it. It's fine. Moving on. Kyle with the 2.1. Where are we going?
Tough one. Real tough one. Honestly, this time. For me, it's between Rashad Bateman and Devonta Smith. It has to be one of those 2 guys.
Not Kadarius Toney?
No, it's not Kadarius Toney.
It's fair.
I will say there's one other guy that I could see going in this range in actual drafts, and that's Trey Sermon. If he starts getting some hype because of that landing spot, it's just a great landing spot.
I think he's already gotten the hype, to be honest. I think that being the 4th running him off the board to the Niners of all places, I think is already all the hype he needs.
And we saw Keyshawn Vaughn going in this range, but I'm not going to make that mistake.
I did.
I'll go with Devonta Smith.
All right, Devonta Smith is off the board at the 2.1, and that brings us to Fantasy Dukes, whose dude Rondale Moore is off the board already. So where are you going with this pick?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, I'm not entirely surprised because I do see Devontae and Bateman being sort of an end of a tier, but you can almost slide Elijah Moore in there as well, and that's Kyle's dude. I'm not going to take him though. I am going to take Bateman, but I'm still kind of iffy on the landing spot. I think he'll be fine. He'll probably get peppered, so I like him a lot as a player. That's why I'm going to pick him there.
That's fair. I'm upset. I really thought I was going to get Rashad Bateman. I'm a little hurt. I mean, I almost got him, and I almost considered taking him at the 1.9, so that's fine. I am going to take the other guy that you talked about, whom is in here somewhere, I'm sure. There he is, Elijah. I don't know why he's so far down. I'm going to take Elijah Moore. I'm not a huge fan of the landing spot, but I love the player. I'm all about him. So I am just going to really buckle down, close my eyes, click the draft button, and think really hard about the fact that talent wins over. And also, apparently, the Rams have another pick, and I'm just waiting for it to be another wide receiver so I can.
Did they just trade in for that pick?
No, I think they just had an extra 7th. I think we're in compensatory selections now. We're near the end. But we are on the 2-4, and it is Andrew Mackins on the clock.
We can't be in compensatory yet because it's 7:25. There aren't
yeah, you're right. We're not in compensatory.
It looks like there aren't any compensatory picks in this particular 7th round in this year's draft. Can you pull up the wide receivers for me? Because you stole my stack equity with Zach Wilson, Elijah Moore in this draft.
You got Amon-Ra, you got Tony, you got Terrace Marshall, Tyler Wallace, Diami Brown, Dwayne Eskridge, who went in the second rounds. Say Trout, I believe, is still undrafted. Merton Terry's undrafted. Seth Williams.
Give me a Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall.
He's a guy who still managed second round draft capital. I think he fell a little bit, maybe due to some injury concerns, but I like what the Panthers did here with kind of refilling the void left by Curtis Samuel. And so it might be a little competitive for targets there, but we'll see if Robbie Anderson sticks around on that roster long term. Maybe Terrace Marshall has an opportunity to make a name for himself here.
I think that's very fair.
The Rams took an edge.
Thank God. Good Lord, less need. Brad, you are up.
I'm gonna stop this little wide receiver run here. I know it's pretty, but one of the favorite landing spots of day 3 has been Michael Carter, I believe it was.
Yep, for the Jets.
Yes, Michael Carter to the Jets. I really like that landing spot. He's got day 1 RB1 potential, RB2 probably more likely, but definitely a lead role there in New York as the Jets.
Alrighty, and we are back down to Justin at the 2-6.
Yeah, this one's a little hard for me. I like Trey Sermon. I like Pat Freiermuth here as well. I kind of also like Diami Brown. I'm going to stick with Diami Brown on this one and go with the wide receiver. As we kind of discussed earlier, I can see Diami Brown sneaking into that top 5 in terms of dynasty wide receivers. He is just a solid wide receiver with great hands, and he's going to be in an offense that has a lot of tools around him. And so as he starts to continue to grow, I think he's going to grow with that offense, and they're going to do pretty well. So I'm going to go Diami Brown here at the 206.
So Justin, do you think he kind of fits in as their number 3 on the depth chart, or even the number 2 between McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, and Diami Brown?
Yeah,
so there's some
I think
opportunity
Diami Brown's
there.
going to play more outside than he is going to play on the inside, with Curtis Samuel being that kind of tweener guy that can kind of play both inside outside. And we'll see how Fitzpatrick is able to kind of maneuver that, and we'll see what this football team's offense looks like in year 2. So I really do think that he'll play more on the outside. He's a bigger guy. It's going to be able to make some plays there. So I like Diami Brown in the spot.
Cool. And we are now back. We'll make this the end of the draft. We'll just do the first 2 rounds, I think. But Kyle, we're back at the 2-7. Your final selection. Where are you going with this pick?
Well, I mentioned him at the 2-1 as somebody who I thought would go in that range, and obviously he didn't this time, so I'm going to take Trey Sermon.
Yeah, that makes sense. It seemed like about time for him to go. So Trey Sermon is off the board. He was drafted in the 3rd round of San Francisco. He was the 4th running back off the board. So pretty slam dunk pick there at the 2-7. And that brings us all the way to Fantasy Dukes. Where are we going?
So this feels like the range where maybe Cadaver the Tony comes back from the dead. But I really like the landing spot, not the capital, for Amon-Ra St. Brown. He has a chance to climb that depth chart really quickly. So
And he was in Detroit, correct?
yes. So give me the USC kid. There's not a lot in his way there. He could immediately have a big impact. Maybe in Dynasty, a couple years down the road, they've added more to the wide receiver core. So it does feel like an instant impact type of pick, though.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, good Lord. There's a drop off here. So part of me wants to maybe go with Pat Freiermuth as the 2nd tight end and maybe the only other fantasy relevant tight end anytime soon that was drafted. I love Tylan Wallace, but while I can make the case for Rashad Bateman, I think I'd be hard-pressed to make the case for both Rashad Bateman and Tylan Wallace in that offense. So as much as I hate it, I'm just going to take value. I'm going to take Cadaver the Tony. I'm sorry, Jax. If you want to fire me, that's fine. But he's a 1st-round pick, and I guess that gives me some sort of value at the 2-9. So whatever. I hate it. And that brings us to Andrew with his final pick.
Final pick. We're only doing the 2 rounds.
Andrew doesn't listen when I talk. Yeah.
Okay. I know you got to get out of here. With that in mind, I'm going.
We're very close to the end of the draft. There's like 3-4 picks left.
Oh, I thought we were just going to keep doing the mock beyond the draft. But in any case, I'm going to go with the homer pick here. I'm going to Amari Rodgers. He got the draft capital. He got the landing spot. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be, but I think the offense can, at least be a fraction of itself without Aaron Rodgers. So Rodgers in the 2nd round of a rookie draft sounds great to me.
Yeah, if Aaron Rodgers stays there, Amari Rodgers is just gonna fly up draft boards. He's gonna get really elevated, I think. But the 2-11, Brad Wire, your final pick, hopefully before your tablet dies. What are you thinking? Oh, we've had a punter been drafted by the Steelers, by the way. Sorry.
I'm trying to look up something here quick. So I think I'm going to make kind of a pivot move after Amari Rodgers out of Clemson gets taken. I think I'm going to go Cornell Powell here. Also out of Clemson, going to Kansas City. Obviously, you want any part of the offense you can grab, and he might have a very solid role there starting out day one. You never know. He's got he tested out at his pro day at an RB, so you never know when he's going to get the ball anywhere in open space. So I'll take Cornell Powell.
Oh, he's all yours. And that brings us down to go on.
I think you're thinking of Amari Rodgers with the running back thing. But yeah, Cornell Powell is a great pick. He definitely brings something to this offense that they don't have, which is an underneath threat other than Travis Kelce. So he could get a lot of receptions, which would be good in PPR.
On that note, that brings us down to Justin with what may be the final pick.
Yeah. So I mentioned Freiermuth earlier. I think I'm still going to pass on him here. I've got to stay true to my brand and obviously draft the Sooner, Ramondre Stevens. In this offense in New England, he just screams LeGarrette Blount to me. LeGarrette Blount ran a 4.59. Stevens ran a 4.63. The last time we saw LeGarrette Blount in New England, he was rushing for over 1,200 yards, scored 15 plus touchdowns. I don't know if he gets that kind of workload in terms of the number of carries to really kind of pull that off. But with the other guys they've got in New England, he is going to absolutely be the guy that pounds the rock inside the 5 and is going to be the one that gets the goal line carries. I could see him getting 8 to 12 touchdowns. And if he's able to do that and kind of put more yards together, I think we're looking at, a top 5 fantasy running back or fantasy rookie running back, of course, that can really kind of shock a lot of people's drafts. So I'm going to go with Stevens here at the 212.
Yeah, I like that pick. I think that he could end up being a value. I think it's always tough drafting the guys in New England. But just to recap the draft real quick, we took in order Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, Jamar Chase, Najee Harris made up the first 6. Then I almost said Marvin Jones, Mac Jones, Kyle Pitts, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, Jalen Waddle, and Rondell Moore as the 3rd wide receiver off the board. Then a run of wide receivers and Devonta Smith, Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall, then Michael Carter and Diami Brown. And the last 6 drafted were Trey Sermon, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kadarius Toney, I almost said Aaron Rodgers, Amari Rodgers, Cornell Powell, and Ramondre Stevenson to end the second round. Yeah. Oh, you put that, Andrew. Cheers, Alex. So that leaves us there. I need to get off because I've been here for 8.5 hours. I do. If you guys would like to keep going, feel free. Andrew, you have all the power. It's
that
kind of
true.
up to you. You should
Will-
let me know like now. So I know
I'll stay.
Kyle,
I'll
I think
stay
could talk
here
all day.
I'll stay here until the final picks, and then we can close this up. This one, day 3, has been going for 7.5 hours. So sure.
I've been in
I'm
this
sure
chair for
someone's
7
gonna
hours.
really enjoy that mock draft that's just sandwiched in like an Easter egg at the end of this.
They're gonna love it. They're gonna love it.
Well,
Another
I
wide
think we'll
receiver
have
got
to-
Kawan
It makes
Baker.
a lot of sense to
I don't know
end
who
with
that
a
is.
rookie draft
Oh.
because it's basically instant reaction, right?
Yeah, and I think that rookie draft was actually super chaotic. I felt like, wait, I'm taking Amari Rodgers at the end of the second now. What the fuck?
That's
and
wild.
I'm kind of interested in Nico
Oh shit!
Collins in that
Kylan
range.
Hill just
Yeah.
went. Kylan
Yep.
Hill just went to the Green Bay Packers.
Packers, okay.
Yeah,
I guess they need to fill that spot.
yeah. There are 3 picks left. The Detroit Lions pick is in currently. I really
wanted them to take a receiver.
I need to go make sure that my father eats dinner. So I'm going to leave. I wish you fellas the best. Thank you so much for being on this weekend and for all the viewers out there.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for tuning in.
Seriously,
and shit.
Michael, you are the MVP, man.
Yeah,
Shout
you
out
put-
Michael.
Not the
Thanks.
MVP. He's the un-VP.
I'd rather be the MVP. Nickelodeon.
You're the un-VP.
Nickelodeon, very player.
As
All
well
right,
done
yeah.
by Brian.
I'm leaving. Goodbye.
All right, bye,
everyone.
Michael.
Have fun.
See, Mike,
Eagles still suck.
He's gonna
Yeah,
keep
so-
pounding.
Brad's right here.
We're gonna keep pounding here.
I kicked him before I left. I wanted to make that
Oh my
very
god!
clear. So,
I didn't. I tried. He found the link before I could even get it to him when he asked, like, "Hey, mock drafting, send me the link."
I almost banned him. I decided not to. That seemed like too much
You
work.
can ban on here.
Yes, you can. And it seemed like too much work to figure
Ban
out how to
from
undo.
studio. It's got the
Exactly,
Undroppables
yeah.
logo right next to
Oh,
it.
guys,
I know,
Lions,
so.
the Lions just took Jamar Jefferson.
Fucking, I'm leaving.
Wow.
All right, bye.
We're getting a really late 7th round run on running backs.
Yeah,
Before
a couple
my
guys that
tablet
we
dies,
thought
I
could
would
have
like
gone
to
a
talk
lot
about
earlier.
Just a couple things.
I'd also like to point out that the Steelers drafted a 260-pound punter.
Is his name Ben Roethlisberger?
What is his
Presley
name?
Harvin III.
Sounds like late period Elvis Presley.
Hey, a couple guys that I was going to look at if we continued the draft there. Someone said Nico Collins.
Yeah, Nico Collins is interesting.
Justin brought up, I think it was Justin brought up Diami Brown earlier.
I picked him in the second.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
206. Yeah.
And then Josh Palmer.
Yeah, I know he was drafted earlier, and I think Kyle, you might have written about him for our rookie guide, which is coming. That's another plug at the end of this for anyone that's still watching.
I'd also look at Tommy Tremble in the rookie draft in the mock we were just doing.
Oh, if we were going to keep doing that draft, I was going to ask Michael to throw in Anthony Ferkser, tight end for the Titans, because the Titans did not do anything at the tight end position. So all they have is Ferkser and Michael Pruitt. And I don't know if that means they're going to address like this by signing an undrafted free agent, but I mean,
bang.
Kyle, tell me, Ferkser is going to get like 8 targets a game, like the one game Johnny was out.
Yeah, I'm going to bang the drum a little more for Luke Farrell landing in Jacksonville. They don't have any tight end options there.
Except for Tim Tebow.
Yeah, Tim Tebow is there. That's a good point. But
he hasn't signed. He hasn't even signed. He's just been worked out.
And Urban Meyer's got that Ohio State connection, so you know that he's got a very good sense.
I'd imagine that Tim Tebow's ego must have been, deflated a little bit when he saw they drafted a young guy in this draft at tight end. And he's like, now I don't want he had too big of an ego to switch to tight end when he was young. And now maybe he thought he was going to get a starting role, but why come back to football if you're not going to actually I don't know. Maybe he's bored and needs something to do.
Is he actually trying to be a tight end or is he trying to be Taysom Hill? This is a real question.
Yeah, he's tight end eligible.
Oh, hey, Washington football team took a wide receiver, Dax Milne, out of BYU. I love Dax Milne.
So, unless something happens with the Bucks here taking another wide receiver, who do we got that's undrafted here? We'll keep it short. Tamorian Terry, right? He never went off the board. That's the glaring one. Jaquan Hardy, which we knew was going to be an undrafted guy.
Sage Surratt.
Sage Surratt, slow as hell. No one thinks he can get faster except me.
Demetric Felton.
Yeah,
no,
Demetric
he was drafted.
Felton.
He was drafted by the Browns.
My fault.
Cade Johnson out of South Dakota State. Josh Imatorbhebe from Illinois.
Warren Jackson. Shout out Megalodon Hype Train.
Isaiah McCoy. Wap Filior from Indiana. Brandon Smith tested really well. He wasn't drafted as a wide receiver.
The Cade Johnson one was interesting to me because I found him at the top of the NFL.com's draft gradings. But he went to South Dakota State, so
yeah. Kenny
the NFL's
Yeboah
telling us. Oh yeah, Kenny Yeboah. I guess that's the last tight end we were hoping would get drafted, and the Titans didn't even take him. So maybe they'll sign him.
Quentin Morris, tight end from Bowling Green, who was uber productive. There's a tight end I liked named Matt Bushman from BYU. I was hoping he would go, but he did not. Javion Hawkins, Trey Ragas.
The Ravens drafted the one fullback in this draft. And Puka Williams
didn't get drafted. Rakeem Boyd out of Arkansas. Going to be an interesting few hours here as we see the UDFAs.
I noticed Rakeem Boyd because I just surfed through your numbers that you had on the Undroppable site. Great job on that, by the way. Boyd tested so poorly.
It was
awful.
Did you say Javion Hawkins?
I did.
Felipe Franks ran laps around Boyd.
Yeah, and the other quarterback that also hasn't been drafted is Jamie Newman.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that you went and looked at our table of players to list off the UDFAs because I finally did that when you're like already halfway through the list.
Yeah, I'm on Sleeper just
gotcha.
In a draft that I'm in right now.
I'm actually on NFL.com.
I tweeted at Chalk Leagues earlier today saying I've got draft fever now. I want to get in a startup and draft some of these rookies amongst all the rest of the veterans and the sophomore players. So
I'm putting together a tournament, Mackins. It's only $50. It's not just
sign me up.
Only
$50.
We got college kids in here. Don't talk like that.
We're gatekeeping. The cost to entry for Kyle is too high.
I have a lot of my high stakes.
I lost all my money on I lost all my money on bets on the first night of the NFL draft.
Mr. Irrelevant is Grant Stewart from Houston, outside linebacker. So that is it. That's the NFL draft.
I'm excited for the Campus to Canton League. We need to get more guys in there. The UN Campus to Canton. It'll be my first. I've never drafted college players before. My mind is just scrambling.
Yeah, there is no way in hell you can get me in that. You could maybe pay me to do it, but I can't get it.
I don't know what I'm doing either.
I can't commit the time to college ball. It's as simple as that. Unless I'm just going to be reading Max Preps and using that for all of my college player evaluation.
Just go to campustocanton.com.
Yeah,
I don't want to just go off their rankings. It's not happening. I'll just do more dynasty startups. So J-Man, you could tell me about your tournament offline. I think, well, I've just missed like a billion messages in the private chat. I want to wrap this up. Thank you guys all for jumping in here. I'm sure we'll be in the chat after this. Brought to you by Analyst Depot. I want to check that out. Rookie draft guide is coming. 0 people are watching now, so we don't need to plug anything else. J-Man's tournament. Follow us all on Twitter. Any last words, boys?
Shout out Rondell Moore.
No.
I mean, at least we might stop hearing the constant Rondell Moore stuff from Dukes and Hutch.
No, there will be more and more.
More and more. Well, I have a big $100 bet that Moore outperforms Smith year one in fantasy points. So I'm gonna need it to happen.
I love it. I'll be drafting him over Smith. I just think Smith has a better chance to get higher volume right away.
So yeah, there's going to be the opportunity for the higher volume. I just don't like the pieces around him. And I'm sort of on the BMI train. So if you think that he's not going to get a ton of like real opportunity because there isn't a lot of people around him, so defenses are going to be able to focus on it. And then also think that he potentially could not be able to get out of a break and get pushed around a little bit. I don't necessarily know if I think that he's going to get that much more opportunity. I still think Moore can get 4 to 6 targets a game and really kind of put up some big numbers with him, you know. And then we all know what happens with AJ Green when he touches a football field. His toenail snaps and he's out for 8 weeks. So there will always be that opportunity for him to get more.
Draft season for fantasy is finally here. We can start doing our rookie drafts, our startups. I'm very excited, guys. Again, thanks to anyone who's been watching, even a little bit. If you've made it this far, if you somehow see this, like, holy shit, DM me and I will probably Venmo you $5. Non-undroppables people that are on this stream right now. But maybe I'll buy into J-Man's tournament. All right, I'm going to end the broadcast. Bye, everyone.